This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate a movie on what if Naruto surpassed his physical limits. If you enjoy this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now, wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Deep within the land of fire's forests, some of the most dangerous people on the planet lived in the village where they sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, commonly referred to as the god of shinobi, and the professor. Might Guy, also referred to as the beautiful green beast, and Kakashi Hitaki, also known as the copy.cat ninja, and there were a lot of other people who lived in this village, not including all of the clans who made it their home. Its military is among the biggest in the world as well. But hearing about them isn't why you're here. I'm here to tell you my story. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, better known by the moniker, the Leaf's #1 knuckleheaded ninja, and another title that is a little more well known. This is my story, and I'm the one punch ninja. At night in Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, 5 years old, was racing through a packed street. Despite Hiruzen having assumed the role of Hokage once more, the village's mourners were not to be outdone as they celebrated the 5th anniversary of the Kyuubi's death and lamented the passing of their former leader, the 4th Hokage. Though the Hokage did his best to provide support, it was never enough to satisfy little Naruto's deep yearning for a home. Little Naruto was one of the many children whose parents had perished during the Kyuubi's rampage. He had been an orphan for as long as he could remember. Naruto would play practical jokes on the villagers in an attempt to get their attention, but all it accomplished was push them farther away. The villagers ignored him and treated him as though he was cursed, destined to be forgotten. Now that we're following Naruto, he's fleeing from some enraged villagers who were recently tricked. "You brat, come back here," a man shouted, his clothes bright orange from the latest prank that Naruto had pulled. Laughs. "You won't catch me, that's for sure." In his haste to flee, Naruto nearly knocked over a few people, and the mob took care of the ones he missed. "It's back," Naruto yelled. Whoops, laughs. "Apologies, lady," he shouted to a woman with purple hair whom he had nearly knocked down. "Brat, pay attention." The crowd reached Anko Midarashi, the woman, and unintentionally knocked the dango out of her hand as they ran by. "Almost made me drop my dango." "Bump," she yelled. Watching her precious dango fall to the ground made Anko feel as though time had stopped. You are bastards," as she raced after the throng, she roared. Anko was a chunin, which is a really good ninja. She caught up to the mob quickly and knocked most of them out, then lectured them for another 30 minutes about how great dango was and how they should never waste a bite, even calling them the food of the gods. An echoed voice replied that ramen was the food of the gods, but she chose to ignore that. One of the benefits of being a street rat, as the villagers sometimes referred to him, was that Naruto knew most of the streets like the back of his hand. After most of the mob had been knocked out by Anko, he managed to escape by diving inside an alleyway that he knew led back to the orphanage. Something to keep in mind if you're preparing to flee from a group of people you just pranked. As Naruto was coming out of the alleyway, he noticed two ninjas strolling down the deserted street. One of them had silver hair that defied gravity, and the other was reading an orange book. Of course, he had to make sure that no one was still chasing him. The other had the bushiest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen, along with a bowl-cut hairstyle and a skin-tight jumpsuit that he did his best to ignore. "Where are they heading, I wonder?" Naruto thought to himself in a low voice. The festival is in the other direction. Although, in Naruto's mind, low voice was the normal way that people spoke. "I'm going to follow them," he said aloud once more. "It's true that he can hear us, right?" The person with silver hair questioned the other. "Ah, the child still has a lot of youth in her. Kakashi, what's the harm in allowing him to follow us?" the bowl-cut answered. Sigh. Kakashi answered, "None at all." Stomps foot. "I curse your laid back attitude, Kakashi," he cried out. "Huh? Guy, did you say something? Oh my, that's it, I'm definitely winning this time?" "If you say so." They quarreled until they came to an empty training ground. "As normal as ever, Guy?" As he put his book away, Kakashi asked. "Normally, I wouldn't be against our customary competition. However, how about now? We put on a show for our little follower, huh?" As he removed his arm, leg bands and weighted vest, Guy questioned. "What were your thoughts? Dividing up? Sparring it is then," he sighed. The two of them got ready for their competition to start, with Kakashi pulling up his headband and Gai stretching. They were waiting for the go ahead, which came in the form of a leaf about to touch the ground. Naruto was trying to watch, but they vanished in a flash of speed, only to reappear when they made contact with one another. While trying to observe, Naruto could only see them disappear and then reappear in a different location as violent booms rocked the surrounding area. Boom. Punch blocked. Crash. Kick avoided. Slam. A kick that Kakashi avoided is creating a new crater. Whoa. Although he might have been more interested in playing practical jokes on the chunin at the time, Naruto had never witnessed a true ninja fight before. They were never as intense. With their battle, these two were altering the terrain, mostly Gai, though Kakashi also had a crater or two. Naruto had always aspired to be a powerful ninja, someone to look up to, someone to be praised, and above all, someone who would never be forgotten. He wanted to be like these two ninjas, which is why he enrolled in the Ninja Academy, which would begin next month. He dreamed with stars in his eyes, becoming an all-powerful ninja who could end every battle with a single punch. "Are you enjoying the show?" a voice spoke up behind him. Aha! With a cry of terror, Naruto's body tipped forward, causing him to fall onto his face. "Are you not a noisy person? I'm hoping the kid didn't make me deaf," Kakashi asked, picking his ear. However, how? Are you fighting that guy over there?" Naruto bellowed in response. "I'm over here too. What are you trying to say? In what way are you able to multitask? Could you please teach me? Would you please?" With the stars back in his eyes after witnessing this ninja perform an act he believed to be impossible, Naruto yells. "Kid, are you not a little too young to be attempting to learn Jutsu? Are you 3 or something?" "Hi. Today is my 5th birthday. Oh, happy birthday, then," the silver ninja replied, taking out his book once more and starting to read, lowering it when he realized the child was being very quiet. Glancing down, he saw the child holding the hem of his shirt and grinning. "What?" The child, who had been much quieter earlier, answered, "You told me happy birthday." With a raised eyebrow, Kakashi said, "And you behave as though no one has ever wished you a happy birthday." Just Gigi. For a brief while, Kakashi was perplexed, until he understood the child's meaning. "Oh, I see. I apologize." Naruto's smile grew even wider at that. "Don't worry. Since I intend to become the strongest ninja in the world at some point," he yelled at the beginning, then added in a much quieter tone. "In that manner, I will always remember you." Kakashi truly felt sorry for the child. "Is it all you're after? Huh? Is your desire to be strong solely motivated by your desire to be strong, or are there other factors at play?" Naruto considered it for a few moments, a focused expression on his face. No, I also want to keep the people I love safe. I also want to be strong for this reason. My parents were unknown to me. I'm sorry to hear that. It's all right. Right now, I have other people who matter to me." Naruto was beginning to feel happier again. "Oh, similar to whom?" Naruto pointed to his fingers and said, "There's old man Ichiraku and his daughter Iyame. Gigi is another one, and the girl whose eyes are so pretty," he concluded, his smile completely restored. "Hey, that girl with the pretty eyes? Who is he talking about, I wonder? You seem to be responsible for a large number of people, then, you had better get strong." "Yes, I will, next month, when I start at the academy. I will continue to train until I reach the pinnacle of strength." "A noble objective, my dear friend," Guy shouted from right behind Naruto, causing him to topple over once more. "Please stop doing that," complained Naruto. "Well, I apologize for that, young man. I simply could not contain my excitement when I heard your response." "Why? Well, how about I offer some guidance to aid you in your travels?" "Really? What's that? Will you be teaching me a really cool jutsu?" Naruto answered right away. "Not at all." Naruto collapsed onto his face at the prompt response. "I'm going to impart to you knowledge that is far better." That made him alert. Chakra exercises, a book on creating an all-powerful jutsu, or perhaps he was going to teach him how to do that neat being in 2 places at once thing were among the possibilities that crossed Naruto's mind. Excitedly nodding his head, Naruto cried out, "What is it? Tell me, please." "I'm going to teach you how to, what?" Guy cheerfully replied, "Exercise, Naruto's expression fell once more upon hearing the response. Fine. If you didn't want to help me, you should have just said so, Naruto yelled. He turned to leave with a storm. Was your resolve really that weak? Kakashi asked, and he heard it. My resolve is not weak. Then why do you walk away when the most prominent taijutsu expert in Konoha is trying to teach you something? Was this guy with the bushy brow really that great? After pausing to reflect, Naruto returned to his position in front of Guy. Okay, I'll learn what you have to teach me, he said. Great. Come with me, exclaimed Guy. He began to walk back toward the center of the training field, which was now filled with craters, pulling Naruto along. Now, my young friend, I am going to teach you how to get much stronger and to get you ready for your academy years. Are you ready? With excitement, Naruto said, Yes, sir. Naruto and Guy were unaware of Kakashi's departure. They were so focused on the lesson. From that evening to the wee hours of the following day, Naruto was made to perform push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and sprints around the training area by Guy. Each time he believed Naruto had gone too far, after just a short nap, the child would get back up and be eager to go again. When Guy left the following morning, at last, this was his parting advice to Naruto. Remember, my young friend. Do these exercises as often as you can, increasing the reps as you get older. Wouldn't want you to injure yourself, now would we? No, Guy-sensei. Before disappearing into a whirlwind of leaves, Guy exclaimed, Great, I'll see you around then, young man. I have to report to the Hokage now, bye. Naruto exclaimed, so cool, with stars in his eyes. After a short while, he decided to perform another round of his exercises while standing there. One set would give way to another, then one more, and yet another, prior to Naruto eventually making his way home for bed. He would wake up the following morning and be prepared to go once more, with a little assistance from one particular enormous red furball. And he would carry on with those exercises each time. One person. Day. Even. And he would keep performing those exercises each time. One person. Day. Even when his muscles ripped, his bones hurt, and his skin peeled and bled. For the sake of his desires, Naruto. Never once did he hesitate to follow the ninja's instructions. Even after he lost memory of his appearance, he kept performing those exercises. He would be required to complete their own exercises once he joined the Ninja Academy. He'd do those same exercises again when he got home. This is how years went by. He noticed no difference in the first year. The second year proceeded in the same manner. He thus just upped the amount of repetitions and sets he would perform. He became aware of his increased strength in his third year. He could sense it even though he had nothing with which to test his strength. The ninja class children began target practice, chakra training, and learning tactics at the age of 6, but the academy does not begin sparring practice until the children are 9 years old. He proved to himself that he was becoming stronger in the 4th year. One day at the academy, in class. Alright class, today, we begin sparring practice. Now, I know that a lot of you don't really know how to fight yet. And that's okay, you'll learn that later. For now, I just want you to get used to sparring with each other. And next week we'll begin to teach you the academy style of taijutsu. Iruka Amino. From his position at the front of the classroom, the chunin in charge of Naruto's class made an announcement. While for some students in the class, that might have been the case, most of the pupils in Naruto's class, the significant ones, anyhow, were all offspring of the different clans that inhabited Konoha. And from an early age, they were all taught taijutsu by their clans, as well as the chakra methods they would come to be associated with. They all had a big advantage over their fellow students as a result. And Naruto, who possesses no formal training at all, had, by now, been training his asshole off for 4 years. He pretended to be the class clown in order to garner attention, which made him looked down upon by the other students, unknown to all but one, pretty-eyed, heiress. When the news of the sparring matches was released, when Naruto was paired with Sasuke, Uchiha, the idol of the class, or Sasuke, as Naruto called him, everyone stared at him pitifully. As he assumed the clan's taijutsu stance, Sasuke scoffed at Naruto, saying, "Ready to lose, Dobi." Naruto was unfazed by the taunting, though. He wasn't interested in listening to Sasuke because he was too eager to put his strength to the test against the prodigy. Iruka cried out, "Begin!" Sasuke then bolted ahead. But Naruto remained motionless. He simply stood motionless for a moment. A child teased, "It looks like the Dobby's scared," which made the other students in the class giggle. One pretty-eyed heiress gave a quiet cheer, saying, "Come on Naruto. You can do it." Sasuke was now drawing near to Naruto. He leapt and attempted to kick Naruto in the chest by extending his right leg forward. Pat. One hand, though, managed to intercept his leg. Sasuke was about to make contact when Naruto lifted his right hand and caught his foot in mid-kick. Naruto exclaimed, "So slow." His arm swung to the right, taking Sasuke with it, and let go of his foot just before his arm reached its maximum length, launching Sasuke through the air and onto the solid earth beneath the ring, where he unintentionally fell to a halt, hitting his head on the floor after being thrown by Naruto. Naruto left the ring, and the class that had been laughing and jeering fell silent. Inside of her head, Hinata exclaimed, "Great job, Naruto," because she was far too shy to say it out loud. After a brief pause, Iruka exclaimed, good job, Naruto." Naruto exclaimed, "Hee, thanks, Iruka-sensei," with joy. "Right, that's all for today class. You're all dismissed." One of the girls, fangirls, questioned, "But Iruka-sensei, what about Sasuke?" Iruka waved them away, saying, "I'll take him to the infirmary until he wakes up. You all go home," prior to seizing Sasuke and escorting him off. That day, Naruto resumed his routine as soon as he arrived home. Work out until you become immobile, then resume after a brief period of rest. Naruto's life in the academy was like this. Every fight he had in the sparring ring ended in a single move, regardless of the opponent. Additionally, as he grew older, it appeared that all of his classmates were growing weaker and slower. They stopped letting him spar with his classmates by the time he was 10 years old. Instead, he would start his exercises early during the sparring class because he felt that sparring with Naruto was shattering their egos. The exercises he was doing now were very different from the 100 of each that Guy had taught him. It was now 1,000 of each, then a fast 10 miles of running. He would complete the actual 50-mile run once he arrived home. His classmates become daunted by his exercises, since they had never really witnessed him work hard on anything. However, after realizing this, they began to respect the blonde a little more. They still believed he was a stupid person, though. Sasuke attempted to perform the exercises with Naruto a few times, but after only doing half of them, he passed out and was immobile for the remainder of the day. In this manner, 3 more years went by before it was finally time for their exams. It was now time to find out just how powerful Naruto truly was. Early this morning, Naruto showed up at the academy building dressed in his vibrant orange and blue jumpsuit. His preference was to sit near the front. He wanted to be among the first to take his exam because he knew he could pass it. The exams were given in a row from the closest to the furthest. He knew he would perform well on the other sections of his exam, even though he was still having problems with the clone jutsu. Unless, that is, he accidentally falls a few trees on the kunai and shuriken exam. The last time he did that, the instructors yelled at him, as if it were his fault that the trees surrounding the academy were so easily felled, utilizing a blunt kunai. Alright, so perhaps he did need to develop self-control over his strength. However, he was not at all responsible for the wall they also broke through. Clearly, those bricks weren't code compliant, or something. There's no way shuriken would have survived it so easily in any other case. But even so, it was pretty unusual to see Sasuke without the duck butt haircut. The girls, fangirls, thought it was hilarious as he made his way to the bathroom on the other side of the wall. In any case, Naruto heard yelling as he was approaching the classroom. He heard Iruka exclaim, "But Hokage-sama, surely you can't be serious about this." Thus, he approached the wall cautiously and placed his ear against the door. Sarutobi, his Gigi, said to Iruka, "Indeed I am, Iruka. I feel it is time for a change in how we do things. But, these trials are ridiculous. We haven't covered any of this material and this will cause most, if not all of the civilian students to fail," Iruka said. "And why is that, Iruka? Are you saying that your students are ill-prepared for what they will face in the real world?" Hiruzen calmly asked. Iruka bowed to the Hokage. "Well no, but, sigh. I understand Hokage-sama. We'll go and get the trials set up. Then he headed for the door, with company sensei Mizuki at his heels. As soon as they opened the door, Naruto vanished from his spot by it upon hearing them approach. They walked down the hallway together, then turned the corner and were out of sight. After jumping up and grabbing hold of the ceiling tile with his fingertips, more like through the ceiling tiles, in order to avoid being noticed, Naruto said, "Phew, that was close." From behind the door, Hiruzen remarked, "I see, I was right to assume that you would find a way to eavesdrop, Naruto." He rubbed his head and said, I never could hide from you, Gigi." A childhood nervous tic that had grown on him. Sarutobi grinned. "You're getting there, Naruto. I just have a few more decades experience than you." Naruto rubbed his forehead and grumbled, "More like centuries." "Pop ow, Gigi, that hurt." Sarutobi used his pipe to strike him. "Don't lie, Naruto. You didn't feel that at all, did you?" he asked. Since he watched Naruto whenever he had the chance, he was aware of the reality. And he realized how powerful the blonde actually was. "You got me, Gigi, So, how many reps are you up to now?" 10,000 reps apiece and a 50-mile sprint around the village. Hiruzen was surprised by the sheer amount. He was aware that the blonde was an avid exerciser. However, he was unaware of how high the number really was. "Don't you think that's a bit high?" "No, I don't even get sore with that number anymore. I'm thinking about doubling it soon," was Naruto's reply. "I see." Hiruzen merely gave a headshake. "What was that about anyway? You know I won't answer that, Naruto." "Gigi, hurry up, please, at least drop me a hint," Naruto moaned. "Naruto, no, like everyone else, you'll have to wait to find out instead." Naruto sighed, "Figures. Run along now. I have work to do before your exam starts." "You'll be there," laughs. "Yes, I will be there. So put on a good show, okay?" As he hurried out of the room, Naruto exclaimed, "I will, Gigi." Sigh. Hiruzen asked no one, "You grew up so fast, Naruto. Did I really do all that I could to help you?" "You did what you could, Hokage. Sama. Hello Kakashi, you're actually on time?" Shadow clone, Hokage. Sama. Sigh. "Of course you are. Are you ready for your trial?" "Yes, Hokage. Sama. Training Ground 7 has been prepared and is ready for the brats." "Good, at least you're prepared. However, should you be late for your trial, I'll knock you back down to Genin and have you catching Tora for a month." "Yes sir, Hokage. Sama. You're dismissed then, Kakashi." Hiruzen was left alone once more as the shadow clone erupted into smoke. He remarked out loud, "It's going to be interesting day, at the very least," as he left the room to head to his office. Returning with Naruto, Naruto discovered he wasn't the first person to arrive in the classroom after making his way there. Sasuke, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Akamaru, Shikamaru Naru, Choji Akamichi, and Hinata Hyuga were present. Thus, the majority of the Rookie 9 were already present. Or at least the clan kids. Ino was the only clan child who had vanished, even though Sakura was probably with her. It's true that they were both fangirls. Sigh. I hope she doesn't sit next to me again. I'm not good at dealing with shudders. Fangirls. And although not entirely pointless. Okay, so in a fight, they were worthless. Still, they were intelligent. The two of them. As long as Sasuke was outside. They were then more ignorant than I was. Yeah, I know I'm not the smartest student in the class. They both sit beside me at all times. Throughout the entire class, all I hear is that I'm dumber than Sasuke and that I'm weaker than him. Despite the fact that he has never prevailed in our fights. And what a better guy he is than me. Well, that part is probably true, but it doesn't mean I want to hear it. They must believe that if they say it loud enough, it will come to pass. When he is making fun of them, he doesn't behave like a better guy. But they fail to notice that all that is visible to them is his pedigree and his tragic hero past. Older brother, a psychopath, kills parents. Itachi has been paraded around the village as the last Uchiha. Although, when I met him, he was a nice guy. Giving all of his, and even cooler, appearance. Admirers. It doesn't, however, alter the fact that he is an asshole. In any case, Naruto moved to the front row seat that was the furthest away from Sasuke, where he took a seat with his head resting on the desk. In an attempt to get some rest before Gigi's trial started, he hoped. Naruto was there when Iruka and Mizuki arrived as well. "Good morning, class," exclaimed Iruka. They answered, "Good morning, Iruka-sensei," at least the majority of them. Pop a piece of chalk struck the blonde's head, saying, "Wake up, Naruto." "Ow, oh, hey Iruka-sensei." "Hello, Naruto. Glad you could join us. We didn't wake you, did we?" The blonde said, "Hee. Sorry, Iruka-sensei," his anxious tick reappearing. "Well, now that we're all here and awake," Sakura said, "Sensei, Shikamaru's still sleeping." Iruka went over to the chalkboard and said, "Once again, now that we're all here and awake, let's begin. Today is your graduation exam. The day when you leave the safety of the academy and move on to being a true ninja. And, my comrade in arms, take a moment to give yourselves a round of applause for making it this far, everyone," Iruka said as he led the applause for a few seconds. "Now, normally the way we'd do this is to have each of you take a 4-part test, starting with what you've learned in your time here in the academy, followed by an evaluation of your kunai and shuriken accuracy, then a round of sparring would take the 3rd spot, and ending with evaluating your jutsu. Hey, Iruka-sensei. Let's start the test already, we're ready to go. Isn't that right, Akamaru?" Bark. Ahem. Iruka glared at Kiba and said, "As I was saying before you interrupted me, Kiba. That was how we normally did things. This time, however, Hokage Sama has decided that we were going to do something different to test whether or not you are ready to earn your headband." "Like what, Iruka-sensei?" "That isn't for me to know, beyond what I'm supposed to test you on. With that being said, Mizuki, please pass out these tests to the class. We're beginning with Konoha's history." Everyone moans. After an hour, Iruka gave a bow and said, "You all did a fantastic job, and I wish you luck on the next part of your exams." He then and Mizuki left the room. It didn't take long for someone else to enter. This was a tall, black-haired man who was smoking a cigarette. Inhales. "Hello, everyone. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, Jonin, pleased to meet you." The class said, "Hello, Asuma-sensei." As the class hurried to catch up, he said, "I am here to give you your first trial of the day. Follow me," and walked out the door. He guided them to the shooting range, or the target range as it was previously. It was equipped with an obstacle course instead. "This is my trial for you," Ino inquired. "An obstacle course, Asuma-sensei?" He exclaimed, "Yes, an obstacle course. Pay attention. There is a red line on the other side of that wall that you must always stay on. If you make it to the other side, you pass. If you fall off the red line, miss too many targets, or take too long, you fail this trial. Starting from that line over there, you will jump the wall where you will find 5 kunai and 5 shuriken. Using these weapons, you will hit the targets inside the course while dodging the obstacles and staying on the path. To become a ninja, you have to successfully complete 3 out of the 4 trials that are required. So far, any questions?" He posed the question to the class. "What occurs if we don't succeed?" a student inquired. "You are kicked out of the ninja program." Next question. "How long do we have left to finish the obstacles?" "You have 10 minutes to complete the 1,000-foot obstacle course." Sakura questioned, "If the target range is only 200 feet long, how is the course 1,000 feet long?" "And we have our first volunteer. What's your name, miss?" "It's Sakura Haruno, but..." "Well, Sakura, that's because you have to run this course 5 times. Each time through you are given a new set of kunai and shuriken as well as new targets to aim for. You have to hit in a vital area, or that counts as a miss." Gulp. "All right. Start whenever you're ready, and stop your time by pressing the large red button at the end. Move quickly, though, as your time does not reset between runs." "Right, I'm ready. The timer begins after you jump the wall." Sakura's screams, explosions, and a number of loud thuds emanating from the obstacle course's walls were audible to those of us outside after she entered. 4 of her 10 minutes had gone by when she eventually reached the other end, looking disheveled with ripped clothes, burned hair in multiple places, and 1 shoe missing, but she had survived. "Sakura, congratulations. Your first run has been completed successfully. Do you want to take a nap first or continue on now?" With a lit cigarette in his mouth, Asuma questioned. Rest. Please. Excellent, you're up next, Ino Yamanaka, he yelled. Well, does this hurt my stomach? It was her response. Too bad. That's not why you should have come to class today. You're awake now. That's Kiba Inuzuka on deck. Yes, sir, Kiba squeaked out, scared by Asuma. And so the 30-student class was reduced to 20, with nearly half of the civilian students either failing the trial or dropping out. At the end of the day, there was only one student left, along with the clan children and 11 civilian students. You have 2 minutes and 14 seconds left, Sasuke Uchiha. Which places you at the top? Second place was more than a minute behind. Sasuke's fans all applauded when he finished first, even though there was still one student left. HNN. Sasuke commanded Naruto to beat that Dobi. Are you prepared, Nagato Uzumaki? Asuma inquired. Yes, ma'am. Before he could say anything more, Naruto vanished. Then begin whenever you're ready. After stepping onto the other side of the wall, Naruto picked up the supplied weapons and began his trial. As he ducked beneath, jumped over, and dodged around obstacles, Naruto counted his shots, saying, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gong. 9 and 10. Someone had pressed the red button, and that was his last time being. He needed 15 seconds to complete his first run. And as if that weren't shocking enough for his classmates, Asuma, from then on, his time only got better. 12 seconds was the second run. 9 was the third run, and 5 seconds was the fourth. His last run took him 3 seconds to complete from beginning to end. Furthermore, not just key areas of the targets were struck. The targets, the walls, and the trees behind the walls were all penetrated by the kunai and shuriken. The last place they stopped was in some trees about 300 feet from where they had been thrown. It goes without saying that Naruto won the first trial. Asuma answered, well, I can honestly say that I didn't expect that. The shock had long since caused his cigarette to fall out of his mouth. His peers didn't fare any better. They were all trying to process what they had just seen at the moment. Oh, well. On to your next trial. You all need to head to the sparring arena now, and good job, everyone, Asuma said. The students were welcomed by the sight of as they approached the sparring arena. Bushy brows. Exclaimed Naruto. Guy greeted Naruto with, Oh, hello, again, my youthful friend. I did those exercises you taught me, Guy said, striking the nice guy pose. Excellent job, my young friend. Maybe one day you can train with my apprentice and me, as we travel down the springtime of our youths. Really, that would be awesome, indeed it would. Though for now, we must get these trials out of the way. Oh. Right. During the course of this discussion, the students in Naruto's class were unsure about which to look at. Sasuke wondered, how does the Dobi know a Jonin? Oh my god. Those eyebrows, that hair, that gag outfit. I'm going to need bleach to get rid of this image, Sakura thought. I wonder if there are any barbecue chips in the cafeteria? That was, Shoji. My name is Might Guy. And today, my youthful friends, we will be having a sparring tournament, so, who wants to be my first volunteers? Come up and let your youthful flames clash against one another and let's see, whose burns brightest, Guy yelled. Sasuke growled at the blonde, I challenge the Dobi. I'm unfamiliar with this Dobi you speak of. Is that a classmate of yours? He means me, Guy-sensei. Together, they said, ah, Naruto. Very well then, up you come, and entered the ring. Before you let the fight begin, Guy said, the rules are simple. If you win 3 fights, you pass. But, if you lose 3 fights, you fail the trial and are kicked from the ninja program. Any questions? Any rules during the match that we should be aware of? Shino asked. S. A good question, my creepy friend. No death blows and no serious injuries allowed. Otherwise, fight until one of you cannot move or is ejected from the ring. Any more questions? Why did you call me creepy? Don't take it personally, my creepy friend. Your father creeps me out too. I see. Sasuke charged at Naruto, saying, enough with the questions, let's fight Dobi. Well, except for a tiny issue, he would have. Tap. Before Sasuke could blink, Naruto had disappeared from his spot, arrived before he could move, and gave him a quick shove to the chest. With his rapid pace, it seemed as though he had just been struck by a projectile. The light push caused Sasuke to fly out of the ring and land on the hard surface. There, he rolled until he struck a tree's truck and lost consciousness. Standing where Sasuke had been a moment earlier, Naruto turned to face his classmates and made an inquiry. "Anyone else wanna have a go?" Everyone gives a headshake. "Very well done, my young friend. Who's your next opponent?" "They don't want to fight me," he questioned the class. "Oh, why does no one want to fight Naruto?" In response, they each took 2 steps backward. Guy scowled at their actions, but otherwise took no action. "Most immature among you all," he exclaimed, then turned to face Naruto again. "I'm sorry for that most unsatisfying match, Naruto. That's alright. It's been a while since I had a good fight in this class. Ever. So what happens once the trials are finished? Come train with my apprentice and me." "Hold on. Were you serious?" "Naturally, I was. You are welcome to join us at any time." Still in his nice guy pose, Guy said. "Guy-sensei, thank you." As he leapt off the stage to make way for the next fight, Naruto applauded. "Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba, you've woken up." One by one, the remaining students engaged in combat, and by the end of the trial, there were only 15 potential ninja left. Unfortunately, Sasuke awoke and demanded to face Naruto once more, but was turned down because it was already determined that Naruto had passed. As a result, he vented his frustrations on some civilian students and eventually passed as well. Excellent work. The testing for today is over. The next trials won't start until tomorrow. Go home and get some rest for today, my young friends. Go ahead. Guy bellowed before swiftly disappearing. After breaking up for the day, the class went home. Well, Naruto went to work out, while the others went to bed. The office of Hokage, after discussing the new ninja trainees, with Hiruzen, Asuma, and Guy inside, they eventually reached Naruto's name on the list. "Alright, Guy, Asuma. How was your impression of Naruto Uzumaki?" With his constant pipe hanging from his mouth, Hiruzen inquired. Guy and Asuma exchanged a look before Asuma broke the silence. "That boy is. Okay, so. To put it briefly, he is a monster." "Oh, in what way, Asuma?" "He took 44 seconds to finish the obstacle course. Hokage. Sama." "Asuma, that is impressive. How that makes him a monster is beyond me. Many of our ninja are capable of doing the same. How much time did he have together?" "That was his collective time, Hokage. Sama." Hiruzen coughed uncontrollably after taking an inadvertently deep breath and his pipe hitting the back of his throat. Coughing. "Are you sure?" "Cough. Are you sure?" "Yes, Hokage. Sama." Hiruzen inhaled deeply a few times and then turned to face Guy. "Hokage. Sama, I admit that I only witnessed a fleeting explosion of his flames of youth." English, Guy. "Hokage. Sama, he had to fight just once." This time, Guy responded with much more composure, saying, "The other kids didn't fight him, so I let him pass." Sigh. Hiruzen dabbed at his nose bridge. "I see. Very well. You've been fired." "Yes, ma'am." "Hello, Hokage. Sama." The two gave each other a salute and vanished. Hiruzen said, looking out over his village, "I'm starting to think that putting him in a team with other children might be a bad idea." Hiruzen was tired. The following day the children were back in the classroom together. Some weren't as eager to start the last trials as the majority were. "I don't know if I can do this anymore, Ino. I almost failed both the first and second trials. And I just know that if I had fought one of the clan kids, I would have failed the second," Sakura complained. "Don't be so hard on yourself, forehead. You were ahead of the other civilian kids by a lot. I'm sure that if you keep going, you'll get that headband. Sasuke is mine though, so don't go getting any bright ideas." Snicker. Ino looked over and saw that Naruto had actually laughed. She growled, "What's so funny, Baka?" Her sudden outburst caught Sakura's attention. "Ino, what happened?" Sakura inquired. "Naruto, that way, thinks it's funny that I said Sasuke is mine." "Oh, well, that makes sense, isn't that right?" "How is that?" "Because, Ino. Pig. Sasuke is mine." The two got into a heated argument, completely ignoring Naruto. How come neither of them or any of the other girls can comprehend that he isn't interested in them? Upon further reflection, it appears that he only pays attention to me. Is he? Does he identify as gay? Naruto wondered to himself, and as he looked to his left, he noticed that Sasuke and Hinata were both staring at him, though he was unable to see her. That is really eerie. Say what you have to say, whenever you feel like it, and give up glancing at me. Achoo. Hinata. Are you alright? Are you sure you're not coming down with something? Naruto asked, glancing at Hinata. She slammed her face down on the deck, covering her head as her face turned a scarlet red. Whoa. Are you okay, Hinata? After quickly getting to his feet and moving to where she was sitting, Naruto knelt down to her eye level. Hi there, Hinata. Chan. Are things going well for you? He didn't realize the impact his words had on her, so he asked in a low voice. He called me Chan, she exclaimed to herself, finally blushing to the point where she resembled an overripe tomato. Ignorant of this, Naruto kept poking her arm and calling her name. Come on, Hinata. Chan. Respond to me, he would whimper in her direction. Eek. His mouth is directly next to my cheek. Will he give it a kiss? Indeed, she was lost in her own world. A woman with long black hair and red eyes walked in as the door slid open. Hi everyone. After a few seconds, she was able to get their attention with a yell. Now, thank you. I'm Kurenai Yuhi, the examiner for your third trial, as well as Jonin. Would you all please get up and follow me? Our destination is the gym. With the exception of Hinata, who Naruto assumed to be unconscious and picked up and carried. Let's be honest, she's not going to move now. The class stood up and followed her out the door. As they arrived at the gym and went inside, they discovered that multiple tiny, covered rooms had been added. Sakura inquired, Kurenai. Sensei, what are the rooms for? That will be explained momentarily. We must wait on everyone to arrive. Sakura said, okay, Sensei. She then moved to the area where Ino and a few of her friends were gathered. After only 10 or so minutes, a door at the opposite end of the building opened. Thank you for bringing them here, Kurenai. Yes, Hokage. Sama. Had the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived to witness their trial? The majority of the class was curious. See if you can identify which one is which. HNN, he's probably here to see how strong I am before he assigns me the mission I need, so I can kill my brother. Should be obvious. I'm hungry, should be easy to say once more. Cough. Fangirl. Cough. Why is Hokage Sama here? I bet it's because of Sasuke-kun. Hiruzen glared at this person for a moment. Hey, it's Gigi. He's not still mad about the paint bomb I threw into his window this morning, is he? Yes, he is still insane, Hiruzen murmured, blonde menace. I'm sorry, Hokage. Sama. Nothing, Kurenai. Ahem. Good morning class. Morning Hokage. Sama, today, you begin your final trials before we issue your headband. Is that what the rooms are for, Hokage, Sama? Indeed they are, Miss Haruno, Sakura Haruno. Ah, yes, Mebuki and Kazashi's daughter. You're correct, the rooms you see before you are part of your trial. Kurenai, would you like to explain? Yes, Hokage. Sama. The rooms you see before you each have a machine in it that will test certain aspects of your body, in order to determine where you rank as a ninja. Kiba questioned, does that mean we can skip Genin? Although the majority of the class had similar questions. No, all ninja, regardless of power level, must go through the ranks properly. These machines are simply used to tell us what you're best at and where you can improve. However, you have to rank at least Genin, in 3 of the 4 rooms to pass this trial. Students groan. Now, none of that. Think of it as a friendly competition between you to see who can get the higher score. In that case, the others shouldn't even try. It's obvious who's going to win. Guess who? Shino said in his monotonous voice, that very well may be the case, Sasuke. We won't know until we're tested though. Kiba cried, I'm going first then, and bolted into the nearest room. Kurenai interrupted the rest of the class as they continued in this manner. Even though she said the final sentence quietly, it still sent shivers down the spines of the students. Only one student at a time. Get in a single file line and wait your turn. You'll all go, whether you want to or not. Kiba appeared fatigued as he left the first room after a few minutes. Kurenai said icily, please move on to the next room, Mr. Inuzuka. And no talking. Making Kiba cry out. He did, however, still obey orders. One by one, the other students in the class took after him, to have not left until Naruto was the only one remaining. "Your turn, Naruto," he exclaimed. "Yes, Gigi." He had been anticipating this for more than 60 minutes. Pushing back the curtain, he approached the first room and went inside. After entering, he noticed a sizable device with a computer screen in front of it. A considerably smaller machine with a hole in front roughly the size of Naruto's arm was located to its left. Over the intercom, Kurenai said, "Please put your arm inside the machine, Naruto. This machine will determine how much chakra you have and how dense it is." He said, "Yes, Kurenai. Sensei," in return. He then slid his arm in as far as it would go, rolling up his left sleeve. He sensed a faint tug on his reserves of chakra emanating from the device. "Do not worry if you almost run out of chakra. The purpose of this machine is to drain you to the lowest point you can get, before passing out. Can you speed this up please? Why? It shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Because it feels like you're taking just enough to do a clone jutsu from me. Come again. I normally use more chakra than this to do my clone jutsu." Surprised was Kurenai. She could see how much of the blonde's chakra had already been taken from her position at the monitoring terminal, and it exceeded the majority of chunins. She called out, "Hokage Sama, you need to see this." Hiruzen joined her a short while afterward. "What is it?" She gestured to the screen, saying, "Take a look at this, sir." Though he had already surpassed the reserves of Tokubetsu Jonin level chakra, the number was still rapidly increasing. Hiruzen muttered, "So that's why he could never do the clone jutsu." "Sir, I think that might be the reason why Naruto has never been able to use the clone jutsu successfully," he said, gesturing to the screen where the number was quickly getting close to cage-level reserves. As they observed the number increase, it advanced from the cage level to the S-class level. Hiruzen merely grinned and said, "Hokage Sama, could this be because of that?" When the number eventually stopped at 500,000 CP, chakra points, he said, "No, this is all him." The number was 10 times as dense as his own chakra. "Look at that, he's not even tired yet. That's because the machine only goes up to that much." "Are you saying that it's even higher than that?" "That's exactly what I'm saying, Kurenai." Hiruzen reached for the mic. "Very good, Naruto. Proceed to the next room." "Yes, Gigi. Tell no one, am I clear?" "Yes, Hokage Sama." He went into the second room, and the two of them watched another screen. Another machine was located inside and was arranged along the walls on either side of the door. "This machine will test your reflexes and dodging speed, Naruto. If you get hit 10 times you fail, understood?" "Yes." Machine will begin firing in 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as Kurenai completed her countdown, at Naruto, tiny plastic balls loaded with red paint shot out of the holes all over the machine's surface. He remained motionless until just before they arrived at him. Then, his right arm began to morph. With the exception of his eyes, the rest of him remained still. That continued for 5 minutes until the ball shooting mechanism ran out of balls. A tiny mound of paint-filled balls that Naruto had caught and then dropped rested at his feet. "That's amazing." "Yes, Hokage Sama. But, how did he manage that at his age? An experienced Jonin, I could understand being able to do such a thing. Though she would struggle with it herself. But a kid who hasn't even made genin yet? Naruto is unique. He has spent every day since he was 5, working his body to its utmost limit. This doesn't surprise me nearly as much as his chakra did." "I see. Good job, Naruto. Next room please." "Yes." A dark vest was lying on a table in the adjacent room. "What's this for Gigi?" "The vest is covered in a gravity sealing matrix." "What will that do?" "It will be used to see just how much weight you can hold and for how long." "All right," said Naruto, taking up the vest and pulling it over his attire. "Activate it slowly, Kurenai. Let's see just how strong he really is." "Yes, Hokage Sama." She slowly turned on the gravity seals by putting her hands in the ram sign. However, Naruto didn't seem to notice. "Kurenai, did you turn them on?" "Yes, sir." "What is it currently, Kurenai?" "The floor is a massive scale that is used to gauge how heavy Naruto is made of seals. It's going up by 10 pounds per second, sir." Hiruzen turned to see that Naruto's weight had increased by 1,000 pounds since he had entered the room, according to the screen, and that figure was quickly increasing. It took Hiruzen a few minutes to decide to call off the test, when he halted the test and instructed Naruto to proceed to the last room, which Naruto never noticed in the end. Naruto's weight had increased by over 10,000 pounds, according to the scale. As soon as Naruto entered the last chamber, all he could make out was a circular pad set into the floor and supported by a steel beam. This is a simple punching machine, Naruto. I want you to hit it as hard as you possibly can. Can I really? Yes, you can hit it as hard as you can. This is what Guy uses to train his apprentice. Yada! Naruto exclaimed, getting ready to deliver his blow. Pause. You know this was probably a bad idea if you've seen Op Man. He pulled his left back and slid his right leg forward, bringing both arms up to his chin. He hopped around for a short while before. Serious punch. Kurenai and Hiruzen's minds were permanently damaged by that punch. The air burst behind him as soon as he launched his punch and it began to gain momentum. The air smelled of ozone as his fist burned through the arc it traveled in. The water molecules in front of his fist vanished from the air, and as soon as he touched, whoosh, his fist's force caused the pad and beam to turn to ash. The gym's floor and wall behind the pad also had the same effect. After that, the 200 feet of woods outside the gym were reduced to a desolate wasteland. All of the trees had been shot into the air or vaporized. A wide, circular scar appeared on the ground where the punch was thrown, growing larger the further it was thrown. Until, at last, it stopped. And the reason for it all was that Hiruzen instructed him to punch as hard as he could, and this was at the age of 12, without any official instruction in taijutsu techniques or chakra amplification. Kurenai let out a, "Oh my god," and then covered her mouth. Hiruzen concurred, saying, "That is a apt statement, Kurenai." He took back the mic. Naruto, rejoin your classmates, please. Sorry about that, Gigi. I got too excited about finally being able to hit something as hard as I could. It's okay, Naruto. Just promise me you won't do that in the more populated areas of the village, okay? I promise, Gigi. Good. Now, because your tests were taking so long, we sent your classmates ahead to the next trial. You can sit this one out if you'd like, as you've already passed the number of trials necessary to become a ninja. Is it okay if I go for the last trial anyway? Of course it is. Though regardless, if you pass this trial or not, you are already a ninja of the village. The trial is taking place at Training Ground 7. Naruto exclaimed, "Thanks, Gigi," as he hurried out of the gym. Get Tenzo over here to fix this before someone sees. Yes, Hokage. Sama. As he disappeared into a whirlwind of leaves, Hiruzen thought, "You always make my life more interesting, Naruto." Ground of Training 7. After reaching the 7th training ground, the majority of his peers were standing in groups of 3, he discovered. Naruto approached the group of people Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji were with, asking, "What's going on?" Shikamaru said, "There you are, Naruto. Where were you?" "It took a while to complete the last trial. I came as soon as I could though." Choji, who was eating chips, remarked, "I knew you would pass. Sasuke has been telling everyone that your scores were so bad they probably kicked you out of the trial." Naruto asked with narrowed eyes, "Did he now?" Kiba inquired, "Do you know what this trial is?" "No, what are we doing?" "The Jonin, Kakashi Hitaki, is running this trial, and he told us to form groups of 3 in preparation to begin our trial." Shikamaru. "So, I have to find 2 people to partner with?" "No, there are only 2 people left after all." "Who?" "Kiba, Shino and Hinata." "What? Why are they the only 2 left? They're strong." After exchanging quick looks, Shikamaru broke the silence. Sigh. Everyone looks down on Hinata because of how timid she is, and Shino just creeps everyone out. Naruto yelled, "Fine then, I'm going to go join up with them." He walked over to where Hinata and Shino were standing and growled, "We'll show them just how strong they are." He walked over and said, "Hey, Hinata-chan, hey, Shino. I'm with you too. If you don't mind, that is." "It doesn't bother me." Shino Hinata. Not at all, Naruto. "Great. So where did the Jonin go? Glad you could join us, Blondie." A voice whispered in Naruto's ear, causing him to topple over. "Still doing that, huh? First thing Naruto noticed when he looked up at the Jonin was the silver's gravity. Defying. Because, hey, screw gravity, right? Hair. Hey, I remember you. You're bushy brow sensei's friend. Sigh. I guess you could say that. Though the name is Kakashi Hitaki, and I'm your examiner for the last trial. Kakashi called all the groups over as he made his way to the center of the clearing. Listen up everyone, your trial for today is simple. 5 chunin moved to stand behind Kakashi in the center. These ninja, 2 of which you may recognize, Iruka and Mizuki, are here today to help simulate a mission you may be asked to complete. What's the mission, Kakashi? Sensei. Sakura. Capture and retrieval. What are we capturing and what do we retrieve? Shikamaru. Each team is assigned 1 chunin that you must bring back to me alive, and you must also retrieve an object that he has stolen. Each of the 5 chunin moved forward to welcome their group. Mizuki grinned and approached Naruto, Hinata, and Shino, saying, "Looks like you 3 are with me." However, everyone ceased speaking. There has been a special condition added onto this trial, by Hokage, Sama. What is it? Inquired Kiba. The group that succeeds in finishing this trial the quickest, if any of you can, will get to select 1 jutsu, each, from the Hokage's private library. That caused quite a stir, with everyone speculating about which jutsu they would choose if they prevailed. Chunin, you're ahead by 30 seconds, make it matter, please. The 5 of them shot off at great speed into the forest. You 2 shouldn't worry, we'll locate him initially, Shino muttered. How? Naruto inquired. Shino displayed a tiny beetle on a finger. My hive is always able to locate one for itself. Therefore, he cannot escape from me no matter how far he runs. Hinata whispered, and with my Byakugan, I'll be able to see if he uses chakra. Naruto smiled and put his arms on their backs, saying, excellent, then you just leave the catching up to him part, to me. Shinobi. You have 3 hours to succeed or fail at catching your chunin. Be ready for a fight because they won't just let you catch them either. The children all took their positions. Shino saw that Naruto was still carrying Hinata in his arms. What are you doi.eng? Naruto. Naruto grabbed hold of the 2 of them and leapt when Kakashi yelled to go. In less than 2 seconds, the ground gave way beneath them where they were standing, and they were soaring through the skies. As they flew through the sky, Naruto clung to them tightly, not wanting them to fall behind after all. Where is he right now? Over the wind, Naruto yelled. That's where he is. How will we land at this point? May Shino inquire. Hey, by land, what do you mean? So, that means we'll crash then. Nope, Shino, I'm just kidding. This is what I always do. Okay then. The 3 of them soon caught up to Mizuki, so, to divert Hinata from his disappointment, Naruto kicked the air so fast that it sent them hurtling back towards Earth, straight toward Mizuki, before he could pass him. Mizuki looked up just in time to see them heading straight toward him after hearing Naruto's kick break the sound barrier. Whoa, to get away from them, he rolled to the side and ducked. In order to prevent Shino and Hinata from getting hurt, Naruto turned his body so that his feet would land on the ground first. After that, he ran a short distance further to stop their momentum before doubling back to face Mizuki. Mizuki. Sensei, hello, Naruto said, we're going to need you to come with us, as he settled into his cargo, read. Teammates. Laughs. Brat, not likely, Mizuki answered, getting ready to toss the large shuriken off his back. He continued to roll along the ground until Hinata stopped him by striking him in his tenketsu, impeding his movement. Pat. Until Naruto materialized behind him and tapped his back. So, want to go back the fun way, or walk? Shino appeared to be feeling nauseous, though Hinata didn't appear to mind too much. Let's walk, please. Naruto nodded easily and bent to pick Mizuki up. Okay. Wait, does he have what we were supposed to retrieve? Shino asked. Using her Byakugan, Hinata searched his pockets and discovered a stone bearing the word, retrieve, inscribed on it. For Naruto, it looks like it, was sufficient. He just kept on carrying Mizuki until they arrived back at Training Ground 7. We're back, Kakashi. Sensei. Glancing up from his book, Kakashi thought to himself, and saw Shino, Hinata, and Naruto entering the clearing. And Naruto had Mizuki draped over his shoulder. Did you also get the item back? Yes, sir, was Naruto's response as he extracted the stone from inside Mizuki's bag. Very good, you three, you pass. In first place too. Head on home, but meet back at the academy tomorrow morning to see if you get your headbands. The three of them said, yes, sir. Hey, Hinata, Shino. Want to go get some ramen with me? Yes, Shino said. Alright, Hinata said. And Naruto? Yes, Kakashi, sensei? How about before you go off to celebrate, you leave Mizuki here, Naruto became aware that he was still carrying Mizuki at that point. He sat Mizuki down and said, sorry about that, Mizuki. Sensei. The three then went to Ichiraku's to eat ramen before parting ways and going to their separate houses. After taking Hinata and Shino to Ichiraku's, Naruto was on his way home. When he realized he hadn't completed his daily workout yet. Thus, he went to his training location rather than returning home. That is the Hokage Mountain summit. With the exception of running, where he simply completed laps around the village. Once at his destination, he started his multi-hour workout that he planned to do until the wee hours of the night. Not long after midnight, Naruto heard the alarm go off while he was just about to complete his 7th set of push-ups. Signal warning. What's that? He asked himself. He got up and brushed his hands clean before going to the edge of the 4th Hokage's head to have a look at the village below. His thoughts were interrupted as he bent his knees slightly and leapt high into the sky, his target being the roof of the Hokage tower. Did something happen? I better go find Gigi. With the ninja and Hiruzen, an unidentified Jonin exclaimed, attention everyone. We have been informed that Naruto Uzumaki has stolen the scroll of seals. As such, everyone is to split up, find him, and return the scroll, he continued. Do not attack him. If you find him, tell him to come see me. Is that clear? Hiruzen said. The assembled ninja exclaimed, yes, Hokage. Sama. Though most of the Leaf's ninja were off on missions at the moment, or employed elsewhere in the village. At this late hour, 100 ninja responded to the Hokage's summons. They included Iruka and Mizuki. I don't understand why he would do this, Mizuki. According to the Jonin, Naruto passed all of the trials by such a margin that they believed he should just be made a chunin at the very least. So why would he ruin his chances at this point? Iruka asked. Mizuki questioned, his pride as a shinobi shattered by the blonde's treatment of him. Maybe it's just in his nature, Iruka. You know what he is. Maybe that thing affects him more than he led us to believe. How else do you explain that freakish strength of his? Iruka yelled at his friend, he worked harder than anyone. That's where his strength comes from and not that thing. All I'm saying, Iruka, is that, maybe he isn't who you thought he was. Naruto may be a lot of things. He's hyperactive, stubborn, a menace to our peaceful days. But, he's no liar. I believe that if he did take the scroll, he had a reason for it. As do I. Iruka, Hokage. Sama. Iruka and Mizuki called out to Hiruzen, who had chosen to approach after hearing Iruka's speech. Mizuki inquired, how can you be so certain, Hokage? Sama. I've known that child since he was born. And in all that time, I've never known him to have malicious intent towards the village or its inhabitants. Despite their intent towards him, he has always had one objective in mind. Mizuki inquired, what's that, Hokage? Sama. For a brief moment, Hiruzen's expression changed from one of mild amusement to one of neutrality. He desires to protect the people he cares about. That strength he possesses was gained solely for the sake of his precious people. He continued in his thoughts, he also doesn't want to be forgotten again. Mizuki questioned, perspiration beginning to appear on his brow. Maybe he decided to take a short cut to gain that power. He hoped that while he made his escape, they would be out all night looking for the blonde brat. However, if this was the Hokage's opinion of him, then perhaps his plan wasn't as solid as he believed. Regardless, find him, but do not attack him. I want him brought to me unharmed, understood? They said, yes, sir, and hopped off. Iruka, let's split up to cover more ground. All right, he said, hopping in one direction while Mizuki went in the opposite. Alongside Naruto, after spending roughly 30 seconds in the air, Naruto was only observing the village. He saw the ninja from the assembly split up into groups and disperse throughout the village. And he had eavesdropped on Iruka, Mizuki, and Hiruzen's discussion about him using his chakra-enhanced hearing. I never knew Iruka. Sensei thought about me that way. He whispered. Yes, The two of them had made a few trips out for ramen. But Naruto had always thought of him as just another one of Iruka's students. As he came in for his landing, he thought, Gigi, I can understand. He knows me better than anyone. It is nice to hear his thoughts though. He leapt into the air and landed gently on the Hokage Tower's roof, making sure his feet touched first. He crossed to the area slightly above the balcony, got down, and waited for Hiruzen to arrive in his office. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a wait. Hiruzen showed up after a mere 5 minutes of waiting. Naruto threw open the window and lunged in. Naruto had attempted to inform Hiruzen that he did not possess the scroll they were searching for. Gigi, I need to talk to you. HMPH, however, before he could finish, one of Hiruzen's Anbu guards launched an attack. Anbu made a fortunate shot while Naruto was not looking. Using the blunt side of their sword, they struck Naruto on the back of his head. Why would his Gigi attack him, after all? Their goal was to eliminate him with a single blow. They were a colossal failure. When they saw that the blonde had turned to face them and that their blade had broken over her skull, they decided to practice taijutsu with him. Because ninjutsu couldn't work in such a small space. They started by giving Naruto a front kick that went straight for his stomach in an effort to calm him down before he could harm the Hokage. And that's when the other 3 Anbu guards also leapt in their minds. Naruto seized the leg of the initial Anbu, through the ankle, and whirled them around him, ensnaring the remaining 3 in the process. He went in through the window and watched the 4 of them sail out before letting go. They'll be alright, I'm sure. Hiruzen lit his pipe and said, Is there a reason you're bullying my ninja, Naruto? You see, he isn't anxious either. He rubbed the back of his head and said, sorry, Gigi. Sigh. Hiruzen answered, peering between Naruto and the broken blade on the floor, It's fine. I gave them specific orders not to attack you. So it was warranted. Hiruzen remarked, I don't remember that being there when I entered. Naruto tilted his head and said, Hiruzen then gestured to the blade. Oh, that's what your Anbu hit me with, I guess. What? Are you okay? You don't have any bleeding anywhere, are you? Hiruzen exclaimed, his face showing fear. As he demonstrated by knocking on the top of his head, Naruto said, I'm fine, Gigi. My head's pretty hard. With a deadpan expression replacing his terrified expression, Hiruzen thought, if a sword, wielded by one of my Anbu, broke over your head. I'm not sure hard is an adequate description. Puffing. Hiruzen smoked his pipe and asked, Are you here to return the scroll? And attempting to overlook the consequences of the blonde's head being broken by steel. Oh, right. That's what I came here to tell you, Gigi. I never had the scroll. Naruto replied. Oh, then why did I receive a report earlier tonight, stating that you had broken into my personal vault, and were seen fleeing the scene with the scroll on your back? Puffing. Hiruzen wanted to believe the blonde. Tell me, Naruto. Where were you earlier tonight? Hiruzen asked. But before he turned his attention to the next suspect, he had to be certain. Well, after the last trial today, I went out to eat ramen with Shino and Hinata. After that, I went to the Hokage mountain and started exercising. That's where I was for the rest of the day, Gigi. So, someone knew Naruto was going to be out of sight for the rest of the day and decided to use the transformation jutsu to frame him. But who? Naruto. Yes, Gigi? Inquired Naruto. Bring me Mizuki, he was the one to file the report. I want to see what he knows. Just as Naruto was about to take off, Hiruzen called out to him once more. Yes, Gigi. Oh, and Naruto. Yes? If Mizuki refuses to come quietly, feel free to use force. How much force, and why wouldn't he come? As long as he can answer my questions. As much as you like. As for the why. That scroll is dangerous, Naruto. We have to get it back. How dangerous, Gigi? Glancing back, Hiruzen said, dangerous enough, that it could mean disaster for this village. I see. Naruto said with a menacing grin on his face before leaping out the window and into the night sky. Alongside Mizuki had cut across the village to the red light district, where he had hidden the scroll of seals, after breaking away from Iruka. When he got it, he ran like crazy for the door. He didn't realize the exit was heavily guarded until he got there. He turned and fled again, hoping that the secret tunnel he had been told about would lead to freedom. Who knows why he didn't go there first. He was getting a little tired from running at the pace he was at and how long he had kept it up, very out of shape. He thought to himself, almost there. There was a voice behind him, asking, almost where, Mizuki? Sensei. Something wasn't right, but Mizuki couldn't put his mind to it. To the secret exit I was told about. Or maybe he was always a moron. And who told you about this exit? It was Kaboot. At last, his brain recognized the issue. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Naruto almost casually keeping up with his frenzied sprint. In actuality, Mizuki noticed that Naruto was running behind him and appeared bored. Naruto grinned and said, "Oops, hee, you caught me, Mizuki, sensei." Mizuki stopped, and Naruto imitated him. He looked around to see if any other ninja had followed him, then panted loudly, "What are you doing here?" In response, Naruto said, "Hee, following you, Mizuki, sensei." Mizuki thought, a brief sneer flashing across his face, "I'm lucky he's such an idiot, otherwise this could have ended badly," prior to being swapped out for a friendly expression. "Why do you have that large scroll on your back, Mizuki, sensei?" "Never mind that, Naruto. Say, did you ever wonder why the village treated you the way they did?" "Yes, why? Do you know why they treat me that way?" Naruto questioned, forcing a smile to hide his normally wide lip. "I'm not supposed to say, orders of the Hokage." A shiver ran down Mizuki's spine as she noticed the expression on Naruto's face. "Tell me, Mizuki." Complete apathy. He had seen that expression on war veterans before, but never on a person that age. "This brat thinks he can intimidate me. I'm a god. Damned chunin if he thinks I'm scared of this. Then I've got something to wipe him of that assumption," Mizuki snarled inside his mind. "Do you remember the stories we used to tell your class, about how the Kyuubi destroyed most of the village? And it was only thanks to the fourth Hokage that we survived? You said he killed it, then died of his wounds shortly after." "That part is slightly wrong." "How so?" Mizuki roared as he yanked the Fuma shuriken off his back and got ready to throw it. "The fourth didn't kill the Kyuubi. He just turned him into you, died demon brat." "That's just stupid. They treated me that way because I'm the Kyuubi?" Naruto wondered. He was startled out of his daze when Mizuki unleashed his Fuma shuriken. Thus, Naruto just managed to catch it between his forefinger and thumb. Then, with a flick of his wrist, aimed it back at Mizuki. Mizuki prepared for battle by ducking beneath the blade, but Naruto was nowhere to be found. "Gigi wanted me to bring you back to him. He also said that I could use as much force as I wanted. And though I really want to just punch you right now, I did promise to bring you back alive," Naruto said from behind him. Mizuki whirled around, backhanding Naruto in the face. With a single hand, it was stopped. Snatching Mizuki's wrist, Naruto began to apply a light pressure. With a smile, Naruto said, "Hee, Mizuki, sensei." Gulps. "What?" His bones were groaning. Naruto said, his smile growing larger. "I got you." He said, Can you just let me go? I'm just now beginning to question whether this was such a good idea." When Naruto replied, Mizuki was raised off the ground and held above the blonde's head, saying, "Nope." Then Naruto's other side was brutally slammed into the ground. Mizuki cried out, "Gah," as he felt his bones crack and blood spurt from his mouth. But Naruto didn't give up. He simply lifted him once more and did so multiple times. Wham, 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 wham. Mizuki was little more than a pile of mush following the last blow. But he was still alive. Simply extremely painful. In order for him to see Mizuki's eyes, Naruto raised him up. Naruto roared in Mizuki's face, a cloak of red flickering over the blonde's body before it quickly vanished. "You took something from my Gigi, Mizuki. Something that, if it had fallen into the wrong hands, would have meant disaster for him and the rest of the people I care about. Remember that, the next time you try to steal something. I don't care what happens to most of this village, but if you or anyone else harm the people I care about, I'll kill them." Before he passed out from the pain, Mizuki's final words were, "I always knew you were a demon." Naruto smelled the air and asked, "What's that smell?" Sniff. Sniff. Naruto exclaimed, "Ew. He shit on himself. That's just nasty, Mizuki," and leapt into the night sky, aiding Mizuki in his journey. Alongside Hiruzen had been eagerly awaiting Naruto's comeback. When he heard a thump coming from his balcony, He was certain he would succeed in his mission. So you've returned, Naruto. Oh my god, what is that smell? Hiruzen asked, putting his sleeves over his nose. Mizuki. With a nod, Hiruzen gave the order for his Anbu to go get that smell. Read as individual. Leaving his workspace. And they obeyed their commands, even though they gave the blonde a brief glare, said they would be alright. Naruto said, tell me everything. He explained to him how he had located Mizuki and what she had told him, and how he proceeded to abuse the chunin. Hiruzen said somberly, I see, so now you know the truth. The blonde asked, were you ever going to tell me? His voice carried the pain Hiruzen could hear. Hiruzen nodded, I was. When? After you received your genin headband tomorrow. His voice was becoming less painful as he asked, why didn't you tell me before now? You were too young to know the truth. I didn't want you saying something to the wrong person and getting hurt. Oh, there's something else you should know. What is it, Gigi? I know who your parents are. Naruto charged. What? But you told me that you didn't know. Naruto became a little more composed, saying, I did, and I apologize for that. So, who were they? I can't tell you yet. I swore to them that I would follow their will, and you were not to know who they were until you reached chunin rank. You're not telling me, are you? Not tonight, I'm afraid. I must follow their will. Whines. Oh, come on Gigi, can't you just give me a hint? Laughs heartily. No, I'm afraid I can't. Naruto jumped out of the window once more on his way home, exhaling, fine then, I'm going home. Night Gigi. See ya tomorrow. Good night, Naruto. Sir? Inquired one of the Anbu to catch Hiruzen's eye. Yes. The scroll of seals has been successfully recovered, and Mizuki has been taken to the emergency hospital wing, where he'll be questioned in the morning. Good. Good. Any word on what he planned to do with the scroll? None yet, sir. Mizuki was not in good condition when we brought him to the hospital. He hasn't spoken a word since he was brought to you. Keep me updated. Yawns. I'm going to retire for the night. Yes, Hokage. Sama. The Hokage left the room, and the Anbu started speaking. A large Anbu with a bear mask told a much smaller Anbu with a cat mask, you're lucky you had a faulty blade, Neko. Otherwise, you may have killed the boy. Neko growled, there was nothing wrong with my sword, Kuma. Clearly, there was. What other explanation is there for it breaking over his head? Questioned Tora, an Anbu wearing a tiger mask. I don't know, I've had that sword for years and never had any problems with it, Neko. Maybe that's it then, it was just old? Tora? Kuma reflected on the blonde boy's effortless tossing of them out the window and said, or maybe there's something even more unique about that boy than just the Kyuubi. Sigh. Neko grumbled, and to think I have to be his Jonin instructor after tomorrow. Didn't you want to be a Jonin instructor, though? Tora asks with a laugh. Not to someone like him. I wanted someone to pass my techniques down to. He's a brawler, not a swordsman. I'm sure it'll work out in the end, Neko. Give the kid a shot, okay? Kuma asked. Sigh. Alright, I'll save my judgment for after we've been together a while. Don't expect much though, I may be back in here with you too after a few weeks if it doesn't work out. That's all anyone can ask of you, Neko. I just hope the blonde brat isn't as bad as they say he is, Neko thought. The following morning once more, the remaining pupils had congregated inside the classroom. The students were very excited because it was finally time for them to receive their headbands. Sakura excitedly exclaimed, we made it Ino. Pig. We're about to officially be ninja. Ino yelled back, I told you you would do fine, forehead. But it wasn't limited to them. With the exception of Hinata, the other girls were chatting among themselves in a group. And they were all hoping to be on the same team as Sasuke. As the four girls were having a party, Hinata was chatting with Shino in the back of the class. There are 10 guys and 5 girls. Shino motioned to the girls and said, Hinata. San, why are you not over there with them? I don't want to talk to them. Their fangirling paints Kunoichi in a negative light. Pot calling the kettle black here. Do you feel differently about Naruto? Am I correct? Nah, I am not like them at all, she cried out, shocking Shino. I see. I apologize then. Sorry about that, Shino. It is fine, Hinata. The guys are over. minus Sasuke. Akamaru, we succeeded. We're going to become ninjas, Kiba. Arf. Akamaru cries out, so loud, Shikamaru. Munch. After this, do you think we could grab a barbecue? Choji? Kiba. Sounds like a plan, and Sasuke is no more. It's enough of that, I'll kill my brother and get my revenge for my. Naruto is seen standing there when the classroom door slides open. Hey, everybody, we succeeded, and now we will be ninjas. As he ran around the classroom, he exclaimed. Naruto, why are you so joyful? Yesterday, you didn't even complete the last trial. It's unclear whether you passed or not, Sakura said. What are you trying to say? We completed the final trial. You three couldn't have possibly caught a chunin. In addition, Sasuke-kun had to wait for the other teams to leave the forest because he finished first. However, we never saw the three of you go, Ino. He didn't finish first, we did. Hold up, Naruto. Even though you might be a little stronger than usual, you couldn't defeat a chunin, Sakura said. Naruto. San is not lying, we did capture our chunin and exit the forest first, Shino. Oh, I see. So why, unlike Sasuke-kun, weren't you waiting for the rest of us when we left? Ino shouted. Shino said, pushing up his glasses, maybe we finished too soon, so he let us go instead of forcing us to wait. So tell us, how long was too soon? How quickly did you catch your chunin, if at all? Sakura yelled along with the others. As the other Jonin and Kakashi entered the room together, Kakashi remarked, they caught their chunin in 15 minutes and 47 seconds. It's not possible. Sasuke got up from the chair. The Dobi, the creep, and the worthless Hyuga could not have managed to catch a chunin in that short of time. I don't even think they managed to catch him, Sasuke bellowed. What you think doesn't matter. With an unlit cigarette in his mouth, Asuma answered, what we tell you is the truth. Scoffs. Please, let me prove my strength. I can defeat all three of them combined. However, it took me 2 hours to realize my mistake. To be exact, it took 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 32 seconds. Good enough for a genin. Still, it doesn't alter the reality of what transpired, Kakashi remarked, his nose deep in a book. And, precisely what took place. Simple. Turns page. You lost. I avoid it. Drop. I am a Uchiha. And what? Get over it. You still lost your kid, Asuma. Don't refer to me like that, Sasuke growled. Sighs. You're stuck with him, Kakashi, and I feel bad for you, Kurenai. Thanks for reminding me. Ahem. They all turned to look at Hiruzen, who had entered through the door. Everybody in the class stood to their feet. Gigi. Hello. Hello, Hokage. Sama. Puff. Hello everyone, good morning. I've got your Jonin. Sensei's name and the list of students who will be on the same team here. Ignoring the first two, they're not significant. The official Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai. Your Jonin. Sensei will be Kakashi Hitaki. You're a assault team. Kakashi gestured for the trio to take a position facing him. Team 8 will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your Jonin. Sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. You're a tracking team. She gestured for them to follow suit. Team 9 is still in circulation as well. So Team 10 will consist of Shikamaru Nara, Shoji Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Your Jonin. Sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. You're a capture and interrogation team. The trio was positioned before him. That leaves you, Naruto Uzumaki, because we have an odd number of people after the inclusion of Sai. I have decided that you will be on a 2-man emergency response team. Your Jonin. Sensei will be Yuga Ozuki. Just then, a woman with purple hair entered and gestured for him to join her on the stand. These are the genin teams that you will be working with for the remainder of your ninja career. You are now comrades. In arms, fellow soldiers, and a part of the Konoha family. You will look out for each other. You will fight for each other. And should one of you go rogue, they will be the ones charged with bringing you back or killing you. Remember their faces well, for they are now your family. Following the Hokage's speech, the Jonin approached their students individually and placed their headbands on each of them. Before he and the other Jonin left, Asuma said, all teams, meet at Training Ground 7 in 3 hours. Use this time to get to know your teammates before you arrive at the training ground. Dismissed, leaving Yugo, Naruto, and Hiruzen in the classroom, followed by their teams. To break the ice, Naruto said, "So, you're the one who broke their sword over my head, huh?" "I don't know what you mean. I've never met you before today," she responded. Hiruzen said before departing, "Don't try to lie to him, Yugo. You'll want him to trust you from now on." Sigh. Inquiring genuinely, she said, "Yes, I broke their sword over your head. Why? Are you mad that I did?" "Hee, nah. I'm not so easy to piss off. Besides, you weren't trying to kill me, were you? If I were, would I have used the back of my blade?" "See, I knew it, hee. Knew what?" He smiled and answered, "That you weren't actually trying to hurt me. That's why I just threw you instead of punching you." As a deadpan expression appears on her face. "You threw me and 3 other Anbu out of an 8-story window." "Hee. Sorry. Sigh. Whatever, let's get out of here. Any place you know of where we can talk?" Ichiraku's. She felt that she shouldn't have asked, "Isn't that a ramen stand? Why would you want to go there?" Then he grabbed her wrist and leapt out the window, shouting, "Because it's only the greatest thing to ever happen to man or ninja kind. It's the food of the gods, the reason the earth spins, and the reason for life itself. But most importantly, because it's ramen." Following a full sprint to Ichiraku's, Naruto pulled Yugo behind him and sat her down on a stool, taking his place next to her. "Hey, old man, we've got a ramen emergency over here." As he emerged from the back room, "Tucci, old man," Ichiraku asked, "What's the emergency, Naruto?" "She doesn't know, old man. She asked why I come here. You've got to show her," Naruto begged. Laughs. "I'll see what I can do, Naruto." Tucci spent a short while in the back room. After that, she emerged with one enormous bowl and one smaller, red, normal-sized, bowl. He grinned and said, "One miso ramen for the lady, and the, Naruto, special, for you." Naruto started eating while Yugo ate much more slowly, saying, "Thanks, old man." For an hour they just sat there. She inquired about Naruto's life, hobbies, and favorite foods. This ought to have been clear, and he asked the same thing in return. She then inquired as to whether he knew any tricks. "Wait, so you don't know any techniques besides the Academy 3? Nervous laugh. "I can only really do 2 of those. The transformation jutsu, and the substitution jutsu. I've never been able to do the clone jutsu right." "Ah. The Hokage told me about your problem." "He did. So he knows why I can't do the clone jutsu?" he asked. "He does. Well, what's causing it?" "Simple, you have too much chakra." "Too much chakra is a bad thing?" Not necessarily. Having a lot of chakra can be a good thing if you have good control over it. So, if I learn to better control my chakra, I could do the clone jutsu?" "Nope." Naruto gave a wrong face. "But, you just said that if you could control your chakra, having a lot of chakra was a good thing." "And it is. You, however, have way too much chakra to ever be able to do the clone jutsu, which requires barely any chakra at all, to perform." "So, you're saying I'll never be able to do the clone jutsu?" "Not necessarily, you just can't do the normal clone jutsu." "What other kinds are there?" "Of just the clone jutsu, there are quite a few variants of the clone jutsu. There's elemental clones, illusion clones, and shadow clones. Just to name a few." Naruto cocked his head, perplexed. He asked, "The first 2 I understand, but what's a shadow clone?" The term was new to him. Yugo appeared to pause and consider her words before speaking. She finished her bowl of ramen and stood up, saying, "I think we should make a stop by the Hokage Tower, before we head to Training Field 7. Come on, Naruto. If we go see him now maybe he won't be too busy." "Hey, wait. I haven't finished my ramen yet," he exclaimed, quickly piling the last of the noodles and broth into his mouth. "Bye, old man. Tell Ayame I said hi." Chuckles. "Will do, Naruto. You have a nice day hanging out with the pretty lady." Naruto ran to catch up with Yugo, blushing. Her questions were, "Are you okay, Naruto? Your face is red." He replied with a quick, "Yep, totally fine." Following a few minutes of walking, Naruto recalled that she never responded to his query. "Hey, Yugo. Sensei, what is the shadow clone jutsu?" The shadow clone jutsu. is a technique that creates an exact copy of the ninja who uses it. Doesn't the normal clone jutsu do that, as well? That is where the difference lay. While they are both clones, the normal clone jutsu is just an illusion. The shadow clone jutsu, however, is a solid clone. Capable of doing everything you can do, only not as durable, she explained. With stars in his eyes, he exclaimed, "That's so cool." She smiled and said, "I thought you might say that. Hokage Tower." The office of Hokage. It was only after his own lunch that Hiruzen returned to hear that he had guests. His assistant informed him, "Hokage Sama, Yugo Uzuki and Naruto Uzumaki are here to see you." "Oh, very well. Send them in." After she left the room, Yugo and Naruto entered a short while later. Yugo bowed and said, "Hello, Hokage Sama." Waved, "Hey, Gigi, Naruto," she warned, "Naruto, show some respect to Hokage Sama." Chuckle. "Calm down, Yugo, it's fine. He's called me that since he was little more than a toddler. If I had a problem with it, I would have stopped it long before now," Hiruzen replied. Naruto chimed in, "Yeah, Yugo Sensei, calm down." Sigh. "Yes, Hokage Sama." Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a few puffs, then said, "Now, was there a reason you came to visit? I doubt this is a social call since I saw you less than 2 hours ago." "Sir, I just wanted to pick out Naruto's jutsu scroll he was promised." "Ah, I was wondering who would be the first to pick up their scroll. I take it then, that you believe him to be ready now?" "Yes, sir." He got up and moved to a bookshelf, taking out a book from the very top. "Okay, follow me, you two." With a click, the bookcase slid open to reveal a room filled with scrolls strewn across the floor and shelves on every wall. "Don't mind the mess, I have yet to clean up after yesterday's incident." Naruto remained back as Yugo entered, completely ignoring the mess. "Aren't you going in, Naruto?" "Nah, Yugo. Sensei said she was going to pick the best one for me." "And you trust her?" Naruto grinned and replied, "Not really, I do trust you though. So if you trust her to teach me, then I'll learn to trust her too." A grin spread across Hiruzen's face. "I see." Yugo glanced around the room for only a few minutes before leaving. The seal scroll was also with her. "Apologies, Hokage Sama, but I thought it would have been best to get it from the source." Naruto inquired, "Which jutsu am I getting, Yugo Sensei?" "The shadow clone jutsu." Yugo and Hiruzen responded, "The shadow clone jutsu, most likely. But why couldn't you teach it to me, Yugo Sensei?" "As I lack the chakra to perform the jutsu, I never bothered to learn the seals necessary to perform it." "Oh," Naruto said as he accepted the scroll from Yugo and sank onto the couch in the room's corner. Prior to opening it and initiating the hand seals practice. Of course, after he found them. Hiruzen and Yugo took a seat and conversed in the interim. "It has been quite a while since you last tried to learn the shadow clone jutsu, Yugo. Who knows, you may be able to use it now. Perhaps I'll try again after I get him situated in his new role." The rest of their free time would be spent conversing as Naruto attempted to master the shadow clone jutsu. Very well, and its modifications. After 45 minutes, "Oh, my apologies you two, but I have a lot of paperwork to complete." "No problem, Gigi, I think I've got the hand seals memorized anyway." "Naruto, we also have to move forward. We're meant to report to Training Field 7 in 15 minutes. "All right, Yugo Sensei, let's go. Farewell, Gigi." With a shout, Naruto leapt out the window. Sigh. "That boy is too excitable." Laughs. "Just wait to see him work out. I believe I'll succeed." How demanding could the training schedule of a genin be? Questioning, she followed Naruto out the window. Hiruzen muttered, "You'll be surprised. Field of Training 7. Following the arrival of all individuals, including Kakashi, the Jonin made the decision to have each person formally introduce themselves and their area of expertise. Asuma stood up and said, "I guess I'll begin. My name is Asuma Sarutobi and I will be in charge of Buki Jutsu and Tactics. Nice to meet you." "There, I'm next. It's nice to meet you. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, and I will be in charge of the Genjutsu training. Yugo Uzuki, Sealing and First Aid, pleased to meet you. Sai. Kakashi Hitaki, Ninjutsu, and Teamwork. I curse your hip ways. Kakashi, yelled the last Jonin. Congrats, Taijutsu, your physical training regimens, and me, my Guy. I'm glad to have met you, my young friends. The students were asked to take turns introducing themselves after the Jonin gave their introductions and explained what they were responsible for. I suppose we'll travel in the same order that Jonin did, Sakura whispered consent. Yawn. Well, let's just get this over with. My name is Shikamaru Nara, and my clan's shadow possession jutsu is my specialty. Satisfied to have met you, Shikamaru closed his eyes. Munch. Choji Akamichi, body expansion jutsu, and eating, is my clan's specialty. Glad to meet you, Ino leapt to her feet next. Mind walking jutsu is my clan's specialty, Ino Yamanaka. I'm glad to have met you, she concluded by giving Sasuke a wink, which he disregarded. Well, I'm Hinata Hyuga, and my specialties are my Byakugan and the soft fist of my clan. Please look after me, she kept glancing at Naruto during her introduction. Alright. This is Akamaru, Arf, and my name is Kiba Inuzuka. We are experts in taijutsu and the beast mimicry jutsu of our clan. Good to meet you. Shino Aburame, specialty is the Kakaichu of my clan. It's nice to meet you, he said, bowing to end. Sai, my area of expertise is in ink techniques. Nice to meet you, he said, then grinned in a really spooky way. Sakura Haruno, I don't have any particular expertise, however, I have good chakra control. HNN. Sasuke Uchiha, specialty is fire-style jutsu and my Sharingan once I awaken it. Yeah emo prick, it's not your specialty if you can't even use it yet, Naruto bellowed. Dobi, what's your area of expertise, exactly, annoying people to death? So says the guy who's never beaten me in a fight. Scoffs. Once I unlock my Sharingan, you'll be shown just how inferior you are, Dobi. Guys, enough already, Kurenai cried out, apologies. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and fighting is my area of expertise. I'm glad to have met you. Congrats. Rock Lee is my name. Taijutsu is my specialty. Nice to meet you, he exclaimed, beaming broadly. Buki Jutsu, Sealing, and Tenten, it's good to meet you. Neji Hyuga, specialty is my clan's gentle fist and Byakugan. Asuma took the initiative since he was now the Jonin group's leader. Excellent, now, we have a little training exercise for all of you to complete. Asuma. Sensei, what is it? Ino. Simple. All you have to do is defeat Naruto in combat. Is that all there is to it? All we have to do is defeat the blonde in combat? What is the result of that? Tenten. It will demonstrate to you the strength of certain individuals. If you succeed in defeating him, we will purchase anything you desire. So, to win, one of us only needs to defeat the blonde? Seems fairly simple, Tenten. Not one of you, please. It's simultaneously all of you against Naruto, Kakashi. Group exclamation. What, you heard us when we said if all of you can defeat him in a brawl. We will purchase anything each of you desires. However, if Naruto prevails, he will receive an all.u.can.eat pass to Ichiraku's. You go, Naruto's eyes glowed and he began to glare at the other players. However, Sensei, Naruto shouldn't have to do that because he couldn't defeat all of us on his own, Sakura. So, you don't need to worry about anything, do you, Asuma? Alright. Here I come. Ichiraku's, for all I can eat, screaming. Naruto got up and began to stretch. It's best that you get ready. Since he will arrive in 5 minutes, I would devise a strategy if I were you all. Every student assembled, with the exception of Sasuke, Neji, and Rock Lee. Hi. We must devise a strategy. Shikamaru. Sasuke. Useless. I can take the Dobi, alone. No need, I am fated to win, already. Neji. Congrats. Taking on a single opponent in a team is the antithesis of youth. I'll take him on by myself, Rock Lee. Sigh. Whatever, let those three distract him while we come up with a plan. Oh, please, hurry up. No, Genin requires this much preparation because he is so strong, Tenten. Pay attention. Even though that guy Naruto is an idiot, hey, he's a fierce fighter. At 10 years old, he was so strong that the chunin would no longer allow us to fight him. And if my intuition is right, he's grown significantly stronger since then. Shikamaru. Okay, I'll pay attention. Tenten, here's what we'll do. After 5 minutes, are you all set? Kakashi? Indeed. Begin. Congrats. First of all, slam, Naruto had vanished from his location and then materialized before Lee. Lee was slammed into the ground by him as he grabbed his head. Crash. Clap. Neji was taken by the ankles and thrown into Lee as Naruto disappeared once more. Who was on the ground already? Sasuke was struck so hard in the back of the head that he fell face first onto the ground when Naruto emerged from behind him. Again, Naruto disappeared. Whoa. Did you see that? Tap. Kiba received a forceful flick to the forehead that nearly knocked him out. Once more, Naruto was lost. Choji. Where is he? Clap. Whoosh. POW. After Choji launched himself towards Shikamaru, Naruto grabbed both of them by the legs and steered them towards Shino. Naruto disappeared once more. Naruto materialized next to Sai. Knock. The blow to Sai's jaw came very quickly. He fell to the floor like someone had snipped his strings. By the time Naruto hit the ground, he had already disappeared. Tap. 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 Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and Hinata all received head blows that were just severe enough to knock them out. When Naruto resurfaced, he was grasping Akamaru by the nape of his neck, the person whimpering. He gestured to Akamaru and asked, "Do I have to knock him out too?" There was a look of disbelief on the faces of the Jonin. Naruto's strength was well known to all of them. They were unaware of his true strength up until this point. They all thought, no wonder the Hokage put him on a solo team. But what really took them by surprise was how quickly he was able to take out his opponents. From the time Kakashi gave the order to start until the very end, it was only 10 seconds later. No, Naruto. You can let him go, Asuma. Naruto sat Akamaru on the ground and said, "Okay." He dashed over to hide behind Kiba's lifeless body. So, how about that all-you-can-eat ramen pass? Sigh. Kurenai says, "Here you go, Naruto. Have fun." He exclaimed, "Yada, Ichiraku's here I come," and quickly left the Jonin behind, and their pupils, by themselves. You go. Don't say it, Kakashi. I pity you for having to deal with him every day. Sigh. Thanks. As Naruto was having a good time at Ichiraku's, as they waited for their students to wake up, the Jonin conversed. From where she sat on the ground, Kurenai said, "I never would have thought a genin could be so strong." Neither would I. Can you even compare him to a genin at this point? Yugo asked. You two know as well as I, that rank doesn't equate strength, Asuma. With his nose deep in a book, Kakashi remarked, "He's right. Naruto's flames of youth burn incredibly bright for one his age, Guy." Wah. What happened? Rock Lee. Groans. Yash. My student awoke before yours, Kakashi. This is my win. Whatever. He yelled, "Gah. Curse you, Kakashi," before getting up and approaching Lee. Hello, my most youthful apprentice. How are you feeling? Like I was hit repeatedly by you, Guy, sensei. Yes, you took quite a hit. Can you stand? Lee asks, laughing. He leaps up fast and stamps his feet. Yash, of course, Guy. Sensei, a little pain won't keep me down. Chuckle. Lee and Guy went over to where the other Jonin was sitting and took a seat. That's my apprentice. Come, have a seat while we wait for the others to wake up from their naps. The other students awoke one by one, were inspected by their individual senseis, and were instructed to sit down and patiently wait on the others. They were instructed not to inquire until all individuals had woken up. Sasuke was the last to awaken. HNN. Sasuke moaned while raising himself up. Kun Sasuke. Sakura and Ino screamed, sprinting towards him. Are you okay? He didn't really hurt you that much, did he? As he tried to approach the group, the two were concerned for him. Sasuke ignored them. He finally made it to the group before collapsing onto his butt. What took place? He inquired. What took place? Easy, you failed once more, Kakashi. How? Sasuke. All right, let's go back to the beginning. Who can tell me what you all did incorrectly, though? First, Asuma. The students exchanged a look, but none of them could think of anything. Sigh. Instead of cooperating, we were split apart, and even though we knew he was much stronger than us, we still made an effort to battle him fairly. Shikamaru. Ding ding, announced to the man his victory. You are smarter than you appear. Iruka was correct. Kakashi. Though the Jonin ignored it, Shikamaru moaned something that sounded suspiciously like, "Fuck you. We warned you that he would be approaching in 5 minutes, but you did not get ready." Yes, you devised a plan on how to get ready, but planning and doing are two entirely different things. As you were coming up with your plan, you ought to have been carrying it out. Not waiting for the allotted 5 minutes to pass before carrying it out. Asuma. But you said we shouldn't start until the 5-minute countdown was finished, right? Ino. False. I stated that he would arrive in 5 minutes. It wasn't necessary for you to wait that long to attack him, as Kakashi put it. Is that not dishonest? Sakura, you've become a ninja. Furthermore, an honorable ninja does not have a long lifespan. When the chance to attack arises, you must do so. Additionally, attempt to deny your adversary the same chance. That's how a battle is won. Asuma. However, Guy Sensei, you've always advised fighting honorably. Isn't this in direct opposition to what you taught us? Lee. Yes, in combat with allies. But honor is what the winner declares it to be in a true conflict. Guy. That's not logical at all. Just because you prevailed, how can you define honor? Sasuke. Because it's hard to debate the meaning of honor when you're dead. You go. Yes, but what if you fought honorably and lost? Cheers to you. You're the cemetery's most honorable corpse, Kurenai said. Kurenai's comment caused the students to fall silent. After that, what actions ought we to have taken, Choji? Instead of just standing there, you ought to have made use of the time we gave you to hide, lay traps, and even launch an early assault. Behave like a ninja. You are one. He observed the expressions on each student's face. They stood up to go, but Kakashi stopped Sasuke. Sasuke, come with me for a moment. What is it? In private, Sasuke. Once they felt they were far enough into the woods, Kakashi put his book away and turned his attention to Sasuke. The two continued their walk deeper into the forest, out of sight of the other students' curious eyes and ears. Sasuke. What are you doing? I don't know what you mean by Maya. Don't tell me falsehoods. Your brother was older than you, and he would never have taught you to confront someone who is older than you. Dark chuckle. My brother didn't teach me anything. I was never good enough for him to train. To him, I was always the worthless brother, the one who was so weak he didn't even bother killing me. Sasuke snarled. Sigh. Is that what you think? That your brother actually believed you were worthless? What else could it have been? Huh. I heard it often enough from him. Sasuke, you're pathetic. Sasuke, you're a disgrace. Sasuke, you are weak, he yelled. When I knew your brother, he never stopped talking about how proud of you he was. How you were going to succeed him. How you were going to surpass him. The man you're describing isn't your brother. I don't know why he did what he did. But the man you're describing sounds an awful lot like your father. A man your brother despised. Then, why'd I only remember him acting that way? Kakashi began to leave, saying, that, I don't know. Maybe one day you'll get to ask him. Kakashi. Sensei. What should I have done? About Naruto, I mean. Who is the most powerful ninja you know? Sasuke. My brother. Sigh. I thought you might say that. Very well, who do you think would win in a fight between your brother and Naruto? My brother, easily. That's where you're wrong. Your brother may very well win that fight. But definitely not easily. Do you know why? Are you saying that Naruto, the Dobi, is on par with my brother? Sasuke asked. Sigh. Let me put it this way. If your brother had a chance to prepare, he wins. If he caught Naruto unawares, he wins. But, if we locked the two of them in a room together, your brother will die 9 times out of 10. Okay, I get that the Dobi is strong, but don't you think you're exaggerating a bit? He can't be that strong. Oh, but he is. Physically, Naruto could be the strongest ninja in the village. Potentially the fastest too. That caught Sasuke off guard. He was aware that the Dobi was powerful for a genin, possibly the strongest genin in the village. But to be the fastest and strongest ninja in terms of physical strength. After that, how was my brother going to beat him? That's easy. Your brother used physical force only as a last resort. What made him someone the other ninjas feared and respected? Was his thought. To the mind that was always 3 steps ahead of his adversaries, add a Sharingan. Additionally, you have one risky combination. I understand. In a whirl of leaves, Kakashi said, "Have a nice day, Sasuke." My thoughts. What? Next day, 5 a.m. on Training Ground 7. How in the world did you consume 5,000 ryo worth of ramen? Naruto heard Yugo's scream. Hey. Apologies? Where on earth did you put so much ramen? You don't appear to have put on any weight? Oh, that's because I worked it off last night. Stupid blonde brat, that was a whole week's salary. Sigh. Whatever, let's go join the others. She stomped off, muttering. Pay attention. We will all be receiving our first missions as ninjas today. Given your prior experience in this field, Team Guy, I kindly request that you come to this field just once a week for team training. Is that acceptable? Asuma. Congrats, Asuma, that sounds so youthful, team. Let's go. Guy stated, we have missions to complete, as he and his group exited the training area. Asuma considered each student individually before making a choice. To obtain your first mission, the rest of us will proceed to the Hokage Tower. After today, we'll get back together for team building activities once a week. Is that acceptable? It's alright. Kurenai indeed, says Kakashi. Indeed, Yugo. Alright, folks, get out. The team headed to the Hokage Tower after leaving the training area. Yugo. Sensei, nay. Don't we follow them? When Naruto realized Yugo wasn't yet walking, he had to inquire. No. I apologize to you, Naruto. Our mission has already been given to us by Hokage Sama. Hada. Dear Yugo. Sensei, what is it? Releasing a nation. Rescuing a princess. Oh no. Will we be able to overthrow a tyrant? Nothing very glitzy, Naruto. You understand? Go prepare your belongings for a 2-day journey and meet me at the gate. Young Master Yugo, move that. Naruto shot back, then threw himself into the air. Sigh. As she walked off the training field to go make her own arrangements, she muttered, I was hoping this wouldn't come up so soon. Gates of Konoha, 6 a.m. While waiting for Naruto at the gates, Yugo was attempting to think of a way to explain it to him. Greetings, Yugo. Sensei. Running up to her with a big green backpack strapped to his back, Naruto yelled. Naruto, what's that? After he stopped in front of her, she asked. It's my ramen bag, Yugo. Sensei. Bridge raises head. Naruto. What location are your supplies? Yes, they are also present there. My goggles, a first aid kit, a change of clothes, and a fire starter. Although Yugo found most of that to be fine, she wasn't going to consider the ramen. She wasn't sure about the goggles part. Excuse me, goggles? Hee. Gigi got them as a birthday present. Every time I leave the village, I take them with me. After responding to her query, Naruto thought he had fallen into a trap. I probably shouldn't have said that. So, you've already left the village? Hey. Apologies? She gave him a brief period of glare. Sigh. When we return, we'll discuss that topic further. Are you prepared to leave? Yep. Alright then, let's go. The Hokage was adamant that Naruto needed to experience this, in a controlled setting, rather than waiting for something to happen and for him to freeze up during a mission, which could get someone killed. So the two of them set out for their destination, which was a bandit camp a day's walk from the village. Normally, the Jonin would wait until the genin was a bit older before taking them out for their first, bandit extermination, mission. 10 miles or so from their destination, Yugo and Naruto continued their conversation as they walked, with Yugo telling him about her boyfriend, Hayate, and Naruto telling her about his relationship with the Ichiraku family. Yugo stopped beside her and whispered, wait. Naruto stopped as well. I didn't want you to go through this just yet. Regretfully, Hokage. Sama disregarded my opinion. Yugo. Sensei, what's that? Naruto cocked his head, perplexed. Today's objective is to eliminate a band of outlaws who have appeared too near to the village. By extinguish, what do you mean? Kill them, Naruto, we're here to kill them. Oh, at the thought, Naruto appeared to go a little green. Yugo said, follow me. As she guided Naruto through the trees until the camp was visible, he noticed something for which he was unprepared. Nah, please stop. Avoid doing this. As his teenage daughter was being carried inside a tent, a father screamed. Nah, please release me. Daddy, please help me. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed and beat the back of her captor. a large, burly man with a deviant smile on his face, and at least 20 other bandits. "Hey, girl, easy peasy. Would prefer that you not injure yourself before we sell you." Laughs. "Release her." With a roar, the father attempted to rise, protect his daughter, engage in combat, and exact revenge on his wife, who had already been slain. However, the rope securing his body prevented him from moving. "Yugo. Sensei." Yugo, who had been observing as well, heard Naruto whisper. At first, she assumed that he was simply scared or having second thoughts, but that notion vanished as soon as she saw his face. Naruto's expression was one of complete indifference. He looked into her eyes and spoke, "I'm ready to kill them now, Yugo. Sensei." His eyes had turned violet and the Kyuubi's chakra was seeping into his voice, giving it a two-toned quality. Shivers. Though Yugo hadn't known him for very long, she knew that, at least for now, the little blonde ramen lovers wasn't the one speaking. The tone of his voice was far more frightening than the look on his face. "Naruto, are you sure you can handle this?" He nodded his head and spoke in a much deeper tone than usual, saying, "Yes, I'm sure of it. I'll then keep an eye on things from here. I'll help if you need it, you get it?" He said, "Understood." He moved so quickly that Yugo was not even aware he was moving, and she was looking at him at the time. Alongside Naruto, the shockwaves from Naruto's landing in the middle of the bandit camp warned everyone inside that there was an intruder, but Naruto didn't care. He just wanted them to know that he was there. Upon seeing Naruto, all the bandits within the camp ran to where he had landed and burst out laughing. Loud laughing. "Guys, look what we got. There's a tiny ninja here to save the day. Do you need help, little ninja?" Laughter again. "You guys, 15 of you? How did that happen, little ninja? You took the girl where?" They chose to tease Naruto further because, despite the fact that the voice emanating from his body startled them a little, they still saw him as a child. "Oh, little ninja. What's wrong? Are you here to help the helpless woman?" "Regretfully, that girl is mine. Yes, she is a bit inadequately developed. But her mother was stacked, so..." With a twisted expression in his eyes, the leader, a big, burly guy, said. Naruto stated coolly, "You die first," though his eyes did narrow. "Who am I?" Laughs. "Hey boys, did you hear this little brat? I die first," he said, ripping sound. After realizing that Naruto had vanished from their sight, the bandits, who had been observing him, started searching for him. They eventually located him standing atop their leader's shoulder, his severed head held between his two hands. With a little more power in his hands, Naruto caused the leader's head to explode. Naruto then used his right foot to push down on the leader's body, causing it to collapse in on itself, his bones turning to powder and the body bursting under the pressure. "All right, so brittle. Like crushing a grape under my shoe," Naruto muttered, his eyes searching for the other bandits. Some of them were puking, while the others were just staring at him in dismay. Yugo included. At that point, he started to move once more. Bandits were exploding all over the camp, leaving bloody messes all over the floor, and Naruto would only occasionally show up before disappearing once more, and every time he did, a bandit would perish. Naruto materialized in front of the lone bandit, covered in blood and gore. His normally bright orange jumpsuit dyed a deep crimson red, and his eyes slitted like a pupil. The other bandits had all been killed despite their attempts to flee. "Now, I'll ask you once more. Where?" As the woman, the remaining bandit, who had already passed out, began spitting out the locations of other bandit camps with which they had previously transacted business, as well as the locations of their hostages, despite the deep tone of his voice and his emotionless monotone speech. When Yugo appeared, Naruto moved a step closer to him and reached down to grasp him, saying, "Thank you, Naruto." He gave her a brief look back before his features normalized. "Stand down." Backing away from the man, Naruto said, "Okay, Yugo, sensei." Trying not to lose her cool in the face of the bloodbath the blonde had just caused and his abrupt transition back to the blonde ramen lover, she commanded, "Report." Naruto then told her everything he had been told by the bandit. Then he requested permission to go free the hostage. "No, as you are now. All you will do is frighten her even more." "I'll do that, Yugo, clean up." "Yes, Yugo. Sensei," he exclaimed as he left to get dressed. "All right, so, are you going to let me leave?" the bandit inquired. Sheeing. With a shocked expression on his face, the man's head was sliced off as the Yugo sword flashed. Obviously not. She said to no one, I just didn't want Naruto to ruin the evidence we had cleared the camp, before locking the head away and releasing the hostages. Naruto had not been on a mission for 2 weeks. Naruto had also picked up the shadow clone jutsu during that time. Yugo even demonstrated the unique attribute of the shadow clone to him, and its variants. Naruto questioned, so? I learn what they do. They were standing in an empty training field, him and Yugo. When she saw that he had mastered, she had brought him here. The shadow clone jutsu. Or could do it better than most people she had seen, at least. Pretty much. When one of your shadow clones dispel or are destroyed, fat chance of that happening, their experience becomes yours. Does that mean I can use them to exercise more? What? Like, if I create 2 clones, and they each do 10,000 push-ups, when they dispel do I get the benefit of 20,000 push-ups? Sigh. Naruto, answer me honestly, what is your workout regimen? Oh, I just do 20,000 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats a day, followed by a 50-mile run. Why? Yugo felt his right eye begin to twitch. She was aware that her surprise was unwarranted, whatever he stated. But 20,000, it's no wonder he's so strong, doing that amount of exercise a day. Along with the Kyuubi healing him at a rapid pace. His body must have surpassed what could be considered normal a long time ago. Grown. No. It doesn't work that way. If you were just trying to learn a new exercise, it would. But you wouldn't really get a benefit from it otherwise. The shadow clones don't pass along any physical training they do. Oh. That sucks. Sigh. This workout maniac will be what finally drives me insane. 10 years as an Anbu and this blonde brat will be what finally does me in. Yugo thought to herself. Naruto, let's see how many clones you can form at once. Don't worry if it's only a few. Most Jonin can only form 3 at the most. Exactly, he nodded in response. His fingers were crossed into the hand seal on the right. Jutsu for shadow clone. Yugo roared, fuck it, I don't care anymore, and turned to leave the area where Naruto and his 5,000 clones were standing. What is wrong, Yugo-sensei? They all inquired. Oh my. Avoid doing that. I will speak with the Hokage. You continue to work on this here, whatever. Yugo. Sensei, indeed, Tower of Hokage. With a quick stop at his assistant's desk to let her know she was entering out of courtesy, Yugo stormed into the Hokage tower and kicked open the doors to the Hokage's office. Hokage. Sama. With a furious expression on her face, she cried, I want to step down as Naruto's sensei. Hiruzen glanced up from his paperwork momentarily at her outburst, then simply returned to his work. Yugo, if you wish to step down, I won't stop you. Kami is aware of my need for every devoted Anbu available. However, I believed you enjoyed working with Naruto. After signing the paper he had been reading, Hiruzen put it down, took up his pipe, and focused all of his attention on Yugo. When Yugo first arrived in the office, her angry expression gradually disappeared, leaving only a slight glare. It's enjoyable to work with him. In spite of his peculiarities. Naruto is a good kid, she said, her scowl melting until only a tired expression remained. At that point, I don't see the issue. How come you're quitting? Because he is already too powerful. Right now, there's nothing that I could teach him that would be helpful. Really, the only skill I can impart on him is how to handle a sword. However, he hasn't demonstrated any interest in swordplay. Huffles up. Yugo, are you aware of the reason I chose you to be his sensei? No, ma'am. I'm not. I chose you, because you are one of the hardest working Jonin I have ever had the pleasure of knowing, and you are loyal to the point of defect. However, this is more crucial. The reason I chose you is your kindness. People are not judged by their status or background. He took another drag from his pipe. You judge them on who they are and not what they are. Leave. I chose you, since I was aware that you wouldn't regard Naruto as merely the Kyuubi's vessel. I was aware that you would handle him with genuine respect. A young person. A young person with great power. Still a child, though. Is that what you've done as well? Indeed, Hokage. Sama. But I did. However, what? He occasionally frightens me. Not intentionally, I hope. However, I've witnessed the child's true potential. The damage he could bring about if he were to go rogue. That worries you too, doesn't it? I don't go a day without thinking those same things. Hiruzen's eyes got a little misty. You know, I've watched over that boy since he was given to me by his mother. His parents were among the greatest people I've ever met. I loved them just as much as my own family. And following their passing, I started crying. After they passed away, I was called the God of Shinobi, and I sobbed for hours like a child. Hiruzen reached under his desk and took out a bottle of sake. Do you want a few? I am. Sure, you know what? He poured her a glass before taking a sip himself. I never intended to keep this job. After I had retired, I made a vow to Bawako that I would no longer lead a ninja life. We go to bed together and leave everything to the fourth of us. However, you are aware of how that tale concluded. He died saving us from the Kyuubi. Puff, he did, in fact. After downing his sake, he poured himself another. I glance out that window every day, and I consider all of the regrets I've racked up over time. But seeing Naruto develop is not among them. It's not regrettable to watch him grow stronger, because one day I will know that will be necessary for him to defend himself. After taking a sip of his sake, he set the glass down. However, I have mixed feelings because I think he's become too strong. The cost of my attachment, as Danzo would say, might fall on the village. Must Naruto go, rebel? There isn't a single one of his peers who can stop him. To be honest, I doubt that any of the villagers' ninjas could stop him. However, are you aware of what is preventing that fate for this village? No, Hiruzen grinned. He is concerned for the residents of this village. Well, maybe not all of them. He is fond of a few of them, though. Moreover, since they are locals. With his life, Naruto will defend this village. He claims it's his ninja way, or his nindo, to keep the people he loves safe. That's the reason he initially went after that strength. He wanted to keep certain people safe. All right, so what would happen if he lost all of his dear friends and family? Hiruzen's nostrils flared and his eyes widened. I pity the fool who would dare take what Naruto holds dear. Extreme knocking. Hokage. Sama, Team Guy emergency contact information. Enter now. The assistant hurried over to the desk after opening the door. This scroll came not 5 minutes ago, Hokage. Sama. Hiruzen picked up the scroll, cut the ribbon that was keeping it closed, and skimmed through it. Hiruzen gave the order, you go, get Naruto and report back here in 10 minutes. Indeed, Hokage. Sama, after 10 minutes. It is your task to save Team Guy. They have 2 wounded and taken into custody. The others are waiting for backup after making it out in time to deliver this message. Who was apprehended? Might Guy and Tenten are the captured ninja. How was Guy taken prisoner? He is a top-tier Jonin, you go. The report says that Miss Tenten was captured first and held hostage by a man claiming to be Aoi Rokusho. Do you mean the person who took off with the fabled sword of the Thunder God, Yugo? Exactly the same. It claims that if Guy didn't turn himself in, Aoi threatened to kill Miss Tenten. Guy gave the order for the other 2 to flee and call for reinforcements after giving up. Is that all there is to it, Hokage? Sama? Indeed. These are the arrangements for your meeting with the other members of the Guy team. The country of tea. Puffs. Lead on, you two. Who knows what Aoi has in store for Tenten and Guy? Indeed, Hokage. Sama. After giving a salute, Yugo and Naruto dashed to the window and leapt out, landing on a nearby roof. Naruto, you heard Hokage. Sama, we must arrive there quickly. Does that mean you want me to? Sigh. It's hard for me to say this. Yes, but I do want you to let go of me and jump. Hada. Hold tight, Yugo. Sensei. After picking her up in a bridal carry, Naruto bowed his knees and leapt. As Yugo and Naruto flew over the village walls, everyone in the village could hear Yugo's scream. With the Guy team. Before Team Guy's client was a wealthy merchant who seemed to be related to the Wasabi family, and they were on a straightforward escort mission from Konoha to the land of tea. Oh, you 4 will adore it, I'm sure. The beaches are stunning, and the tea houses are incredible. It's very quiet there this time of year. As are the women, he chuckled. Has that reached you, Guy? Sensei? Oceans mean beaches, and swimming is better in the oceans. Yes, it does, my inexperienced apprentice. 10 times around the island of tea, if we can't swim around it. Next, we have to perform 500 push-ups. And we have to perform 1000 squats if we are unable to accomplish that. Should we be unable to accomplish that? Tenten dragged Neji and the client's horse ahead of him until they were barely visible. Tenten was riding the horse. I'm sorry to my teammate and my sensei, they might be a little strange. Laughs. Miss, don't worry about it. Their excitement is really refreshing, in my opinion. Neji just continued to be his usual stoic self, while Tenten shook her head and said, enthusiasm, right. After traveling for 5 days, the five finally reached the boat that would transport them to the land of tea. They boarded the boat and continued their journey to the island nation, ending with 3 days at sea. Everything was going well until they got off the boat. I'm sure your time here will be enjoyable. Indeed, how about I give you a tour of the area too? Powder. An arrow fired from the surrounding tree line struck the customer. We're being attacked. We're going to be the rear guard, Lee and Neji. Tenten, you give the client your whole attention. Get moving, get moving. Tenten got up on the horse and rode off with the client, following Guy's order. At one point, 2 bandits ran out in front of the horse, trying to stop it, but Guy, Lee, and Neji ran behind them, dodging arrows along the way. Unlikely. She pulled out several throwing knives. Tenten yelled as she threw them with pinpoint accuracy into the bandits' eyes, and as they ran past, Guy and Lee finished them off. Guy with a spinning heel kick to one of their heads and Lee breaking the other one's neck. They continued running for a few more minutes, the horse moving a little bit ahead of them. Hi. Let up, we're overtaking my teammates too quickly, Tenten bellowed. I am unable to. I'm not getting through to the horse. Indeed, the merchant was retraction pulling on the reins, but the horse was not paying attention to him. The pair advanced further until Tenten made the decision to seize the merchant and leap from the horse. The pair struck the ground and tumbled to a halt. The merchant landed on Tenten, arriving just in time to witness multiple senbon pierce the horse's flank. Horse whines. The horse collapsed to the ground, immobile, and a blue-haired, purple-eyed man emerged from the shadows, carrying a big umbrella in his left hand. He pointed his umbrella at Tenten and the merchant and said, "You weren't supposed to dodge that." Having witnessed the majority of what transpired, Guy picked up his pace to try and catch up to his student in time, leaving his other 2 students lagging slightly behind. Pop pop, the man gave his umbrella's handle a tiny squeeze, causing senbon to shoot into Tenten's and the merchant's legs. What? How did that happen? The man hurried over to where they were lying and aimed his umbrella at their heads just in time for Guy to reach him and kick him away, making Tenten slur as she passed out. Even though the man had raised his umbrella in time to deflect Guy's kick, it still sent him flying backwards, taking the brunt of the damage. Hold on. How are you doing? After rolling the merchant off of her, Guy yelled as he attempted to wake her. A Konoha shinobi, the man said. I was wondering which village he would hire on his way back. You, Tenten, what did you do to her? Guy got to his feet and lunged at the man. The man and Guy sparred multiple times. Each time Guy tried to kick the man would deflect it, and when Guy threw him to the ground, the man would roll back up to his feet just in time to avoid another blow. If you don't stop, you will. Whoosh. The man spoke in between dodging blows, knowing that if he took a direct hit, he was done for. She. Hup. Dies. What did you accomplish? Guy snarled, trying desperately not to kill this man before finding out what he had done to Tenten, as well as the client. Whoa, I poisoned her. Quit criticizing me, the man bellowed. Adjust. She. Right now, just in case you give up. Yikes. To start, Guy stopped his onslaught after that and stood there glaring at the man. I give up. Do you give her the remedy? I give you my word. Excellently, Guy lowered his arms to his sides. The man gave Guy a long, fixed look. Peeved. Stupid, he propelled senbon into Guy's abdomen. The majority. Not youthful. You handed yours to me. Phrase, Guy collapsed to his knees. I'm Rokusho Aoi. Furthermore, I break my word to Konoha ninja. Or did you miss the news? Laughs. Upon seeing Guy and Tenten on the ground, Lee and Neji, who had just arrived, wanted to act immediately, but Neji restrained him. Go now, Neji. San, Tenten and Guy. Sensei need to be saved. And the customer, did they overlook him? Observe the hand of Guy. Sensei, Lee, Guy was gesturing to the two of them using their team's code, and Lee looked. Make a call for backup. He requests that we inform Konoha of what transpired. However, we are unable to abandon them. And we're not, Neji growled. We'll write Konoha a note explaining what transpired. And as they send up a reply, we're going to follow them, Neji and Lee said, having to watch as a number of large men emerged from the trees to take their captives, then carry them away. Thanks to Neji's Byakugan. They were only hoping that their backup would come in time, or that they would be able to save them themselves. The following day, although they were still waiting for reinforcements, they had learned from breaking into the camp the night before that one of the bandits had stated that the intention was to extort Guy and Tenten to return to the village in exchange for Guy's bingo book price, failing which they would sell him to another village. The boss kept them immobilized with the poison on his senbon despite their hearing that he wanted them both to be unharmed. Didn't want any escape attempts. After all, the merchant had already been ransomed back to his family for 100,000 ryo, so the only hostages they had to free were Guy and Tenten. Leave it alone. The bird should have brought the emergency request to Konoha by now. That ought to be back up shortly. I hate not knowing what's happening to them. For now, they're all right. At the rear of that tent is a cage that holds the two of them. But he's still keeping them immobilized. All I want is for our backup to arrive right away. Lee, that's not possible. Even for Ninja, the trip takes 6 days, so we still have a few days to go. Naruto was approaching when Lee and Neji looked up and said, incoming, as well as a very disheveled looking Yugo, heading straight for them. Dodge! They exclaimed, leaping aside. Wow! After landing on his feet, Naruto knelt down, his collision creating a crater. Yugo forced herself out of his arms as he got up, landing on her knees in the dirt. Sweet, sweet earth. Kissing the dirt, she whispered, I'll never leave you again. After seeing Naruto's sensei behave in such an odd way, Lee and Neji were just staring at him. How did you treat her? Neji, as Naruto put it, she's just being overdramatic. Too dramatic. It took you 5 jumps to get us here. As we lifted off the ground, 3 of those created this enormous explosion sound, and we crossed an ocean with the last one. Did he shatter the sound barrier? Neji? Yeah, just that. Yugo, and what? Naruto. And, he declares, I thought my insides were about to come out. Yugo. Hey. Apologies? Naruto. Sigh. It doesn't matter. Team Yugo is in the office. Once her composure returned, Yugo said, tell us about the situation. She still wasn't about to stand up, though. They were informed of what they discovered by Lee and Neji. I see. She grinned and said, you two did well, still hasn't stood up. Where is this camp located? Naruto. The 3 boys turned to leave as soon as they saw Yugo wasn't moving, saying, we'll take you there. Sensei, are you coming? Naruto, she said, I can't feel my legs. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as Lee and Neji started to perspire. After 15 minutes, the 4 of them moved over to the camp once Yugo was able to feel again in her legs. 108 bandits were in my count. Of them, 2 are chunin level, 5 are genin level, and 1 is a jonin level ninja. They all seem to be from the village of Hidden Rain. Based on their headbands, if we may. Neji. I see. Naruto, what are your thoughts? Can you deal with the robbers? Naruto simply stared at her, his violet eyes oozing with color. Sigh. Of course, you can. She turned to face Lee and Neji. Do you two think you can take care of the other ninja while I take care of Aoi? Yes, ma'am, they answered. All right, then. We launch our attack in 10 minutes, she remarked as she inspected her gear. Yosh, let's fight well together. All right, my young friends, Lee. Yugo ignored him, and Neji turned away. Huh? Yes, exactly. A good battle, Naruto remarked, grinning, his eyes changing from violet to red with a slit in the pupil as he neared the end of his speech. This will be fun, chuckles, alongside Aoi. Aoi was going to fall asleep when something set off the alarm. What time is it now? As he stormed outside, he yelled. He saw something flash out of the corner of his eye as he emerged from his tent. Sheeing. A blade went through the area where his neck would have been if he hadn't ducked. You Konoha trash, more of you, huh? A woman with purple hair said, speak for yourself, Aoi Rokusho. The least you could do is give me the name of the woman I'm about to kill. He smiled at her. I go by Yugo Uzuki. The Jonin War had started. Remember that as I send you to hell. Neji, Lee, and Naruto landed in the middle of the camp. Two of them were thrown by the third. Blondie, what happened to stealth? Neji, relax, this is more fun. I agree with Neji. San, my scary friend here. Time for a good, hard fight. Lee pounded his fists together and lunged toward the 5 genin who had come to obstruct them. Neji moved closer to the 2 chunin and sighed. I'm starting to see why Yugo Sensei is always sighing. Naruto. San laughs. Seems like I'm focusing all of my attention on the other bastards. Prior to starting, tell me about your health insurance, alright? A bandit lunged towards him. It has to be fantastic. Naruto rushed towards him. He felt as though everything had stopped almost entirely around him. As soon as he got to the bandit, Naruto delivered a simple blow. Whoosh! The bandit's body gave way at the point of contact, exploding in slow motion. Naruto watched Lee and Neji and moved on to the next bandit, who, in the face of their individual opponents, were holding their own. By the time Naruto set off the explosions in 50 of the bandits, 3 of the genin had been defeated by Lee. Neji had also killed one of the chunin, who had variously broken bodies, death from fractured neck. Naruto stood motionless and thought, looks like I should speed up a bit. His perception was already so quick that it took him tens of seconds to notice the blood on the ground after one bandit exploded. He appeared to Naruto to be standing in a frozen blood rainstorm. But to everyone else, with each step, Naruto broke through the sound barrier due to his rapid movement. His blows were exploding the bandits one by one, without any hesitation. Lee and Neji were fighting at the moment, but they both silently vowed to hyperventilate later despite how scared they were. Returning to Yugo and Aoi, it had taken the two a few minutes to fight. Aoi didn't know he was outmatched before. He then revealed his trump card. A pure lightning chakra blade. The blade of the Thunder God's appearance gave him the upper hand in combat. Up until the moment when one of Naruto's blows unintentionally launched a bandit's head over the camp, and Aoi's face was covered in a drop of blood. It took his attention away for a brief moment. Sheeving. Still, that second nearly killed him, as Yugo cut him in half horizontally. Gah! His body collapsed and he coughed up blood. His head was severed by another slash. Sigh. She thought to herself, I'm out of shape. A guy like that shouldn't have taken so long to kill. Aoi's head and sword were sealed into a scroll by Yugo. After a few moments of searching Aoi's body, she discovered a tiny vial. She then proceeded to the location where Neji claimed Guy and Tenten were being held. Following the delivery of the counter-agent inside, she assisted the two in walking outside the tent and to the camp's center. She tested it on a cowering bandit before going inside, her assumption about where the 3 genin would be. Once they arrived, Naruto was visible to them, no shirt on, attempting to remove blood from his clothing. Neji and Lee, meanwhile, were concealed inside a few side boxes. Heads peeked out, watching Naruto. Sigh. Naruto. What did I say about scaring your fellow genin? Yugo. Naruto raised his head upon hearing her voice and said, He turned to face Neji and Lee and said, You told me not to. He looked around at the amount of blood he had spilled and realized he might have gone a bit overboard. Who quickly pulled their heads back inside the boxes. The entire center of the camp was red from the blood. That will happen if you make 100 people explode. Hee. Sorry. Lee and Neji took 10 minutes to persuade Yugo and Guy to get out of the boxes. You swear he won't make us explode? Neji? Naruto was standing off to the side, a little guilty, saying, We swear. He therefore promised not to cause them to blow up. After the 2 chickens, that is, genin, calmed down, both Team Guy and Team Yugo parted ways. Alright, Yugo. Sensei. Hang on. No, we're taking the boat this time. Naruto whimpered, but the boat is boring. When Naruto had turned away, Yugo grinned. She remained uncertain about her future as his Jonin Sensei. However, perhaps she would stay a little longer. Nothing could be more bizarre than this, correct? D. Rank, missions and training were all that was required for a month, household chores, At last, Team 7 had earned a C-rank mission. And that's when their situation began to deteriorate. Everything went well at first. When Kakashi made the decision to speak up, they entered the Hokage's tower prepared to accept another D-rank mission. Seeing Iruka reaching into the D-rank shelf, he asked immediately, "Hokage Sama, might I request a C rank instead?" "What? Kakashi Senpai, they have only been genin for a month, Iruka. And, Kakashi, they aren't ready for a C rank, yet. The minimum for a C rank is at least 3 months, Iruka. I believe that is Kakashi's decision, Iruka, Hiruzen. But, Sai. Yes, Hokage Sama. Iruka, Hiruzen, Kakashi, are you sure about this?" "I am, Hokage Sama. That's right. We recently received an escort C rank." Hiruzen reached under the desk and took out a scroll. He handed it to Kakashi, lit his pipe, and turned to face Kakashi's pupils. Sai appeared exactly the same. Even so, he didn't appear to be as stiff as Hiruzen had remembered seeing him. There was a slight ease in the way he smiled. Sakura had not changed much either. Sasuke was the one who had evolved. He no longer had that fixed frown on his face. Indeed, he appeared to nearly satisfied, as if he no longer worried about it because he knew he could accomplish what was necessary. An Uchiha that isn't scowling? I must be either dreaming or did I accidentally eat one of Shikaku's brownies again? Hiruzen wondered. He had last eaten a brownie that Shikaku had brought him. He remained in a nearly dreamlike state for the remainder of the day. Kakashi. Or, Hokage Sama. Oh, what is it, Kakashi? We'll take this one, Hokage Sama. Puff. Very well. Iruka, go get the bridge builder. I'll man the desk for a while. Iruka said, "Yes, sir," and walked out to get the client, leaving the mission office with the 4 of them by themselves. Hokage Sama, how's Naruto doing? Kakashi chuckles. He's doing well, I should think, aside from driving Yugo to the breaking point a few times. Sakura. Is Yugo Sensei okay? Oh, she's fine. She's been dragging Kurenai and Enko out to drink with her every time she returns to the village. But, aside from that, she's fine. Team 7 all said, "That doesn't sound fine." At that moment, the mission office door opened, and Iruka led an elderly man wearing a straw hat, who seemed to be carrying a brewery with him, into the room. Puff. "Ah, Tazuna. San, this is Team 7, and they're to be your escorts home, Hiruzen." Tazuna nodded and drank from his sake bottle. "What, I paid for Ninja to escort me home. Not an emo. HNN. A girl with a bad dye job, it's natural, and whatever that kid is. I am Sai. Yeah, good for you kid. If you have a problem with the team we provide, you could always pay more for chunin to escort you home, or you could just leave without an escort and we shall refund your money," Hiruzen said with narrowed eyes. The ninja in attendance could see Tazuna's perspiration trickle down her face. On second thought, I'm sure they are capable of doing the job. Don't mind me, it's the sake talking, haha. They also observed how quickly he changed his mind after he promised to get his money back and be sent on his own. For now, they have chosen to overlook it. Before departing with Tazuna, Kakashi gave the order, "Team, pack for a 2-week mission. Then meet us at the gate in 1 hour. Dismissed." Sasuke. "Kun, would you like to go shopping with me? Sakura?" Sasuke said, "No. I have everything I need at home," for him, politely. Without waiting for his permission, she grabbed Sai's arm and dragged him out of the office, saying, "Oh, okay. Come on Sai, we'll just go shopping then and you can carry my stuff." Sasuke left last, making his way home to pack. After 2 hours, Konoha gates. When Tazuna arrived at their meeting 15 minutes late, he discovered that nobody was there to greet him. Approaching the chunin guarding the entry point. "Have you seen an emo, a girl with pink hair, a creepy pale kid, and a scarecrow?" he asked. The chunin said, Oh, you mean Team 7. When was your meeting supposed to be? Clearly, he has responded to this query previously. 15 minutes ago. The scarecrow said to meet here in an hour, and I was 15 minutes late. They didn't leave already, did they? No, they haven't left yet. Actually, they haven't gotten here yet. What? But he said to meet here in an hour, and they're the ones who are late. A voice spoke up from behind Tazuna, saying, "Actually, piss for brains. It's only our sensei, That's late. The rest of us are waiting for him to arrive. Following a 180-degree turn, Tsunade recognized the voice as belonging to the eerie pale child. With clenched fists, Tsunade yelled, "What did you call me, you little shit?" Glancing over Sai's head, Tsunade said, "Don't mind Sai. He doesn't mean anything by it." Sakura was approaching them while munching on a dango stick. "Once you've arrived at them," she held out her hand to shake Tsunade's. "Hi. I'm Sakura Haruno, Genin Kunoichi of Konoha. That's Sai, Genin Shinobi of Konoha. Pleased to meet you, Tsunade-san," she chirped. Tsunade shook her hand and said, Right. What did you mean by he doesn't mean anything by it? Are you saying he didn't mean to insult me?" Giggle. "No, he definitely meant to insult you. He's just like that with everyone. Isn't that right, Sai?" "That's right, washboard chess. POW. Sakura launched Sai skyward into a tree branch above them with an uppercut she delivered with her free hand. She smiled and said, "Sorry about that, Tsunade-san." Crash. Groan. "I'm still learning to control my strength. Our sensei has us on this new workout regimen. And it's really messed up my control." She finished her dango bite. Tsunade turned to face Sai's quivering body, then back to Sakura's contented expression. He shivered and said, "Right. Don't piss off, Pinky." After a few minutes, leading Kakashi to the scene was Sasuke. Once he was close enough to the group, Sasuke said, "I found him standing at a magazine stand, this time." "What do you mean, this time, Tsunade?" Group Sai. Kakashi. "Sensei, sometimes referred to as a lazy bum, enjoys meandering through the village whenever he has an appointment. He calls this, getting lost on the road of life." Sai. "Hi. That's not how you communicate with your sensei," Kakashi objected. "Prove us wrong then." "No, I'm not all that concerned." Common Sai. "Are we prepared to leave, Kakashi?" "Yes, sir," they shouted. "Okay, Sasuke, you get to start. Sakura, you're in the middle with me. Our rearguard is Sai. Team, let's get out now." Kakashi gave the command. On a steamy day in the land of fire, the group and Tsunade had been walking through the forest for several hours when they noticed a puddle in the middle of the road. You can probably guess what's coming up. Once they crossed it and carried on, Kakashi's torso was suddenly encircled by a chain that tore him in half. Feisty scream. "Tsunade-san, please stop talking and relax," Sasuke growled, never taking his eyes off the two ninja who had attacked their sensei. 4 more to go, 1 down. When they were close enough, they tried to encircle Sasuke with the chain. As they dashed past the other members of Team 7, shouted one of the ninja. He ducked to his knees in time to avoid it, then grabbed the chain in the middle, piercing one of the chain links with a kunai, and drove it into the earth where he was holding it. His move caused them to slow down a little, which gave Sai enough time to attack one of the ninja with 2 lions created by his ink jutsu, while Sakura threw shuriken and kunai at the other. His brother wasn't as fortunate and was mauled by the lions, even though the ninja Sakura attacked was able to deflect the weapons thrown at him. "My brother, no UCK. Kakashi reappeared, putting a clothesline around the other ninja's neck and choking him. "Well done, team," he gave a thumbs up and grinned broadly. "Are you going to respond to my queries now? Or will you choose a different course of action?" he inquired. "I am not revealing you, asshat, pow." The ninja's lifeless body was dropped by Kakashi, who uttered the words, "Other way, it is." Then, everyone on Team 7 gazed at Tsunade. "What? How come you're staring at me that way?" he bellowed. "Will you explain to us why the ninja were pursuing you, Kakashi?" Grinning laugh. "Why do you think they were pursuing me?" Kakashi turned to face Sai. Afterwards, he spoke while feigning complete surprise on his face. Tsunade appeared to comprehend what Kakashi was saying when he said, "Wow, those lions look awfully hungry. Who knows what will happen if we just turned our backs for a moment?" In Tsunade's imagination, Kakashi uttered the words, "Tell us, or we feed you to the lions and tell the Hokage the ninja killed you." "All right. I'll tell you everything." A lengthy explanation follows. "It's really time to call for backup," Kakashi remarked. Tsunade said, "So, you're not going to leave me out here alone?" "No, despite you lying to us. I understand why you did what you did." "Who would they send as backup, Kakashi, sensei?" Sakura. Probably Yugo and Naruto. It's what their team is meant for. The Hokage did say they were to be an emergency response team, but does this really qualify as an emergency? Sasuke? Not yet. However, if this Gato hired any more ninja, it could turn into one. Kakashi. What's the call, Kakashi? Sensei. Sasuke. Following Kakashi's instructions, Sai caused a bird of ink to carry a scroll back to the Hokage. Sai, send a bird back to Konoha to alert the Hokage as to what is going on. Hopefully, Naruto and Yugo aren't too busy. Canon up until the Zabuza battle for now, Kakashi was imprisoned inside a water sphere, and he was forced to watch as his students attempted to defeat Zabuza of the Bloody Mist, and he was slowly drowning in the process. Sasuke was holding his own against a Zabuza water clone. When they all sensed a disturbance in the atmosphere, Sai assisted them. Sakura said, Did anyone else hear screaming? They gave a head nod, even Zabuza. Sasuke, who had killed the water clone by using the distraction, noticed an orange dot approaching from above, quickly, incredibly quick. They all obeyed and fell to the ground when someone said, Shit, it's the Dobi. Everyone hit the deck, with the exception of Kakashi, who ignored him for apparent reasons, and Zabuza. Naruto collapsed with the elegance of a freight train. He exclaimed, Incoming, just before hitting the ground and launching everyone several feet into the air in a shockwave, and made Zabuza unbalanced with a wave, thereby releasing Kakashi. Following everyone standing up again, they observed Naruto holding a very pallid Yugo while standing in a small crater. She shoved him away from her once more and collapsed to the ground. This time, I'm not going to kiss the ground. That's progress, right? Hey, Dobi, exclaimed Sasuke. What? I thought you were supposed to be a ninja? I am a ninja. Ninjas are supposed to be stealthy, you blonde bastard. Maybe you should try that landing again. I'm sure there are some people who didn't hear you over in Lighting Country. Naruto flipped him off. Bite me, and catch your stupidity? No thanks? Zabuza inquired, are they always like that? As Kakashi put it, pretty much. Zabuza, is she his Jonin teacher? Unfortunately. Kakashi. Sigh. Wow. I send my condolences, Zabuza. Kakashi. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. When Yugo had finally calmed down, he said, Naruto. Naruto paused his dispute with Sasuke in order to give her a look. Yes. If you ever do that to me again, I'm revoking your ramen privilege. No ramen? None, ever? Ever. Naruto began to tremble still. His eyes were vacant and wide. Well, as entertaining as that was, I am still getting paid to kill ya. Sorry about this, Zabuza. Every ninja, aside from Naruto, who was still in shock, said, none taken. Zabuza reasoned that he would get rid of the blonde first, doing the purple-haired woman a favor. He then made a downward arc with his Kabikirabocho as he body flickered over to Naruto, in an effort to split Naruto in half. With a snap of his left arm, Naruto was able to grasp the enormous blade with just his fingers. Avoiding contact with the edge, Zabuza attempted to maneuver his sword, but discovered that he couldn't get the blonde brat to let go of it. Naruto could be heard muttering, no, ramen? Zabuza stepped on Naruto's side and pulled on his sword in an attempt to push him away. It remained in place. No. More. Ramen? Naruto asked, her eyes welling with tears. Trying to swing the blonde around, Zabuza yelled, hey, blondie. Let go. Not an inch was moved by either Naruto or his blade. Starts crying. Yugo. Sensei. That's inhuman. How could you say something like that? The others were observing the scene with amusingly big eyes. Kakashi, Zabuza. Need a hand? Shut up. Kakashi shrugged and resumed watching the scene, saying, okay. Sigh. Fine, Naruto. You can still have ramen. Provided you don't scar any more genin the way you did to Team Guy. Deal? Yugo? Naruto's tears quickly stopped flowing. Agree, he exclaimed. Subsequently, Naruto turned to face his side and observed Zabuza continuing to attempt to release him. This time, he was leaping up and down on the handle of the blade, ascending more than 15 feet with each leap. Naruto attempted to knock Zabuza off balance. He raised the blade slightly to the right and up. Zabuza misjudged the timing of his landing due to the abrupt movement, causing the handle to slide slowly between his legs, for all of us. Everyone witnessed the instant the handle reached a point where it could no longer rise and came into contact with a particular area of Zabuza's body. Zabuza sat there on the handle, his eyes going completely white. Naruto released the blade and said, "Oh, shit. I'm really sorry about that," making it tumble to the floor, and forcing Zabuza to strike that spot once more while he was still gripping the handle. High pitched whine. At the sound Zabuza was making, everyone winced. All the guys covered their parts with pity. The women turned to face Zabuza. Kakashi led his students, as well as Tsunade, away, saying, Maybe we should just go. I think he's had enough for today," leaving Zabuza there with Yugo and Naruto. Naruto apologized once more, saying, "I'm really sorry about that." Then he and Yugo departed, following Kakashi's example. A short while after their departure, to assist Zabuza, a ninja wearing a hunter nin mask showed up. They cried out, "Zabuza! Sama, are you okay?" In a high-pitched voice, Zabuza said, No, I'm not okay." The hunter nin inquired, "Is there anything I can do?" Zabuza squeaked out, "Ice. Get me ice and sake, a lot of it." The hunter nin grabbed Zabuza and hurried them back to their lair, saying, "Right away, sir." Then they proceeded to the village and purchased all of the sake from the inn, before making the trip back again. "Do you know when you'll be able to walk again, Zabuza? Sama?" they asked. "No, but when I can. I'm killing that blonde brat." Groan. After an hour of walking, the two ninja teams had arrived at Tsunade's residence safely. Nevertheless, they had to pass through the village to realize how terrible Gado's rule really was. Sakura looked around and said, "Everyone looks so sad." "That usually occurs when people are starving, Sakura." Kakashi yawned. "And that is why I need to finish the bridge, girl. Once I do, we can trade with the larger nations to support ourselves and remove Gado's monopoly on the other trade routes." Tsunade. "I don't think this Gado will just sit back and let you finish building the bridge, especially if it means him losing money." Yugo. "He won't. But that's why I hired you ninja. I paid for both an escort and guard mission." Tsunade. "He's right, Yugo. We were hired to do a job and we intend to complete it." Kakashi. Sigh. "And since we were told to assist you in case of enemy ninja, we're stuck here until he's done, aren't we, Yugo?" "Quite a bit." Kakashi. After 10 or so more minutes of walking, the gang reached Tsunade's residence. Before opening the door and entering, Tsunade said, "Wait here, I'll go inside and tell my family who you are." And there was silence outside for the ninja. Sakura inquired, "Yugo Sensei, are you okay now?" Recalling how Yugo had appeared following Naruto's arrival. Yugo grinned as he gave her a look. "I'm fine, Sakura." Taps Naruto on the head. "This idiot just gets too excited and goes a bit too fast for me to handle." "How is that possible, Yugo Sensei? You're an elite Jonin. Shouldn't you be the faster one?" Sakura. Yugo's face took on an unusual expression. "You'd think so, but Naruto is a lot faster than I." She heard Naruto murmur, "It's because you don't train enough, Yugo Sensei." "Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a stamina monster like you are. If I was, maybe I could work out like you do. And be able to jump so fast and high that I destroy the sound barrier." Yugo. "Guy regularly does that as well, Kakashi." "Does Guy do it without chakra too?" Yugo. "What?" asks Kakashi. Sigh. "Yeah, that was my reaction too. Apparently, the blonde idiot over here forgot he could use chakra to enhance his body for so long that his body adapted to be able to run as fast as Guy without using any chakra." All the other ninjas turned to stare at Naruto. Sasuke says, "Hey, Dobi." "What? Naruto? How? In God's name? Did you forget you could use chakra to enhance yourself?" Sasuke. Huffles. "What was that, Dobi?" I said. "I slept through that class, okay. All I saw was the older ninja jumping around and flying across rooftops. And I thought it looked so fun. I decided to try it, after falling off of buildings. A lot. I thought that maybe I just wasn't strong enough. So I started working out even harder. My current jumping and movement speed is because of that extra training. So, You don't use chakra to enhance yourself? Sakura? Try not to. Why? Sigh. Hee. I can't control my strength very well if I do. My punches are too strong. Tsunade opened the door at that point. Good, you're still here. I was a little worried you would ditch me. Until the mission is finished, said Kakashi. Tsunade led them to the living room and said, good to know. Anyway, come in. My daughter and grandson are in the living room. After everyone had entered, Tsunade's daughter Tsunade and his grandson Inari got up from where they were sitting on the sofa to greet them. Although someone had to remind Inari to say, hello. Hello. I'm Kakashi Hitaki, Jonin of Team 7. With me is Sasuke Uchiha. HNN. Sakura Haruno, hi, and Sai, hello. She bowed and said, nice to meet you all. I'm Yugo Uzuki, Jonin, and this is Naruto Uzumaki, Genin. We are the Konoha Emergency Response Team. She bowed once more and said, nice to meet you as well, Yugon. San, Naruto, San. He smiled brightly and said, hee, you can drop the San. Just call me Naruto. She grinned back at him and said, okay, Naruto. Why are you even here? You people aren't heroes. You can't protect anyone. Naruto. What was that? I said, you are not heroes. You can't protect anyone. So why are you here? We're here because Tsunade San hired us to guard him while he finishes the bridge. Sakura. That's it. You're here because he paid you. Then how about you take your money and leave before Gato kills you? Inari yelled. Yawn. Look, kid, I'm tired, and we've all had a pretty emotional day. So, how about we all go to sleep and talk about this in the morning? Kakashi. Tsunade led them upstairs and said, oh, silly me. Let me show you where you'll be staying tonight. After they were out of sight, Inari clenched his fists and glared at their backs. He then bolted outside. Only Naruto was able to see him. He thought, great. Another emo to worry about. The following day, Yugo angrily questioned Kakashi over breakfast. What do you mean you haven't taught them to tree walk yet? Sigh. Can you not yell so early in the morning, Yugo? Kakashi. What have you taught them, Yugo? He's been having us do teamwork exercises. Oh, and he also started us on a new workout regimen. Sakura answered. Kakashi started to perspire, and Yugo's scowl grew more intense. What kind of workout regimen? Yugo. Sakura leaned closer to Yugo and remarked, he said it's the one that Naruto got started on. She whispered, you know, before he got carried away with it. Groan. Sakura, could you go wake the boys up and tell them to meet me outside, please? Yugo. Sakura said as she stood up from the table and went upstairs. Yes, sensei. She stood up and left through the front door, saying, Kakashi, you're one hell of a ninja. Probably one of the best. But, you're a shitty teacher. Until the genin all went outside, Kakashi sat there in silence. After that, he got up and went with them. After the genin arrayed themselves before Yugo, she expressed her desires to them. Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai. The three of you are staying here with me, so I can help you get a better grasp on your chakra control. Then she looked at Naruto. You're going to be guarding Tsunade, understood? They exclaimed. Yes, ma'am. Kakashi. You go with Naruto. He agreed, sighing, alright. They parted ways, leaving Yugo and the genin to continue their training, while they went to fetch Tsunade inside. After 6 days they were having dinner together. Team 7, Team Yugo, and the Tsunade family. Sakura became aware of a picture that she had previously overlooked. She pointed to a photo of Inari and Kaiza and said, who's that, Tsunade-san? Tsunade said, that's my choke. That was my husband, Kaiza. She moved to the wall and removed the photo. She peered at the photo, her eyes getting misty. I'm sorry. Tsunade gave Sakura a smile. It's all right. You were unaware. No, that's not acceptable. Tsunade chastised him, saying, you can't just walk into someone's house and... Inari, that's enough, she apologized. Rising from the table, Inari bolted out the door. Inari. Tsunade hurried to pursue him. Naruto got up from the table and said, I'll go get him and bring him back. I really think I should be the one to go, Tsunade. Then come with me. I just want to have a talk with him, is all. All right, she replied, and the two trailed Inari. I really am sorry, Tazuna-san. Tazuna shook his head and resumed eating, saying, don't worry about it, girl. With Tsunade and Naruto after some time, the two had been strolling through the forest. When they heard sobbing, Tsunade knew where Inari liked to run off to. Naruto said, let me talk to him first, I don't know. I'm not going to yell at him, if that's what you're worried about. Sigh. All right. I'll wait here. Naruto emerged into the little clearing and said, thank you, Tsunade-san. The only features in the clearing were a small pond and a fallen tree next to it, which Inari was using to support his fishing pole. Naruto approached the tree and took a seat, facing Inari. Inari inquired, what do you want? There was no mistaking the hatred in his voice. I wanted to talk to you for a bit. Well, I don't want to talk to you, so leave. Turning to face Inari, Naruto said, then don't talk, just listen. He was your father. I don't know if by blood or not, but he was. He was also your hero. Don't talk as if you know what it's like. You're from Konoha. I bet the only thing you had to worry about growing up was what you wanted for dinner. What, did you become a ninja to get back at your parents? For a brief moment, Naruto's eyes flashed red. Sigh. The color returned to blue. You're right, Inari. The only thing I really had to worry about was what I wanted for dinner. See, I knew it, after all, it's not like I had anyone to cook for me, so whatever I wanted I had to make myself. That shut Inari up. I've been an orphan since the day I was born, and the only people in the world that ever cared if I lived or died was my Gigi, the Hokage, and a father and his daughter that own a ramen stand. They were all I had in this world until I became a ninja. Once I did, I made friends. And one day, I decided that I wasn't going to ever lose the people I cared about. Naruto stood up for a second before getting into a push-up position. He began performing push-ups. I was told when I was younger that if I wanted to protect them, I needed to get strong. So I started doing this all day, every day. He got into the sit-up position. No matter what I felt like or how tired I was, I did this. I did this for only one purpose: to never lose anyone. The way I lost my parents. To never let anyone I cared about go through what I did. He jumped up. Naruto's pupil narrowed into a slit and his eyes gradually bled red. I trained harder than I ever thought possible. And then, I trained even harder. Because I choose to push myself. I'll push myself no matter how difficult it may be or how sad I feel. I chose to keep pushing myself. And if I lose my life protecting the ones I care about, then at least I protected them with my body. With my two fists. Naruto crouched to look Inari in the eye. My question for you, Inari, is, what will you choose when the time comes? Will you fight to protect those you care about? Or stand by and watch as it's all taken away? With that final line, after Naruto's eyes adjusted back to normal, he got up and walked out of the clearing. Tsunade, who had witnessed everything, watched over her son quietly for a short while before going back inside. 30 minutes later, Inari reappeared. Alongside Naruto rather than returning to the residence. Naruto strolled through the forest. For roughly 20 minutes, he kept going in the same direction until he came to a river. This must be the river that leads to the bridge, he guessed. A voice said, you're partially correct. Naruto set out to locate the voice. He discovered it by chance when he saw a woman sitting by the river wearing a pink kimono. Oh, I didn't realize anyone was out here. The woman said, it's okay. I just came out here to clear my head. Can I stay here, or do you want me to go? You can stay, ninja-san. Naruto smiled and said, thank you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet ya. Giggle. I'm Hiku. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san. Just call me Naruto. I hate formalities. You know how this goes. Very well, Naruto. The following day, the next morning, Naruto had slept in too late. Thus, he and Kakashi did not go to the bridge. Yugo went with the entirety of Team 7. When they got to the bridge, they noticed that all of the workers had been rendered unconscious and that it was covered in mist. The genin stood up, saying, form up, team, as Kakashi and Yugo stood in front of them. Two sets of footsteps could be heard crossing the bridge by everyone. The mist parted, revealing two figures. Zabuza Momochi was one, and a ninja with a hunter's mask was the other. Where's the blonde brat at Kakashi? He's the only one I want, Zabuza snarled. He's not here, Zabuza. You'll have to settle for us, Kakashi. He and Yugo went into combat. Kakashi's Sharingan was visible when he raised his headband. As Yugo opened her newest, most beloved toy. Kakashi, is that the second sword? Sure is. How? It's a bribe from the Hokage to get me to stay on as Naruto's sensei. The two charged at Zabuza, saying, "Ah, understandable." Haku had moved over to the genin in the interim. "Greetings, my name is Haku, and I'm here to kill Tsunade. San, please step aside." Snort. Sasuke stepped forward, saying, "Not likely." He charged after taking a kunai from his pouch. Sai provided support by sending in his ink beasts. Tsunade's residence at the Tsunade residence. The sound of yelling woke Naruto. "Let go of my mother," a slap of flesh sounds. Naruto's cue was, "The little bastard stabbed me." While everything else slowed down, he accelerated. After hurriedly putting on his clothes, he jumped out the window and landed behind the man who was choking Tsunade. He took hold of the questioned arm and twisted it the other way. Laugh. The man appeared to be ready to scream. He was moving so slowly. Naruto covered the man's mouth with his hand and launched himself into the air. At the top of his jump, carrying the man with him, Naruto gave the man a gentle shove. Flip kicked him in the chest after that. Despite his lack of movement at the moment, Naruto was aware of his death already. Above him, he kicked the air, just in time to seize the knife the man intended to stab Inari with. Naruto dove back to the ground. He snapped it after grabbing hold of the blade, before launching the man skyward with an uppercut. Naruto's senses were back to normal, and he sent the guy he left in the sky hurtling at Mach speed into the neighboring woods. The other man was launched skyward to such an extent that Naruto was unable to find him. Naruto turned to face Inari, who was holding a small knife in his hand and had a bruise on his face. Naruto grinned and said, "I knew you had it in you." He smiled back at Inari. "Tsunade, San, where is everyone?" "They went with my father to the bridge." "Okay, I'll head there now. Is there anywhere you can go to hide?" "Yes, we can hide at a friend's house in the village for a while." Naruto began to turn to leave, but then he realized something. "You do that." "Hey, Inari." "Yeah." With an explosive burst of speed, Naruto disappeared. "You protected your mother. I guess that makes you a hero now, huh?" Tsunade gave Inari a head kiss and exclaimed, "My hero. Mom. Mom, let me go. Mom," returning to the bridge. Inside Haku's ice mirror dome, Sasuke found himself confined. Senbon covered his entire body, but he remained unfazed. When Sai attempted to enter the dome in an attempt to save Sasuke, he was already unconscious. "I asked you to step aside." Sasuke's one Tomo Sharingan was blazing in his eyes as he panted, "I know. But if I step aside now, I can't call myself a ninja." Despite his ability to see Haku move, his body was unable to respond quickly enough. With the two of them, Zabuza was much easier to deal with for Yugo and Kakashi. Even so, he remained a very challenging opponent, and they were pushing him into a corner together. Haku apologized sincerely for this as they were moving. Sasuke's vitals were the target of the Senbon they were holding when, wham! Breaking through the mirrors, Naruto grabbed Haku by the arm. He swung around and gave Haku a hard fall. Naruto drew back to punch Haku after he kicked off the ground and flew into the mirrors, saying, "I'm sorry about this too. Now you're trapped in here with him." Naruto's slit pupil gradually became red. Not exactly. Haku would leap between the mirrors, right before Naruto broke the mirror they were in. "No matter how many you break, I will just keep making more." "Even more so," Naruto said, "we'll see about that." At this point, the only thing visible within the dome was an orange light streak that moved quickly from one mirror to the next. At that moment, Haku knew what he was doing. "He's trying not to punch me directly." After Naruto adjusted to his accelerated speed, Sasuke was no longer able to see Naruto with his Sharingan. He was only able to make out the dome's interior covered in orange light. Haku hurled Senbon at Naruto as they were going through a mirror, saying, "Got you," which is what Naruto desired. Naruto had eventually acclimated to his new speed to the point where he was waiting for Haku at the next mirror when Haku entered and exited, and all subsequent mirrors as well. Haku could no longer go inside his mirrors because Naruto would always be there. Naruto finally decided to call it quits since he had had enough fun. He materialized before Haku without warning, who was now imprisoned outside his mirrors in the dome's center. Fail. Naruto gave Haku a forceful head knock that rendered them unconscious. While chasing Haku around, Naruto dropped the senbon he had been catching and said, "Hee, that was fun. We should do it again sometime." He carried Sasuke and Sai out of the now melting dome after lifting them into his arms. Don't expect a thanks, Dobi. Naruto carried him over to Sakura, who was still keeping watch over Tsunade, and said, "And don't expect me to say sorry, either. Ya emo prick." "Thank you, Naruto." She grinned at that. "Anytime, Sakura-chan." They all heard applause at that point. Zabuza, Kakashi, and Yugo included, who had held out against the two of them, ceased their fight to investigate the source of the clapping noise. An elderly man with gray hair shouted, "Bravo! Bravo! An excellent performance, I must say," while wearing a fancy suit. "Gato, I'm handling it. What do you want, Zabuza?" "Zabuza, that is the situation." A number of hundred men emerged from the mist behind Gato, saying, "You aren't? So, I decided to keep the money I promised you and give it to these fine gentlemen." Laughs. "Well then. Kakashi, it seems we don't need to fight anymore. If I'm not getting paid for it, I have no quarrel with you. I still owe that blonde brat of yours an ass-kicking though." Both Kakashi and Zabuza experienced a flashback to their initial encounter. "That's completely understandable. Hey, Tsunade. What can I say to you, Gato? Nothing at all. Where is your lovely daughter? You just need to give her to me, as I've already explained, and you won't ever have to work again. You bastard, you'll die after me, all right. When you pass away, I'll simply go get her." Laughs. Yugo sat down and said, "He did not just say that." Kakashi. "What is it, Yugo? That little bastard did not just threaten to take Tsunade away from Inari, did he?" "Well, it was implied, yes." "Why?" Abruptly, a killing intent that very few people had ever encountered came tumbling down upon all of them. "Oh, so you're Gato. Are you?" I am. And who the hell are you, huh?" "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, genin of Konoha." "A genin?" Laughs. "You had me worried for a minute there." Zabuza. "Could you get rid of this mist, please? What makes you think I'll do anything you ask, brat?" Zabuza. "Just do what he asks. You're about to see something very few have ever seen, Yugo." Zabuza. "Oh, and what's that? A serious Naruto?" Kakashi. "Damn it, now I want to see it too." As soon as he and Kakashi ran through hand signs, the mist vanished in a matter of seconds. "Alright, only because I'm curious now." Gato and his few hundred men were on one side of the bridge. On the opposite side stood a lone Naruto. The three Jonin leapt from the edge and pursued Naruto from behind. "Hey, Sakura!" exclaimed the blonde as he moved in the direction of Gato's men. "Yeah, I'd advise you to look away for a moment. I'm a kunoichi of Konoha, baka. If they can watch, then so can I. Don't say I didn't warn you. Enough of this. Get him, then bring me the rest of their heads, Gato." He swung his left arm across his chest just as one of Gato's men was about to approach him, saying, "Naruto Uzumaki. Serious series. Serious knife hand." Everything in its path was destroyed by the force of his swing. Gato's men were all completely destroyed in the upper body. And from the point where he began his swing, an arc of more than 3 miles of trees was destroyed. Everyone was in shock at the destruction, even Yugo, who had witnessed his previous outlandish behavior, and that's when Inari and the villagers appeared. Fortunately, from the other side of the bridge. "Hey, Naruto, we decided we're going to fight for what we care about." "Hee, yada," Naruto exclaimed, giving them a thumbs up as his voice and eyes normalized. "So, that's why you started drinking so much, huh, Kakashi?" "Yes." "Sai. Can someone please explain to me, what the fuck just happened, Zabuza?" "No, I'm trying not to think about it. Maybe after some sake, Yugo." "To hell with it. I'm coming with you. I could use a few bottles of sake, Zabuza." Kakashi. "Wait for me. Hey, Yugo, sensei." "What, Naruto?" Sighs. With a gesture toward the blood-stained bridge, he said, Can I get some help cleaning this up? No, you caused it. You clean it up. You are the hero, remember? Naruto cried out, damn it, as he surveying the destruction he had brought about. Following the bridge battle, Haku and Zabuza made the decision to remain for a while. They proceeded to the inn in order to wait for the Konoha ninja to depart. During their frequent visits to hang out, or, in Zabuza's case, drink, Naruto made an fascinating finding. He had run into Haku while strolling through the town. Sincerely, the two exchanged some words. Next, Haku informed Naruto that they were en route to Tsunade's residence. Naruto cried, let's go together then. For a short while longer, the two had been walking, when they happened to run into Sai and Sakura. Tiny town. Oh, hey, Haku. Hey, Naruto. What's up, Sakura? Hey, Sakura. Chan, we're heading to Tsunade's house, Naruto. Sakura said, mind if we come with you, Haku? Not at all, Sakura-san. Sakura reprimanded Sai, saying, thanks. Sai, don't be rude. Say hello. Hello, dickless. Hello, flat. Chess. Pow, Sakura and Naruto observed as Haku trampled over Sai's lifeless form. The two cast a quick glance at Sai and then at each other. I thought only you did that, Sakura-chan. HMPH. He got what he deserved. Insulting a woman's body like that. Wasn't Haku a guy though? Naruto, I say this not to be mean. But, are you stupid or something? No. Then, why would you think Haku was a guy? Naruto scratched his head and said, that's what he told me. Sigh. Never mind, Naruto. Just know that Haku's isn't a guy. How can you tell? I've seen the bandages she uses to cover her breasts. Oh, wow. Naruto, are you fantasizing about Haku's breasts right now? No, of course not. She chirped. Okay, next. She knelt to seize Sai's ankle and started pulling him in the direction of Tsunade's residence. I'd hate to have to tell Hinata that she has some competition, she mumbled. What was that, Sakura-chan? Nothing, don't worry about it, Naruto. The 2-3 strolled along the street until they could see Tsunade's home. Haku, Zabuza, Yugo, and Kakashi were chatting while gathered around the front door. Naruto. Hey, Yugo. Sensei. We're back. Oh, good. Then we can leave now. Yugo. Huh? But the mission isn't finished yet, Naruto. That's what I was just discussing with Kakashi. We're heading back to the village first. He and Team 7 will stay to complete the mission. Yugo. But why now? Asks Naruto. That would be because of us, kid. Zabuza. Huh? Zabuza. What do you mean, Naruto? If you two would be willing to escort us to Konoha, that is what I asked Yugo. She consented, but only if we went to see your Hokage right away. Zabuza. What makes you visiting Konoha? Naruto. San, is it problematic for us to travel to Konoha? Haku? Nah. Not at all, naturally. No, it's just that I worry. After all, you're a ninja from a different village, Naruto. On paper, I was the only ninja. Haku never attended the academy as a student. Additionally, I am a renegade ninja. I am thus no longer a member of the shinobi force of Kirigakure. Thus, I shouldn't have any trouble traveling to Konoha. As long as no one attempts to claim my bounty, Zabuza. That won't present a problem if you accompany us. Without any problems, I can take you inside the village. Additionally. Okay, so. She leaned in closer to Zabuza. No shinobi worth half a brain cell will try to agitate Naruto. A few weeks ago, something happened. Later, I'll tell you about it, she muttered. Correct. Zabuza. Haku approached Naruto and took his hand. Give it to me, Naruto. San. She dragged him inside the house, saying, I'll help you pack. Sakura muttered, Hinata's not going to like this. Pinky. What was that? Zabuza. Sakura is my moniker. I also mentioned that Hinata wouldn't approve of this. Hinata. Who are you? What does she like, and why should I care? Zabuza. Sai. She means Hinata Hyuga. They had been classmates with her. She also possesses a mild affection for Naruto. Yugo. Tiny. Hinata. Yugo. Sensei has a serious as light crush on Naruto. Additionally, she struggles to control others' claims to his affections. Sakura. I believe they were single. Yugo. They're not. To the best of my knowledge. But there's a reason why Naruto has never been asked out by any of our female classmates. In our younger years. Sakura. Well, this seems like a good idea. Sakura, please tell. Kakashi. Avoid. Please don't tell her that I said anything. They all said, promise. Even Sai. Sai. During Naruto's time, around 10, I believe. One of the girls in our class started to have feelings for him. I understand that Naruto isn't the best kunai out there, but how come I haven't heard from him about this yet? He must have known, surely. Yugo. She was never able to tell him. Hinata was the first to learn. Sakura. And what? It's not like Hinata would harm her in any way. Here's where you're misguided. One of the sweetest girls around is Hinata. Until you start to jeopardize her chances of winning Naruto. Then, Yugo. Sensei, she's every bit the kunoichi you are. Sakura. What took place? Kakashi, who had given up on reading his book, said. That day, we had a sparring class. Merely as females, you know. Furthermore, Hinata. Very instantly, Hinata challenged her to a duel. How did that turn out? Kakashi. About as well as you'd expect a highly trained, irate kunoichi in training to go compared to a student who was born into the civilian world. It was a massacre. And everyone was aware of the reason behind Hinata's typically sweet outburst. Sakura. Hold on. Hinata. Our Hyuga Hinata. So much that it scarred a whole class of girls. That nobody else ever desired to make a date with Naruto. Yugo. Or hope that Naruto approaches us. That's the reason the majority of us disregarded him. Shivers. When it comes to Naruto, that girl is terrifying. Sakura. Laughs. Yugo and Kakashi started laughing. Zabuza just appeared perplexed, and Sai continued to act as though he had been knocked out, even though he was trembling with laughter. What? Why is this so humorous? Sakura. That was a good one, Sakura, she chuckles. Yugo said, dabbing at a tear in her eye. You had us going for a minute there. As Kakashi said, agreed, best joke I've heard in a while, chuckle. It's not amusing, Hinata is truly terrifying, Sakura. Yes, Sakura, she is, chuckles Yugo. Growls. It's okay. You'll see just how frightening she can be one day. Sakura entered the home. Yugo. Sensei, huh? What was the purpose of that? As he and Haku stepped outside, Naruto questioned. Laughs. Naruto, don't stress over it. Sakura was merely narrating a tale to us. Are you prepared to leave? Yugo? Yeah, I've already said goodbye to everyone. Naruto. Well done. Now let's move. Kakashi, stop being lazy now. You get it? Yugo. Yes, indeed. Enjoy your journey safely, Kakashi said, returning inside after dragging Sai inside as well. Leave now. Awaiting you is Ichiraku, Naruto. Sai. You never come up with anything other than ramen? Yugo? What more is there? Never mind. The four then started traveling to Konoha, Ichiraku's, and, presumably, to get ramen. Konoha. After a week following their arrival in Konoha, the four of them met with the Hokage, where Zabuza gave him an explanation of their situation and requested that Konoha serve as his base camp until the end of the Kirigakure Civil War in exchange for his doing missions for Konoha at no cost. After two more conditions, Hiruzen spoke at last. What are they? Sai. Zabuza, first condition, you must always be under observation. Sounds reasonable. And that other one? You must instruct at least one class in swordsmanship each week, assuming you're not a missionary. What? How come? You belong to the Mist 7. Swordsman. If I didn't take advantage of this circumstance, I would be a fool. Maro. All right. Not brats, though, only fully trained ninjas will I instruct. Hiruzen nodded readily. Of course. All I have to do now is locate some bounties, Zabuza murmured. Hiruzen took out a small black book from under his desk and threw it to Zabuza. Konoha's bingo book is that one. If any of the ninja from that book are included, in exchange, we will give you their bounty. This needs to be completed on time and is not considered a mission. Comprehended, Zabuza said, bending his head slightly before he and Haku left the room. If both of you could pardon me as well. I have to go to another meeting, Hiruzen. Yes, sir. Yes, Gigi, Yugo and Naruto also exited the room. After 2 days, Yugo appeared as Naruto was working out atop the Hokage mountain. Naruto. Yugo. Huh? He paused his push-ups to give her a look. Ah. Hello, Teacher Yugo. Sensei. He pushed off the earth and got back on his feet. Naruto, I'll be gone for a few days on a mission outside the village. Thus, I'm sending you on Kurenai's escort mission along with Team 8. Why? Because if I leave you here alone, I don't trust that. When I come back, the village will still be standing, she remarked in a serious tone. Hi. I'm not all that horrible. Oh really? She puts her arms folded. This morning. Where were you? Not at all. That's right. Then, kindly inform me as to why I received a bill for 15 brand new Anbu uniforms. Hey. I have to go meet Kurenai. Sensei now. Goodbye. He leapt through the air. Snort. I thought that might change your mind. Alongside Hinata with her team, Hinata was anticipating this surprise person who was supposed to assist them on their first C rank. Rolling her eyes, she rolled her eyes. It's probably someone my father hired to keep an eye on me. She knew her father was worried, since she was his weak daughter, the useless heiress, as the elders called her when they thought she couldn't hear. I'm not weak in any way. I simply detest causing harm to others. A cloud of rain gathered above her head. Hinata. Chan. What's wrong? She recognized the voice from anywhere. Kun Naruto. When she raised her head, Naruto was standing just a few inches away. Eek. She squeaked and attempted to step back to give them some space, but she stumbled and fell on her butt, in front of Naruto. Hinata. Chan? Are you okay? With a shout, Naruto took hold of her hand and lifted her to her feet. Hinata's gaze was fixed on the hand he held. He is so cozy, she thought, her face flushing intensely. What's wrong, Hinata? Chan, are you ill or something? Naruto took off his headband, allowing his hair to fall loose, and made eye contact with her. Hinata. Chan, you do feel a little hot. Are things going well for you? He inquired. Hinata's brain was short, circuiting in the meantime. He declared me to be attractive, Naruto. Kun finds me attractive, technically speaking, she is correct. Naruto. San? They were cut off by a voice. Both of them cast a sidelong glance. Huh? Whoa, Haku. Hello? What's going on? She was greeted by Naruto. I'm leaving with Zabuza. Sama, could we have a conversation while I wait? She inquired. Yes. He approached her where she was standing and grinned. In the meantime, inside Hinata's head. G skank, who do you think she's talking to? Haku puts her hand on Naruto's arm and giggles at something he says. Yes, that will not survive. We appreciate your understanding. Her thoughts have been censored for your protection due to their nature. We now return to your regularly scheduled program. All right, Naruto and team. Are we prepared to move forward? Kurenai questioned as she approached the man with the dark brown hair. Kurenai. Sensei, indeed, they replied. Well done. It's Shibuki-san here. He is the one leading us on this mission. Any inquiries? Kurenai. Sensei, where are we going? Kiba. Kaigakure. The village concealed by the fall. Do you have any more queries? Will someone fight? Hinata. Not at all. In my opinion, at least, there won't be. Kurenai? Tisk. Hinata is furious. Are there any other queries? Not at all. Okay, group. Get out of here. 10 minutes into their stroll, Hinata's curiosity finally got the better of her. Okay, so Naruto. Kun, who the heck was that? Huh? That girl you were talking to. Ah, that's Haku, my friend, she's fantastic. Pow. Chan Hinata. Oh, I see. It is. Nothing at all, Naruto. Kun. Though Shino and Kiba certainly did, Naruto was blind to the fist-sized hole Hinata had been passing by in the tree. Kiba approached Shino slowly. Kiba whispered, Hinata's pissed about something. Yeah, I did observe. Shino, tear. When the two turned around, they saw that the tree she had punched had toppled over. Let's give her some alone time with Naruto. That ought to ease her anxiety, Shino. Don't have to tell me twice. Kiba, after 2 days. Hinata was about to go insane because Naruto had only discussed her. In actuality, after that initial conversation, Naruto only brought up Haku twice, both times in response to Kiba's inquiries about her. She could understand Naruto talking about her if she was a teammate, but she wasn't, and he had only been acquainted with her for a maximum of 2 weeks. Thank goodness they were only a few minutes away from reaching Takigakure, or else Hinata would have choked Kiba until he stopped inquiring about her. Shibuki says, "Welcome to Takigakure, everyone." Sama Shibuki, a girl with orange eyes and layered green hair, dressed in a white kunoichi outfit, approached the group. "Hi, Fu. How come you're out here?" Shibuki inquired. She grinned at him, saying, "I came to see you, Shibuki." Sama. Her smile faded a little when she saw the others, but it soon came back. "Hello. My name is Fu. Which names are you?" Kurenai Yuhi. Jonin of Konoha. Genin. Kiba Inuzuka. "Hi there. And this is Akamaru." "Hello, my friend. Arf." Kiba waved, and Fu waved in return. Genin and Naruto Uzumaki. "Good to meet you," Naruto remarked. "Your eyes are pretty," which made Fu laugh. Hinata Hyuga. "Pleased to meet you." Hinata grinned tensely and said, making a cracking noise. Genin Shino Aburame. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Fu. San." Fu gave Shino a long look before moving closer to him and inhaling deeply. "You smell like a bug, did you realize that?" she inquired. Sigh. "I know." Laughs. "You're nice. Would you like me to show you some rare bug habitats?" "Yes." Grasping his arm, she dragged him into the village. Gripe. Yuhi. "San, I apologize for that. Fu is a little distinct." A second ninja turned to face Naruto. "What? Not a thing." The group passed through the entrance, hidden tunnel and arrived at a massive waterfall. "I apologize for this, however, please take a moment to turn around." Kurenai nodded, and all of the Leaf Ninja turned around, of course. Before yelling, Shibuki ran through 20 hand signals. Kai. The waterfall parted to allow them to pass as the earth rumbled a little. A group of kids ran up to Shibuki as the group continued on the path deeper into the village. Sama Shibuki. "Hello, tell me what you're up to outside. The academy is still in session, right?" The youngest child, who appeared to be around 4 years old, shook her head. "We were instructed to gather trash, garbage?" The oldest, who appeared to be around 10 years old, moved forward. "Earlier, there was an intruder. They caused chaos close to the entrance." "A trespasser? Was there anyone injured?" "No, Shibuki." Sama. "The trespasser failed to reach the village. Before they could, they were driven out." Looking at Kurenai, he said, "I see. I apologize to Kurenai San for this. Would you be willing to go on a mission to support these kids? I do not want them to leave unattended." "That's all right. You can send the money later." Kurenai. "San, thank you," I sighed. "Kids, point out the mess to the friendly ninja. They'll also assist you. Recognized?" "Indeed, Shibuki." Sama. Naruto and Team 8 trailed the kids back through the tunnel and along a path until they reached a section of road that had been destroyed. "This is it. It is our responsibility to tidy up this area so that our ninja can use earth jutsu to fix it." After assisting with the cleanup for several hours, the group decided to take a lunch break. Shino also came back, albeit with an oddly red face. "Would you like to have lunch with me, N?" Naruto. "Kun, W? Hinata?" "Yes, Hinata. Chan." Naruto. Naruto declined Hinata's offer to share her lunch, claiming that all he had to give in return was ramen. "Few people, I know, enjoy ramen as much as I do. Furthermore, Hinata. Chan, I would feel awful if I simply ate your food. Although I do enjoy ramen, you succeed. Indeed, Since I accompanied you to Ichiraku's, how conveniently did she forget about Shino?" Naruto emptied his bag and exclaimed, "Yada. All right, Hinata. Chan." There were more than 10 distinct ramen flavors inside. With an overwhelming smile on his face, Naruto said, "Hinata. Chan, choose whichever one you'd like." Whistling sound. The smile from Naruto began to steam Hinata's head. Naruto turned to face the source of the sound and said, "Huh? The water shouldn't be boiling already." "Oh, well. Must be hearing things." After a short while. Thank you for the meal. The earth began to tremble as Hinata and Naruto were about to begin eating. Hinata dropped her ramen accidentally because of how much the ground was shaking, allowing it to overflow onto the floor. I'll be right back, Naruto. Kun. Hinata said, briefly activating her Byakugan before darting into the forest. Naruto exclaimed, Hinata-chan, I have more ramen. After sprinting through the forest, Hinata entered the tunnel and plunged into the village through the waterfall. She followed the sounds of fighting from there, and her Byakugan, until she saw Shibuki engaged in combat with 4 ninjas. Shibuki cried out, Hyuga-san, go get help, please. For a brief moment, Hinata stood with her hair covering her eyes. Which one of you made the ground rumble like that? The gray-haired ninja moved forward. What's the matter, brat? Did it scare you? Laughs. You made me drop Naruto-kun's ramen? She asked, cocking her head to the side. Hinata had leapt at him, and he had to duck, saying, so what if I d? Whoa, her Byakugan erupted into fury. Drawing a water whip, he said, alright, y'all little brat. Let's play. Crack. He struck Hinata's legs with it. She leapt over it and came racing toward him. 8 trigrams equals 64 palms. She launched a fierce attack on his tenketsu. Whenever one of his partners attempted to assist him, she evaded them or struck them in return. Until, at last, he passed out. Next, the female ninja went after Hinata. She also tried applying a water whip, and it was still a failure. Trigram number 8. 30.2 palms, she was likewise incapable. She cracked her knuckles and moved forward toward the 2 surviving ninja, panting, I have been trying for years to work up the courage to ask Naruto-kun to have lunch with me, and you ruined it. Gulp. The 2 gave each other a quick look. You hold her off, I'm going to get the hero water. Hi there. You can't just leave me here, bastard. Hinata's gaze followed the escaping ninja. Oh no, that's wrong. After spoiling our date. Lunch. With Naruto-kun. You are not leaving. She hurriedly ran through the hand signals. Water style. Water needle jutsu. She was surrounded by a vortex of water from which numerous needles were shot at the fleeing ninja. Ga. Every time a needle was fired, it struck a tenketsu point, immobilizing him. Her gaze centered on the surviving ninja. Shaky chuckle. What would happen if I said I'm sorry? Yes. I apologize. I apologize so much. He bowed his head quickly. Grinning, Hinata said, thank you. After that, he was hit with water needles, which also stopped him from moving. Content exhale. Oh my. I had more tension than I realized, Hinata remarked as she left. I hope Naruto-kun has more ramen. Shibuki, who had been overlooked, was afraid. That they were Jonin, was all he managed to say before collapsing from his wounds. Sama Shibuki. To assist him, the other ninja showed up. Returning with Naruto when Hinata came back, Naruto had prepared her another bowl of ramen. You were there. Oh, Hinata-chan. You left so quickly that I thought I had done something incorrectly. Laughs. No, Naruto-kun, you didn't do anything improper. I recently had some rubbish to discard. Hi there, Hinata-chan. That time, you didn't stutter. With a cheer, Naruto took hold of her hands and twirled her around. With a smile on her face, Hinata fainted from happiness, so much so that Naruto was holding her hand. What? Hinata. Oh, Hinata-chan. After about 30 minutes, Fu showed up. Hey, hi, Fu, Naruto bellowed. Hi there, the others spoke. I was requested to let you know that the task at hand has been accomplished. Shibuki. Sama apologizes in writing. But he is unable to brag about you. So he gave it to me to do. She led the group out of the village for about a mile before grabbing Shino by the elbow. Goodbye, Shino-san. She gave him a wink before splitting up the group to make their own way home. I'll see you soon. The other Leaf Ninja glanced at Shino before turning to face one another. All right, Shino. Arf. Akamaru and Kiba. Good going, Shino. Kurenai. Chuckles. Hinata. See. Congrats, Shino. What took place? Naruto. Group sigh. Nothing, Naruto. They all turned to leave, with Shino genuinely appreciative that Naruto had diverted their attention. What? Hi there, how would I respond? Knock, knock. Hiruzen raised his gaze from studying the mission report. Yes. His assistant came through the door and said, Hokage. Sama, Naruto Uzumaki is here to see you. Oh. Bring him inside. Drawer one of his desk drawers opened, revealing a file marked, Uzumaki. Naruto entered as the door opened. He approached Hiruzen's desk and offered a salute. At ease, Naruto. Hiruzen, you wanted to see me, Gigi? Naruto? Leaning back in his chair, Hiruzen turned to face Naruto. Then he clicked on the file and started to look it over. The subject has demonstrated amazing physical ability. Able to exert at least Jonin level force and velocity. His actual speed and strength are unknown, though, since he is never seen to struggle when performing his feats. Even when he executed a technique known as the serious knife hand, destroying more than 3 miles of forest, and slaughtered hundreds of hired guns. Actual figure not known. He appeared to exert very little effort in delivering his blow. There was no change in his chakra before or after using it. Therefore, I draw the conclusion that he is capable of far more destructive deeds than he has let me witness. Hiruzen turned to face Naruto again. Gigi, what was that? Naruto, that was an excerpt from Yugo's regular Jonin report on you. Hiruzen. She's been spying on me? Naruto inquired. This discovery seemed to have hurt him a little. Not at all. It's common practice. This report needs to be filed once a week by each Jonin sensei. It's used to assist me in determining the skill level of their student, Hiruzen. Oh. What else about me does it say? Following Hiruzen's explanation, the pain appeared to have subsided somewhat. He's just inquisitive now. Additionally, it states, and this is a straight quote, I think Naruto is ready to be promoted to the rank of chunin. As per your choice, Hokage. Sama. Hiruzen. Hata. I intend to become a chunin. With joy, Naruto leapt into the air. Not so fast, Naruto, chuckles. Hiruzen. Huh? Naruto gave up on his festivities. At your discretion, Hokage. Sama, it states. Furthermore, I don't believe you're ready yet, Hiruzen. Oh no, however, Gigi, Naruto. There is a way you can prove to me that you are ready, however. Stated Hiruzen. A tiny smile appeared on his face. Gigi, name it, I'll take any necessary action, Naruto. Laughs. I had a feeling you would say that. Hiruzen got up and moved toward a storage area that was next to the office. He called, follow me, running to catch up as Naruto. You are aware the chunin exams begin next week, yes, Hiruzen? Yeah, Yugo. Sensei told me about it a few days ago, Naruto. Good, that saves us some time. Hiruzen went into the storage closet and started searching. The chunin exams are problematic, Hiruzen. How so? Naruto. Since they are shared by the 5 major villages, many foreign ninja will be inside our walls, Hiruzen. Oh. That could be bad. Naruto. A bit of an understatement, really, when foreign ninjas arrived. It's inevitable for rivalries and old grudges to resurface. Even though they are aware that it could land them in trouble, Hiruzen. So they initiate fights? That would get them into trouble with their cages, wouldn't it, Naruto? Sigh. Not at all. Actually, most of the time the other cages encourage them to express their aggression, Hiruzen. What? Why would they act in that way, Naruto? Since, a long time ago, when the villages first signed the treaty, any village that isn't at war with the hosting village is welcome to participate in the chunin exams. A regulation was established, Hiruzen. What kind of rule? Naruto. A regulation that explicitly declared, there it is, that the hosting village is free to impose its own laws. So long as it doesn't cause any significant harm to the participating ninja. The foreign cage won't meddle with their sentencing. Hiruzen reached around the back of the storage closet to a shelf and pulled off a medium-sized box, and gestured for Naruto to return with him inside his office. What does this have to do with me, Naruto? I'm working on it. As you can see, the Anbu typically manages our security, but this time, our security will come from someone else. Hiruzen placed the box on his desk and proceeded to open it. Who's that? Naruto. Hiruzen moved aside so Naruto could peer inside the box. A gray vest and a blank face mask were inside. You. Hiruzen. What? Naruto bellowed. His eyes grew ridiculously large. I spoke. This year, you are our safety net. A spooky smile spread across Hiruzen's face. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm giving you my express permission to. His smile widened even more. He was almost afraid of breaking his face. Trick someone into thinking they're not real. Whoever dares to act inappropriately in my village. For Naruto, realization finally hit. And he began to smile like Hiruzen did. Consider it done, Gigi. Naruto laughs. That's my boy. 1 week later, every team, from 7 to 10, had reached the academy. Team 7 arrived last, and Team 9 arrived first. So, we're all here, huh? Pink. Yes. You apprehensive, forehead? Ino. Not as much as you are, Ino. Pig. The two began to give each other the glare. Ladies, Yosh. Please, don't bother Fig. Lee. Stay out of it, Bushy. Brow, they shouted. Sigh. So your team has an annoying girl too, Sasuke was asked by Shikamaru. HNN. Sasuke gave a nod. Hey, she's the annoying one. They gestured to one another. Hey, check out the comedy act, someone chuckles. The Konoha rookies were pointed out by a stone ninja. Numerous other ninja groups also took a peek. A few laughed out loud, while others snickered. But most chose to ignore them in favor of concentrating on the difficulties that lay ahead. Their wrath quickly turned on those who dared to make fun of the inexperience. You had better control your tongue. Otherwise, growl, Kiba. With a swagger, the rock ninja approached the Konoha ninja, confident in his capacity to prevail in combat. Although he was nearly 17, they were still children. Or else, what? He gave Kiba a scowl. Hi, Naruto. Could you please lend a hand, man? Kiba noticed the man's size and inquired. When he received no answer, he turned to look around. This made the other inexperienced players search for him as well. In relation to that, where is Naruto? Was he not also eligible for chunin? Munch. He did, of course. Most likely, he's just running late, Choji. I'm not sure. The other day, I heard Yugo, Sensei and Kurenai Sensei conversing. They claimed Naruto was not participating this year and was instead engaged in another activity. Shino. Ga. Ino took hold of her chest. Shino, I was afraid of you. How much time have you spent here? Shino felt a cloud of rain forming over his head and began to draw circles with his finger on the ground. Hinata was giving him a back pat. Ino. San. That is cruel. Shino. San accompanied us. Hinata. Oh. I'm sorry, Shino. Ino. It is fine. I'm used to it. The cloud got larger. Hey, stop ignoring me, you brats. The ninja of stone screamed. He made the decision to vent his rage on Kiba. Whoever was nearest. By slamming Kiba's head with his fist. Pat. Suddenly, a gray vest and blank mask. Wearing ninja emerged between the two, grabbing the stone ninja's fist. Not at all. Ninja with a bad attitude. Before flicking the stone ninja across the forehead, the masked ninja spoke. He flipped backward and struck a wall 10 feet away due to the impact. Mostly unscathed. After Naruto appeared, there was silence. However, his protruding hair made only the novices recognize him. Let all of you learn from that. Until a proctor instructs you otherwise, refrain from attacking one another. A ninja in a trench coat materialized. Hi. He cannot be allowed to get away with that. A different rock ninja let out a yell. Oh, and why not? He attacked my teammate. The rule was broken by your teammate. He has received the appropriate punishment. Who are they to decide punishments? They're the security force for this year. They will take action against anyone found to be in violation of the rules. Laughs. This brat of a child is a security guard. Is he watching over a preschool? Most of the other competitors laughed at this, except for the sand team. If I were you, I wouldn't want to offend them too much. That's so. Called, little brat, has a short fuse. Is that accurate? Okay. As the ninja approached Naruto from behind, he made a sound. With a backhanded fist, he struck Naruto on the side of his head with his arm covered in bandages. However, Naruto didn't behave as he had anticipated. Shouldn't have done that. Every ninja in the room turned to face the voice. Shouldn't have done, what? The noise ninja inquired. Ya shouldn't have pissed him off. From his, and the other rookies, spot across the room, Sasuke spoke. The noise ninja inquired. Just before Naruto's arm suddenly sprung out to seize him by the face. He said, "Ya shouldn't have pissed me off." In a sudden rush of speed, Naruto, along with the sound ninja, was gone. Another ninja cry went, "Where'd they go?" Only to be taken aback when, in a matter of seconds, his teammate reappeared. Feathers and glue all over it. Attached a rubber beak to his nose. Ah! The ninja became very anxious. His teammates hurried to console him. Without success, he simply continued saying, "So much orange," without stopping. The ninja all gawked at him, speculating about what might have transpired in the brief moment he vanished. "You now have your second lesson. If you irritate our security, you'll become just like him. Now take a seat and be quiet," Ibiki screamed, causing everyone to locate their spots rapidly, also the terrified ninja. "Hello, I'm Ibiki Morino. I am the inaugural proctor, too." Ibiki began circling the space. "These 2 sheets of paper will be distributed to each person by my assistant. Until I tell you to, you are not to turn them over. Punishment will follow non-compliance." A ninja screamed, and the other ninja shivered. "Once I grant you authorization to start, 20 minutes will be given to you to answer the questions. When the last question is asked, answer it only when I say to. Is that clear to you?" "Yes," exclaimed everyone. "All right, you're on your way. Start now." This section is identical to canon. Without Naruto's assistance, so allow us to fast forward a little. Following the initial test, tear, a smoke bomb detonated, and a window burst inward. Abruptly, a sign with the words, was nailed to the front wall of the room. The sexy and single, Anko Mitarashi. Then it said in tiny orange letters, "A blasphemer opposing ramen." Naruto. You pathetic brat. You'll eventually get over ramen and embrace dango, the real food of the gods. She let out a cry. The masked ninja with no face made a brief reappearance, gave her the double bird, and then disappeared once more. "Brat, just wait. One day, I'll win you over to my side." Anko. Sigh. "Anko, must you do this now?" Ibiki. "Yes, I have to." This morning, Naruto, that blasphemer, dared to scatter ramen packages all over my apartment. And to exacerbate the situation, she broke down in tears. What Naruto had done to this poor woman was a mystery to the other ninja. "He threw out my dango." She broke down in tears, making everyone accept their mistakes. "Oh no, Anko. Get your act together. You've got work to do, Ibiki." But my dango. Anko, if it will shut you up, sigh. "When you start the next exam, I'll buy you more dango, okay, Ibiki?" Her tears instantly stopped flowing, and she resumed her previous conversation. "Proctor, I'm the second exam. You have 10 minutes to meet me at training ground 44, or you will be eliminated." She disappeared into a leaf whirlwind. Ibiki was left alone as the examinees all stood up and fled out the door. "If I could just convince Yugo and Kurenai to pay for her dango, that would be amazing. Naruto is Yugo's student, and she is their friend," he pondered as he left. Practice area number 44, alternatively referred to as the Forest of Death, is among the world's most hazardous locations. "And for 1 week, we're sending you brats there," Anko said, using a dango stick to pick her teeth. "What?" the assembled genin cried out. At this very moment. Don't have to be so loud. After all, its reputation extends beyond death. Anko. W. What else is in there? Ino. Crowd. Thunder roared in the background, and the ground trembled. A few animals are also present there. But don't worry. Our security guard has volunteered to accompany you inside. You can shoot this into the air if you believe you are in grave danger. She raised a flare, and heel bolt into action. The genin peered at a ground. Seated, bound Naruto. A sign that read, was fastened to his chest. "I'm not going to let my sensei lose any more money." Right. Volunteered. Then what happens? Ninja lighting. The training ground will be escorted away from you. Additionally, your team will not be allowed to compete. So, will it succeed or fail? There aren't many options, is there? Ninja grass. You're always in control. Here, you are presented with 3 options. She extended 3 digits. Fight to the death if necessary. A single finger lowered. Take off running. Finger number 2. Or give up and fail. The final one. Selecting the recipient of the flare should take some time. After you've made up your mind, that individual might approach and grab one off the table. The genin chat about who would get the flare for a few minutes. Then they received their flares, and a line formed. When a flare appears, take the pile of papers underneath it as well. After being selected to hold her team's flare, Ino picked up the documents and started going through them. She inquired, "What are they for?" "Basic legal information. They declare that if someone is hurt or dies while taking this exam, neither Konoha nor I will be held accountable." Grinning, she said. "Oh, Ino." With a gasp, "I want everyone on the team to line up at the tent to my right after that. You will find a scroll inside. This scroll is your life for the week that you are inside. Keep it with you. And wait to open it until you've accomplished your objective. Which is grass. Cough. Cough. Orochimaru. Cough. Ninja. To seize the necessary scroll from an opposing team. After that, proceed to the forest's center. Why there? Ninja Rock. A tower stands in the middle of the forest. And your third exam will take place in this tower. Are there any more queries? No. All right. As you align, grab your scrolls and aim for your target. Anko. Sensei, what target? Oh, I forgot to mention that your opposite scroll is only owned by one team. Who has the necessary scroll will be disclosed to each team. Then, it is your responsibility to use any means necessary to take it away from them. Enjoy yourself. She gave a little chirp and approached Naruto. Get moving, Blondie. Have a bite. She gave him a nose blow with a dango stick. Never, I won't give up my ramen. For the love of God, it's just noodles. Sigh. Harlot, blaspheming. You retract that. Not at all. No, I doubt that I will. Come on, Blondie. Simply put, dango is superior to ramen. You bitch, you, I'll reimburse you for this. Wait a moment. You'll realize your mistakes one day. And ramen is going to take you to the land of promise. Dango's better. Ramen. Dango. Naruto grins to himself. Dango. Ramen. Dango's better, and that's final. No, ramen's better. I agree, ramen is better. You little bitch. Dango has improved. The two exchanged heated arguments, while the scrolls were being received by the genin. The grass ninja was the target for Team 7. That is just unfortunate. The rain ninja was the target for Team 8. The rock ninja was the target for Team 9. The lighting ninja was the target for Team 10. Ahem. Anko. San. The genin are ready to begin. Anko and Naruto's argument was cut off by a chunin. For a short while, the two gave each other a fierce look. This isn't over, Blondie. Anko. Likewise, ya bloody heathen. Naruto. Reaching over, she took up the microphone. All right, the second exam begins in 5.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, go. The teams hurried inside as the gates opened. Blondie, you are aware of the rules. Help them only if they make use of the flare. Anko. Yan. Yeah, I know. I was already told by Yugo, sensei. Need me to cut you loose? No, I'm merely a copy. Since you left a few minutes ago, the true me has been inside. Sod. I'm gonna get that brat, one day. Anko. The following day 3 of the 11 teams were already out of the running. The tower was now occupied by 2 teams. The Suna team. Konkuro, Tamari, and Gaara. Moreover, Squad 9. Unfortunately, all but one member of the grass team had perished in one of the teams. Karen, a girl with red hair, who was currently dozing off at the tower under Anbu watch. The cause of her being guarded. The faces of the other grass ninja had been severed when they were discovered dead. Thus, when Naruto entered with her, for her protection, a guard was assigned to her, in order for them to interrogate her. Anko, following his call to the murder scene, ran into the woods to find her ex-sensei. Unfortunately for her, Orochimaru was sort of absorbed. Sad. Slow down. In any case, what's wrong with you? I just mentioned that the guard had a nice body. Yeah. Orochimaru, remaining female in disguise, was currently fleeing from Hinata Hyuga, who was extremely irate. He had recently received a Shino's Kikiachu sample for analysis. Prior to him finding Sasuke, he decided to try to obtain a sample of Hinata's blood as well. Aiming to learn about the Byakugan, he attempted to girl talk about Naruto, which was a mistake. Read as rumors, to divert her attention. Not amused was Hinata. "Come back here, you slippery bitch." After Orochimaru had gotten away from her, Hinata yelled. Shino. Kiba, yes. I thought she was the timid one? Akamaru concurs. So did I. Does she scare you too, buddy? Looking up, Kiba saw Akamaru, the person within his hood. Shine. She scares me as well, Shino. In conjunction with Orochimaru, that Hyuga is kind of scary, damn it. Brings to mind that other Hyuga woman who was completely enamored with Hiashi. Chan. Once more, what was her name? His mind flashed to a picture of a long-haired purple woman. Shivers. That's right, her. She continues to give some people nightmares. Well, whatever, now let's go locate Sasuke, Chan. Using Squad 7, they were searching for the grass team by sprinting through the forest. Orochimaru, who was now on the lookout for them, when they finally stopped on a big branch of the tree. What's wrong, Sasuke? Kun, Pink, here, we're going to take a little break. There's no point exhausting ourselves on the second day. In addition, they also need to locate us. Chuckle. Sasuke. Chan, you are so correct. On the branch in front of them, Orochimaru touched down. Sakura turned to protect their backs as Sasuke and Sai assumed combat stances. Instruct your teammates to emerge, and we'll handle this properly, Kobayashi. Chuckle. Co-workers? Oh, you mean the comrades of this body? Yes, they're deceased. Dead. Sasuke. Chan, I'm not here for the test. I'm available to you. Pulling off the grass ninja's face, Orochimaru revealed his true face. I take it that means you're not part of the exams? Sasuke inquired. That's right. So, you're breaking the rules, right now? Yes, indeed. You Uchihas could be stupid, I knew that. However, are you truly so unintelligent that you must inquire? No, I just wanted to be sure before I did this. Sasuke blew past hand signals. Naruto. A rule. Breaker is here. Sasuke bellowed. Then he shot a great ball of fire skyward. Are you serious, Sasuke? Chan? Are you requesting the guard to come? Huh, where's your Uchiha pride? Orochimaru ran towards Sasuke. Rather than taking off as he had assumed, 7th team maintained their position. All right. Please simplify this for me. Pow! The force of the tackle caused the scroll that was inside Orochimaru's robes to spin around for a brief moment, until tumbling onto the limb. Naruto and Orochimaru were nowhere to be found. Sai approached the scroll and took it into his pocket, after confirming that it was the correct one. Let's head to the tower, shall we? Right? Alongside Naruto running the forest, Naruto had Orochimaru by the throat. Just hours before, Enko had told him about him being in the forest. He thus heard Sasuke yell about someone breaking the rules. He knew exactly who it was. He was going so quickly. Even so, several seconds had passed for Naruto. Orochimaru had not yet responded. When he reached the Hokage tower, Naruto jumped through the open window, in partnership with Orochimaru. When he eventually decelerated to the point where Orochimaru could respond. How the heck? What went wrong? He exclaimed. He attempted to free his throat by kicking and punching Naruto. But they had no effect on him. Gigi, I caught a rule breaker in the forest. Sigh. Alright, Naruto, I see. What are you doing in my village, Orochimaru? Chuckle. Aha. Hello, teacher. Long time, no see. You grew older. You became even more bizarre. I'd prefer to be elderly. I'd rather be weird. Same. Naruto, please don't agree with the psychopath. Hiruzen gave Naruto a scowl. Hee. Sorry, Gigi. Orochimaru, respond to the inquiry. What brings you here? Hiruzen got up from his desk and moved to approach Orochimaru head on. Sensei, you're so scary. It seems as though you're not pleased to see me. That's because I'm not. Hiruzen gave a deadpan look. He turned to return to his desk. Naruto. Yes, Gigi. A few years ago, I promised one of my students something. Orochimaru, that is, if I ever saw you again, I'd never murder you. I'm going to keep my word. Naruto, take him out. Roger that, Gigi. Naruto seized Orochimaru's head atop, while keeping the other hand around his neck. Wait, don't kill him. Ripping sound. Orochimaru's head was ripped from his body by Naruto. His body and head caught fire, and a message dropped from his chest, which Hiruzen took up and studied after that. I apologize, Sensei. I never die. I'll see you shortly. At the bottom, there was an illegible drawing of Orochimaru, giving them the finger. Sigh. Why did all of my students turn out so odd? I'm not odd, Gigi. Sigh. Why did all of my students and you turn out so odd? You must have infected us with your oddness, Gigi. Then, with a sudden rush of speed, Naruto vanished. Naruto. Re-entering the Tower 7 teams had passed away by the end of the week. Teams 7, 8, and 10 succeeded. The first day was successful for the Suna team. Ninja passed the sound. Additionally, Kabuto, Masumi, and Yoroi's Konoha team also succeeded, although Kabuto gave up right away. Whoa. My exam was passed by 7 teams. I'll admit that I'm shocked. Had I known you better, I would have died. Anko. Indeed, Anko. It's unlikely that your exam was as challenging as you thought it was. Ibiki. The guy who initially allowed a great number of genin to advance says this. Scarhead, what does that say about you? Ibiki gave Anko a scowl. Enough already. Hiruzen. Yes, Hokage. Sama. Hiruzen got up from his seat to address the genin briefly. I want to congratulate each and every one of you for reaching this far. Regretfully, you are unable to relax just yet. Maro. Because a large number of you passed the initial 2 tests, we have rescheduled your 3rd exam for next month, and today is the scheduled preliminary. What are we doing, Hokage? Sama, Pink, Hiruzen gestured toward a big blackboard. This screen will display 2 names. The 2 selected fighters will battle until one of them gives up, is killed, or is incapable of going on. All candidates are required to pay attention to Hayate Gecko, the exam proctor. Failing to comply with this will lead to disqualification. Is that understood correctly? Yes. Good, let the preliminaries begin. First match. Yoroi Akado vs Sasuke Uchiha. The 2 combatants descended to the arena's floor. You sure you're ready for this, Uchiha, Yoroi? Yan. Yeah, can we skip the bragging and just get this over with? Yoroi gave Sasuke a snarl. Uchiha, you really need to concentrate. It would be unfortunate if you suffered harm as a result of your lack of focus. Yoroi. Whatever you say. Hey Proctor, can we get this started already? Kobayashi? Cough. Are you both set to fight? I'm ready to kill you, Uchiha. Sure. Cough. Start. The pair bolted towards one another. Yoroi's hands were glowing blue, and Sasuke's Sharingan was blazing in his eyes. Sasuke ducked as Yoroi swiped at his head, but it did manage to brush Sasuke's hair. Huh? I lost some of my chakra, Kobayashi? Are you surprised, Uchiha? I can steal all of your chakra. All with just a touch. Sasuke took advantage of Yoroi's explanation of his ability and gave him a hard kick between the legs. With a loud squeak, Yoroi fell to his knees and turned to face Sasuke, who was fixed on him. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to talk during a fight, Kobayashi? Yes, Yoroi nodded. He wasn't able to talk yet. You should have listened. Raising his leg, Sasuke gave Yoroi a face-kicking blow. He fell backward and lost consciousness. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. The assembled ninja gave a clap, if apprehensively. When Sasuke got back to his squad, Kakashi approached him. That was a good fight, Sasuke. Thanks, sensei. Second match. Shino Aburame vs Zaku Abumi. They descended toward the arena. You better give me a good fight, Leaf Nin, Zaku. Shino. What's the matter, are you scared, Leaf Nin? Zaku. Cough. Are both warriors prepared? I'm ready. Yes. Begin. Zaku sensed right away that something was off because his chakra was rapidly depleting. What did you do? Zaku. With his arms raised toward Shin, Zaku forced chakra into the openings in his hands. Answer me, you bastard, Zaku. Fine then, I'll kill you and figure it out myself, Zaku. Boom. Decapitating airwaves. Screams. Zaku lost consciousness due to extreme pain as his arms broke into pieces. As everyone tried to figure out what had happened, silence fell over the room. Winner, Shino Aburame. Shino headed back to his group. Hey, Shino? Kiba? Yes. What did you do to him? After our names were drawn, I dispatched my Kakaichu to look into him. When they discovered the holes on his palms, I figured there had to be a purpose for them. I then ordered them to fill in the holes. The remainder is readily apparent. Tense laugh. Obvious, of course. Match 3. Konkuro vs Masumi Tsurugi. As with canon, winner, Konkuro. Match 4. Temari vs Sakura Haruno. Good luck, Sakura. Kobayashi, pow. Good luck, washboard. Thanks. After saying this, Sakura descended to the arena floor, where Temari was waiting already. Sigh. Great, I get the pinky. Temari, hi. My name is Sakura Haruno. I'm glad to have met you, she said, bowing. Temari, similarly, and, please, nothing personal. Sakura nodded despite twitching on her brow. Cough. Prepared fighters? Yes, begin. Sakura charged Temari after drawing her kunai. Who was it that removed the fan from her back? Once I have fully opened this fan, you will lose. We shall investigate that. I didn't train myself to death in vain. When Temari got close, she swung her still, closed fan at Sakura, but Sakura slid under it on her knees. Sakura then made a bold appearance. Swish. Swish. Sakura flipped, landed on her feet, and charged back in, but Temari grabbed her arm and threw her away. Temari clearly had the upper hand when the two practiced taijutsu. Sakura was holding her own thanks to her recent training. Wow. Sakura had thrown a sneaky punch that had caught Temari on the chin. After giving Sakura a small shake, Temari firmly planted her feet and gave her a quick smack with her fan. You're not bad. Temari let the first moon shine through her fan. I could say the same of you. Sakura leapt back onto her feet and came back. Sakura was trying to make sure Temari couldn't use her fan, and Temari was trying to keep her at a distance as they continued their close quarters fighting. Once more, Temari struck Sakura in the stomach with her fan. She was knocked backwards by the blow and came to a crouching halt. Temari let the second moon shine through her fan. Is that all you got, Pinky? Temari made fun of her. Hardly. Sakura made a charge back inside. It's not at all bad, this girl. With a few more years of instruction, she might pose a significant risk. Temari pondered. After a few more conversations, Temari became serious and opened up to her fans fully. I apologize, Pinky. Nothing personal, as I mentioned. Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Wind style. Sakura was thrown into the air and attacked by a massive wind tornado. Growls. Sakura screamed, her skin splitting open from the pain of the blades. After 10 seconds of being held in that position, the jutsu was cancelled, and she collapsed to the ground. Proctor, call the fight. She's finished for now. Pop. Sakura had charged Temari one last time, using her last bit of strength to give her a punch to the face. After Temari was knocked to the ground by the blow, Sakura fainted. Temari stood on the ground and stared at her. Cough. Temari, you won. With haste, Temari got back up and approached her brothers. You're an embarrassment. When Gaara arrived at them, she said. But Gaara, nah, like her, you nearly lost to trash. You're fortunate that we still need you, or I would have given you to your mother by now. A shiver went down Temari's spine. With her head hung, she hoped her brother would not disobey orders and murder her anyhow. Tenten vs Ino Yamanaka is the next match. Ino lost quickly because she hasn't been training like Sakura has. Winner, Tenten. Next match, Kintsuchi vs Shikamaru Nara. Identical to canon. Winner, Shikamaru Nara. Next up, Sai vs Kiba Inuzuka. Alright, Akamaru. Hey, let's get this done. I forfeit. Kiba lost his balance and fell to the ground as he was about to jump over the railing. Are you sure? Cough. Yes, I have faced Kiba many times, and know that I cannot win. Very well. Winner, Kiba Inuzuka. Next up, Shoji Akamichi vs Neji Hyuga. Neji walked to the arena, humming, Wish me luck, guys. Shoji descended as well. Cough. Prepared fighters? Yes, begin. Jutsu in multiple sizes. Choji rolled into a ball and began rolling quickly in Neji's direction. Jutsu bullet tank. Hup. Neji leapt over Choji and landed a light blow. His finger brushed against a tenketsu, making Choji dizzy. After that, he kept rolling until he struck a wallhead, first and lost consciousness. Cough. Winner, Neji Hyuga. Choji was carried off the arena floor, and Neji returned to his teammates. Next up, Dosu Kinuta vs Hinata Hyuga. Dosu was the first to descend to the arena. Conversely, Hinata began to hyperventilate due to her extreme anxiety. Hinata. Kurenai gave a growl. Why? Yes, sensei? You don't have to do this if you don't want to. However, I really would like to. I'm over my habit of being weak. Then let me give you a hand. Kurenai gestured with his hands, and Hinata became momentarily blinded. Hey, sensei. What are you doing? Kiba. With a glare in her eyes, Hinata emerged from her reverie. You dare? She leapt to the arena floor below from the balcony. Seriously, what did you do? I showed her something she really didn't want to see. Kiba gave her a perplexed look, but Shino appeared to get it. Sensei, you're cruel. Shino, I know. Kurenai. Can someone explain it to me please? Kiba shouted. Simple. I showed her Naruto losing his first kiss to that Dosu kid. Hard scream. Kiba, with his rear facing the arena. Glancing around at the expressions on people's faces, he decided he really didn't want to see what Hinata was doing to that poor guy. That was supposed to be mine. A louder scream and then sobbing. Wow. Hinata Hyuga is the winner. Don't kill me, please. I've yet to have sex with Yugo. Ayate. Hi. Yugo. Every other Jonin stared at her, so also did the genin. What? I'm not trying hard enough, mind you. He desired to hold off until after our marriage. She turned her head away. Huh? Each person responded. For your safety, Dosu's body has been blurred out due to the graphic nature of the scene. I appreciate your understanding. Next match. Gaara of the Desert vs Rock Lee. Identical to canon, winner, Gaara of the Desert. Lee was still in the path of Gaara's sand, so the Jonin all dove to intercept it. Gaara's sand has chosen Naruto as its new target, who had descended as well. All of the sand except for his head was covering Naruto as he stood motionless. Die. Gaara bellowed in a frenzied tone. Sand funeral, sand coffin. The Jonin tried to scuttle the gathering genin, but they were pushed back. The genin all screamed. Naruto. Hiruzen bellowed. Yes, Gigi? After observing his composed reply, everybody turned to look at him and saw that he was looking around incoherently. Are you okay, Naruto? Kurenai. Oh, yes. Everything is well with me. In fact, this place is quite warm. Sand funeral. Gaara attempted his jutsu once more, but the outcome remained the same. You're having problems acting, huh? Fear not, it occurs to everyone. Not to me, though, but... Naruto, funeral in the Imperial Sands. More sand began to pile up around Naruto, attempting to crush him. Naruto was not impressed, yawning. Are you finished yet? My legs stopped moving. Exclamatory shout. Sand began to drift in Gaara's direction. Run! Temari screamed. She moved off the arena floor with her brother and a few of the other genin. At that moment, Naruto emerged from the sand coffin. Yawn. I feel a little sleepy now. He moved to just behind Gaara and vanished from his spot. Thud. He was rendered unconscious after Naruto gave him a blow to the head so forceful that his sand armor cracked. No, don't if you do that, heal. The ground trembled violently, and Gaara's eyes snapped back open. I'm at liberty, laughs. Gaara surveyed the ninja around her. Die. Smack. Naruto struck him with such force that his face penetrated the concrete and remained there. You should really calm down, you'll hurt your throat talking like that, Naruto. The ninja around her were all stunned. However, the younger ninja was unaware of the recent events, aside from Naruto acting strangely. All the older ninja understood what it was. He's a Jinchuriki. You sand ninja, I'd like a word with you in my office after this is over. Yes, sir. The Hokage returned to his seat. He got to his feet, concerned for Naruto. Everyone, pay attention. Now each of you may take a piece of paper out of this box, according to the proctor. The name of the opponent you will be facing in a month is listed on it. Hiruzen. The genin took a piece of paper, one by one. Temari accepted one for Gaara as well because he hadn't yet been disqualified. Left to right now, as we begin. Read the name of your opponent. Temari. Shikamaru. Size. Gaara. Sasuke. Konkuro. Kiba. Hinata. Neji. Shino. Tenten. Well, you've been fired. You will receive the information you require for your upcoming exam from your Jonin instructors. Hiruzen. With the exception of those in the medical wing and the Sand siblings who were interviewed by the Hokage and his Anbu, everyone filed out of the tower. I'm sure this is where Gigi said he would be. Naruto was searching for a man named Jiraiya by meandering along the wall of the hot springs. Naruto was sent to find this Jiraiya guy because Hiruzen had informed him earlier that morning that it was time to learn how to control the Kyuubi's chakra. Giggling pervert. Something sounded above Naruto. He noticed a big, white-haired man hunched over on a tree branch when he looked up. Oh, you naughty girls, laughs. Excuse me? Not now, boy. Can't you see I'm busy? The man had a little notepad in his hand. What are you doing up there? I'm researching, now go away. What? What are you looking into? Bark like a tree. Why is it important? Muffled whispers. Naruto turned to face the man after looking at the wall. He's peeping on the women in the hot springs. Naruto became aware. With a sly smile, Naruto turned and left. A blonde woman wearing an orange jumpsuit entered the hot springs a short while later. I believed that brat would never go away. Where were the ladies now? He watched as a woman approached one of the women inside the hot spring and gestured toward him over the wall. The woman screamed as soon as she saw Jiraiya. Peeper. The kunoichi inside were drawn to that. That's not good, I see. However, those perky breasts, before Jiraiya could escape, the kunoichi grabbed him and pounded him into the ground. Groan. Naruto was crouching in front of Jiraiya, having returned to his male form. I'm guessing, you're the guy Gigi sent me to find. Jiraiya gave the blonde a scowl. Who are you? Genin, soon to be Chunin, Naruto Uzumaki, and I detest perverts. It's good to meet you. I take it that's why you ratted me out, to stop me from researching. Jiraiya got back up and asked. No, it was funny, so I ratted you out. I would have taken action on my own if I had truly wanted to stop you. Oh ho, the brat thinks he's tough. Jiraiya gave Naruto a sly little grin. No, I just know I could have stopped you if I wanted to. Oh, please tell. I really want to know how a brat like you managed to stop me. Jiraiya smirked and Naruto smiled back. Like this, Jiraiya turned to see something other than a blonde wearing a jumpsuit. Rather, he was staring at the clouds and sky overhead. Huh. When Jiraiya looked around, she saw that he was actually over the woman's hot spring, in the sky. With a splash, Jiraiya fell into the water of the hot springs and momentarily floated face down before rising to her feet. You didn't receive enough earlier, then. Huh? Naruto sat down beneath the tree to wait after hearing the women start to beat him. Jiraiya lets out a cry. Naruto's sly smile grew even wider. Jiraiya was flung back over the wall and came to a stop in front of Naruto after about 10 minutes. Having fun? I hate you, brat. That's nice, so anyways. Naruto stands up. Gigi wants to see us. Jiraiya raised his head to give Naruto a more intense glare. Why should I care what your Gigi wants? Because he's the Hokage, and you're in his village. Naruto turned to leave. Hey, wait up. Jiraiya hurried to get up. How do you do that? A teleportation jutsu? No. Bloodline that allows you to move people? Nope. You ate a mystical fruit that allows you to put anyone you touch into a bubble and repel them at extreme speeds? That's ridiculous. Also no. Then, how? I threw you. You threw me? Yep. Well, that's kind of boring. I thought the fruit explanation made more sense. That's not possible, though. Meanwhile, Luffy and the gang are no longer welcome. Here you go. Kuma. Smack. Gomo Gomo no Kuma's devil fruit caused Luffy to take off in the air. You're right. Sigh. A man can dream though. Jiraiya questioned Naruto all the way to the Hokage's quarters. Gigi. Knock. Knock. I located the former pervert. Hi. I am Jiraiya, Mount's Great Toad Sage. Don't care. Twinkle, enter now. The pair passed through the entrance. Jiraiya was standing right behind Naruto, who was in the lead. Hey, Gigi. Hello, Master Sensei. Hello. Anything else, Gigi? Not at this time, Naruto. Would you mind waiting outside for a short while? Alright. With a nod, Naruto went back outside and closed the door. Click. After exchanging brief looks, Hiruzen reached under his desk to touch Jiraiya. He took out a file that said, Uzumaki, and set it down on Jiraiya's desk. Anbu, keep an eye on the perimeter, but don't come inside until I send you back. After a few seconds, there was a whoosh, and the two were left in solitude. This is the ninja file belonging to your godson, Naruto. Kindly go over it to see what you've missed. Jiraiya turned her gaze from the document. Sensei, you know I was busy. I was unable to abandon my work. Jiraiya, damn it. You've had plenty of time off from me, your Hokage, over the years. The very least you could have done was attend a couple of birthdays. And what say you, Sensei? Hi, Naruto. How are things going? Your parents were not saved by me, your godfather. Huh, is that what you want? Jiraiya, you realize that wasn't your fault, What gives you the impression that you would not have perished as well if you had been present? I was there, and I was unable to save them. I don't know, but I could have been the one to do the sealing, instead. Are you really saying that I wouldn't have followed suit? I arrived just as Minato had sealed away the Nine Tails and Kushina was on the verge of death. Neither you nor I could have taken any action to stop their deaths. With his arms crossed, Jiraiya turned to face Hiruzen again. Nevertheless, he has lived a better life without me around. I would have made matters more difficult. Hiruzen took a few puffs from his lit pipe before answering. How would you know? If his life was better off without you in it, how would you know? You never bothered to give another approach a go. Sensei, you know that's not fair. And what? Do you believe that the boy received a fair hand? Jiraiya, I'm sorry to break your bubble. However, the boy's life hasn't been simple. Are you saying, scoffs? You really think I would allow him to be abused? I have no control over people's fears, but the few who have tried over the years haven't survived to try again. They were afraid of him, so they disregarded him. Because they didn't want him to exist, they pretended he didn't exist, and it affected him. Though he may not express it, their fear gave him a level of independence that no child should. Hiruzen peered out of his glass. It also made him strong. Giggle. Yeah, I noticed. Hiruzen grinned. Yes, I saw your meeting didn't go as well as you thought it would. You could have warned me. Chuckle. There's no way. Naruto's antics amuse me nearly as much as they do. As long as they're not directed at me. Sigh. Figures. For several more seconds, the two kept their silent gazes on one another. You want me to teach him to harness the Kyuubi's chakra, don't you? Nope. Jiraiya made a mistake. What? In my opinion, he doesn't truly require the Kyuubi's chakra. But if the information your spies have provided is accurate, he will then require all of the assistance available to him. So, teach him, if you wouldn't mind. Actually, that was rhetorical, Jiraiya. Sigh. Sensei, of course. I'll get started right away. See that you do. Jiraiya departed the space. Come on, Blondie. Hiruzen chuckles. Jiraiya made Naruto sit down after leading him to a training area that was far from the village. Sit like this, brat. Naruto imitated Jiraiya after he demonstrated the correct meditation pose to him. What now? Close your eyes. All right, Naruto said. Now, visualize a gate, to use a more appropriate word. You must proceed through this gate, which is the entrance to the Kyuubi's seal. Naruto closed his eyes and visualized a big gate. Now what? Do you have the image in mind? Clonk. Jiraiya gives him a headshot. Yeah. Ouch. What was that for? Naruto held his head and yelled. That was supposed to knock you out. Jiraiya first glanced at Naruto's fist, then at his head. Why did you try to knock me out? To get you inside the seal. How does knocking me out get me inside? It's either that or waiting for you to fall asleep while thinking of the gate. Sigh. Alright. If you want something done, do it yourself. For several minutes, Naruto kept his eyes closed and concentrated. What are you planning? He was disregarded by Naruto. Hello. Wham. Naruto struck his own jaw, knocking himself unconscious. Why do I get the feeling this brat thinks I'm too weak to knock him out? Jiraiya's question went unanswered. If someone had, it would have been strange. Inside the seal, in the meantime. Huh. So this is the inside of the seal. Naruto surveyed the water. Splattered floor and crimson walls. It's like a sewer in here. He set out on the path that was in front of him. Though he decided to ask the old pervert about them later, he noticed the 3 pipes circling the pathway and the 3 colors of water inside of them. Naruto eventually arrived at a door. This is it, I guess. Naruto inhaled deeply before pushing open the door and passing through. Whoa. Once inside, he was met by a huge gate that surrounded him and obscured his view of the end in all directions. So, my jailer has finally come to pay me a visit, Asking from behind the bars was a deep voice. Are you the Kyuubi? Naruto advanced toward the entrance. Chuckle. Yeah, I really am. Gulp. I was sent here to learn how to use your chakra. Is that so? Yeah, it is. Is that acceptable? Oh, of course. Really, of course. Not. The Kyuubi let out a roar. His enormous arm shot out from behind the bars and struck Naruto square in the face. Foolish human. It made an effort to retract its arm, but discovered that it couldn't be moved. Huh? It made several more attempts, all to no avail. That wasn't that pleasant. With its hand tipped upward to peer beneath, the Kyuubi noticed Naruto grasping a claw above his head. Release me, human. No, I don't think I will. The Kyuubi attempted to free its claw once more, but Naruto remained motionless. I said, release me. The Kyuubi lunged towards Naruto with its other arm. It also caught on with Naruto. And I said, no. Naruto grabbed the Kyuubi's arms and leapt back. Wham! The head of the Kyuubi crashed against the bars. Maro. Had enough? Never. Pop. Bang. Pop. Bang. The sound of Kyuubi's head bouncing off the bars filled the room. Naruto halted after slamming about 10 times. Had enough, yet? Groan. Yeah, can you let go, now? Sure. The Kyuubi was freed from Naruto's grasp. Thanks. Now, die. Once more, the Kyuubi tried to subdue Naruto. Bang. 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 After catching its claw, Naruto slammed Kyuubi against the bars several times. Alright. Bang. I've. Bang. Had. Bang. Enough. Naruto heard it and stopped. Are you certain? Since I can work on this all day. Maro. I'm sure, but are you really sure? I'm really, really sure. Alright. When Naruto let go of the claw, the Kyuubi drew its arm back inside to support its head. So, about that chakra. Groan. I'll give you permission to use my chakra if you'll go away until my head stops ringing. Deal. Naruto surveyed the area for a short while. How'd I do that? Same way you got in. Oh, okay. After giving himself a self-punch, Naruto disappeared from the Kyuubi's line of sight. Maro. Why couldn't he have just been an annoying, loud, and foolish person instead of a strong, annoying, loud, and foolish person? Beyond the seal when Naruto awoke, Jiraiya was watching over him. Don't worry if you didn't get it to agree, I didn't think you would. No, it agreed. After all, no normal person could ever get the Kyuubi to agree to something so one-sided as letting you use its chakra. I said it agreed. I mean, only a complete and total psycho would ever dream of getting the Kyuubi to agree to something like that. Hi. I concurred when I said it. I heard you the first time, my brain just didn't want to accept it. Oh. So what now? Honestly, helping you access the Kyuubi's chakra was all I had planned. So, you have nothing else to teach me, alright, so, what would be your thoughts on agreeing to sign a summons contract? Naruto smiled broadly at Jiraiya. Sounds like fun. The fourth Raikage entered the cage box and said, Hello Hiruzen, how are you on this fine day? Of the 3 Kage that were anticipated, he was the first to arrive. Hiruzen motioned for it to take a seat in the chair beside him. Oh hello I'm doing well, and yourself? A lifted his jug of sake into the air and said, I'm doing fine, now that I have some sake to wet my throat. Cheers, as he took a long sip from the jug. Chuckle. Enjoying the festivities, are we? What? I never get to relax back in Kumo. It's always work, work, punch my brother, and work some more. Oh, I know what you mean, it's the same here. Sigh. When I took over from my father, I would never have thought that I would spend the majority of my days filling out paperwork. Laugh. Yes, the bane of all cage, paperwork. Onoki floated into the cage box and said, I would have stayed home if I knew we would be discussing paperwork. Greeting his old enemy, Hiruzen said, Onoki, how's the back? Groan. Better than I expected, after such a journey, and to think, you didn't even send an escort to pick me up. Oh ho. Are you so old you need to be walked everywhere, Onoki? Onoki glared at Hiruzen, his face flushed red. Onoki smiled and said, you would know, wouldn't you, Hiruzen? How's the retirement home treating you? Hiruzen turned to glare now. Just fine, actually. How's your arthritis, does it still hurt to walk? Only during the winter. Do you still have those kidney stones? The cage arrived and saw the two during this exchange. Sigh. Great, now I have to listen to them try and one-up each other. Laughs. Hey, Rasa. How are you doing? Rasa saw that it was sipping from a big sake jug. Mind if I take a swig? I've only been here for 5 minutes and they're giving me a headache. A glanced at Rasa, then at his jug. His eyes narrowed for a moment and then he smiled. Of course. Darui, bring the cage a glass, A yelled. Rasa used that moment to settle into the chair next to A. After a few minutes of conversation, Darui entered the cage box, interrupting them. Darui gave A tiny sake glass and said, your glass, Rakage. Sama. Rasa then took the glass. Even though Rasa squinted at the glass, he accepted it. A filled Rasa's glass with sake, and the two of them drank silently. My thanks, A. At that moment, Gecko Hayate entered the cage box and stopped Hiruzen and Onoki. Hokage. Sama, it's time, cough. The four cage turned to face Hayate, and 3 of them nodded to the ninja when they arrived. One of them was astounded by what he saw. No, Baki assured me, he was dead. Did Baki lie to me? The cage cast a suspicious glance at Hiruzen, but he kept his distance. Hayate bowed his head to Hiruzen and said, ah, of course, Hayate. Thank you, before leaving. Rising from his seat, Hiruzen faced the assembled cage. Well, shall we get this started? Groan. Yes, let's get this over with. I can already imagine the pile of paperwork I'll have waiting for me when I get home. Onoki. After their vacation, the other 3 cage shivered, thinking of the work they would have to catch up on. Together with A and Rasa, the 4 cage emerged onto the balcony. Both civilians and ninjas from villages throughout the Land of Fire and beyond were crammed into the stadium. The once boisterous assembly fell silent as they waited for the Hokage to continue as Hiruzen yelled, attention everyone, into a microphone. Hiruzen was briefly overpowered by the cheers before they subsided. Thank you, we are gathered here today to witness some very talented ninja compete for the chance to be promoted to the rank of chunin. Unfortunately, for 2 of my fellow cage, none of their ninja made it to this crucial point, however, they have decided to come watch and enjoy the festivities, anyway. A round of applause for my fellow cage. Applause. A held up his sake jug to address the audience, saying, the 4th Rakage of Kumogakure. Applause. Rasa bowed slightly to the audience, Rasa, the 4th cage of Sanagakure. Onoki, the 3rd 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Cheers. Despite Hiruzen's age. Related jab, Onoki glared at the audience and held up his hand. The audience applauded Hiruzen when he declared, and I am Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of Konohagakure. Yes, yes, settle down, now, let the exam begin. Meanwhile, outside the community, Baki was assisting Sand and Sound Ninja, who were arriving, in getting ready to enter the village. They were still waiting for more than 30% of their forces, even though most of them had arrived the previous evening. Wandering around the makeshift camp each attacking village had set up, he asked the commanders where the rest of the forces were. Where are they? We need everyone here if we want this plan to work. Lord Rasa is counting on us. The answer he got was, I thought they were here, already? He then set out to find them. In case they had arrived by mistake and set up camp in the wrong location, He ran around the village's perimeter. He was accurate. When he arrived at the other campsite, he was met with the sight that made him wonder, my god. What happened here? Total devastation. There was blood and gore all over the place, and not a single ninja survived. Desperate to find at least one ninja still alive, he looked around the camp. He hoped that one person had survived to identify the type of monster that had caused this. A youthful voice exclaimed, "Yo," from behind him. Baki spun around, just in time to see Naruto standing behind him. "What's the brat doing here?" was the response Naruto gave to his query. Naruto grinned and said, "You won't find any ninja here. They were either killed or captured last night." Baki cast a quick glance around, hoping to spot the other ninja he knew was nearby. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I was just going out for a walk and stumbled upon this place." "Oh, what a coincidence, that's how I found this place as well. I was just walking along, minding my own business, when I came across an enemy camp right outside our walls. So I had no choice but to wipe them out." Naruto's smile grew even larger. Baki was shocked to hear, "You wiped out an enemy camp while on a walk?" This kid was saying that he could defeat over 1,000 ninja by himself. Naruto just said, "I take very enthusiastic walks." "Right," Baki said, slowly extending his hand to the concealed kunai he was wearing up his sleeve. Even though he detested having to kill a child, he had to obey Lord Ross's orders. From behind him came another voice asking, "What you got there?" Baki noticed another Naruto standing behind him when he cast a sidelong glance. "What the?" Smack. Baki was knocked unconscious when the Naruto in front of him struck him across the face. "Why were we unable to punch this guy once more?" questioned the other Naruto. Sigh. "Because Tamari-chan would only give up their plans to help if we promised not to hurt her family and this guy." "Ah." The Naruto struck his open palm with his fist. "Yes. Are you ready for some ramen? We can kill some time. You understand what's on my mind. We seem to be two of a kind, or something similar. You're literally my clone. What do you want me to think? Is this the extent of what Yugo-sensei had to endure? No, I'm not that horrible." Baki was dragged along by Naruto as he grabbed his leg. "We should probably drop this guy off with Tamari-chan first." For a brief while, they were silent. "Nope." They dragged Baki's unconscious body and headed off to Ichiraku's. Upon reaching Ichiraku's ramen stand, Naruto raised Baki's body and settled him onto the stool, putting his head on them and folding his arms, giving the impression that he was dozing. "Hi there, Naruto. How can I fulfill your request?" Tucci glanced confusedly between Naruto and the clone. "It's ninja stuff, old man." "Well, that makes sense. And who is your pal?" Tucci gestured toward Baki. "That's Baki, he had a long night." "Oh, so he had a drink?" Naruto concurred, saying, "Something like that. He's going to have a headache when he wakes up." Laughs. "Well, most likely. In the interim, Hiruzen and the other Kage observed the combat between Shikamaru and Tamari. Rasa, your daughter is really talented, you ought to feel pleased." Although he was starting to feel anxious on the inside, he grinned and said, "Oh, I am." The invasion had already begun when Gaara's match had started. "Where is Baki, then?" Naruto was currently dragging Baki through Konoha. "Well, I have to head over to tend to the other camp now. You deliver him to Temari's lodging." "Why must I do this, Iu?" questioned the other Naruto. "Because you're the clone. One of these days, I'm going to start up a clones rights group and—" Yeah, just go already." Naruto leapt into the air, but before he could take off, his clone flipped him off. After flying over Konoha, Naruto touched down in the middle of the enemy camp. "Hello, ninja invasion." That captured everyone's interest. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I would like to ask everybody to surrender before things get out of hand." The ninjas glanced at one another. "Death him," one of the captains bellowed. "Hold on." The ninja halted their attack when Naruto raised his hands. "Brat, what is it? I previously asked this question, but I never seem to hear back. Would you mind answering this question for me?" Sigh. The sand leader said, "Fine, ask your stupid question." "What kind of health plan do you have?" "What?" I asked. "What kind of health plan do you have? Do you have adequate insurance in case you are hurt while performing your job?" No, our health insurance is really terrible. Identical situation here. A sane ninja concurred. Oh, I see. With a sudden burst of speed, Naruto disappeared. This is going to be bad for you. Swoop in. The leader of Sound yelled. Today, everything in Naruto's world seemed to be moving even more slowly than usual. Even the attacking Jonin seemed to be immobilized. Did I accelerate once more? Naruto pondered. Naruto ducked under a wind jutsu, pulled the ninja up by his panties, and stretched it over his head before giving it a small push into the air. Naruto grabbed a sword that another ninja was drawing and gave him a hard blow to the head using the sword's handle. As three more charged up a joint jutsu, Naruto raised them all and directed them at one another. The Sound leader's skin rippled like water as Naruto jabbed him in the forehead. Then he went to the ninja in the sand and gave him a cheek tap, which made his skin ripple as well. A streak of orange light illuminated the camp, revealing to the attacking ninja that they were being hurled around, with one poor bastard having his underwear pulled over his head and then thrown into the sky, where he had not yet descended. With a single blow to the forehead, the Sound leader's neck broke, and the Sand leader's teeth were all knocked out, eliminating both of them with a single blow. The kid had apparently used a massive wind called Justu, and three ninjas exploded, their bodies torn to pieces. One ninja was instantly killed when his head was crushed against his chest. No explanation could be offered for the sudden explosion of over 100 ninja into bits. It's enormous. Naruto flicked his forehead, causing him to flip into four other ninjas as a ninja yelled. A few ninja attempted to flee, but the orange light sent them hurtling back into the camp. They therefore made the decision to fight to the very end. After 2 hours in his perception and only 10 minutes in real time, Naruto managed to subdue the entire invading army. Nearly all of the attacking Sound ninja were still alive, albeit injured and unconscious. However, the Sound ninja weren't given the best treatment. Naruto ran around the camp trying to knock out as many ninja as he could, accidentally killing a few. The bulk of their number was dead, though more than 100 remained alive. At last, in the middle of the camp, Naruto stopped and cleaned the blood off his hands. Phew. Apologies, Sound ninja. Gigi stated, I couldn't leave all of you alive because you weren't allies. Wham! What? When Naruto turned to face the village, he noticed smoke coming from the stadium. I apologize for not being able to talk to everyone. Duty demands. Naruto disappeared once more. What? What on earth was that? When Ninja woke up, she yelled. Alongside the cages when the match between Gaara and Sasuke started, Rasa and his Jonin guard, who happened to be Orochimaru, sprang into action, grabbing Hiruzen and hoisting him onto the stadium roof. When Sound 4 emerged, it created a wall to keep others from getting in the way. All right, Gaara, crickets chirped in the background as Rasa yelled. The other two cages were viewing the scene as though it were a great show after managing to find popcorn in the chaos. Gaara answered, I decline. Rasa heard Gaara's answer and turned back, having just stepped through the barrier. How dare I? You will obey me because I am your cage. Very well, with a sigh. Doing possum jutsu. Gaara exclaimed following a series of hand gestures. Sasuke and the other genin in the area tried to stop him, but they were only a few seconds too late. Sand burst from Gaara's gourd, swiftly forming the one tail's base form. Loud laughter. I'm free, I'm free. Is he not present here? With caution, the lone tail was scanning its surroundings for something. Ah, Shukaku the Mighty. Take out our adversaries, ordered by Rasa. I decline. Oh, please, hurry up. Rasa let out a scream. Hiruzen's awkward eyes were fixed on Orochimaru. I sense that you would have performed better if you had been by yourself. Orochimaru turned to face Hiruzen, who had also been observing the show. You know what? The two of them started fighting. I'm feeling the same way. Shukaku, launch an assault. I'm not interested. Shukaku had taken a seat in the arena and was not getting up. Now that the one tail was clearly not going to attack, the crowd and surrounding ninja were at a loss for what to do. After all, no one had attacked them yet. Leave this area, civilians. The ninja obeyed Shikaku Nara's command and started escorting the civilians out of the area. OMG. You stupid animal. With a roar, Rasa glanced at A and Onoki. What? You want to get into a fight, maybe? They exchanged glances before turning back to Rasa. Raising their sake glasses to Rasa, they both said, "No, I'm fine just watching the show." "Are you going to assist us?" Rasa inquired. "Nope." Rasa turned to face the battle between Orochimaru and Hiruzen and said, "Figures." "Hiruzen, I want to ask you a question. I have a lot on my plate." "It will just require a moment, I'm busy." Orochimaru, hold on a second. "Why?" "I would like to ask Hiruzen a question." Orochimaru halted his attack and rested his weight on his sword. Hiruzen used the chance to give Orochimaru a staff smack in the face, saying, "Fine, ask away." "Alright, now you can ask. Were Hayate Gecko not dead?" Rasa inquired. "I was informed that he had been killed." Knocking. The sound of a knock on the barrier reached Rasa. He turned to see who it was, and to his surprise, Naruto was standing there grinning. "Hello." Rasa waved back when Naruto did. Through the barrier, Naruto was attempting to communicate with Rasa, but she was distracted by the sound of Orochimaru and Hiruzen fighting once more. "I'm not hearing you," Rasa cried out. Rasa was unable to hear Naruto's yell despite his cupped hand. "I can't hear you at all." With a darkening expression, Naruto drew back his fist and punched the barrier, shattering it like a piece of glass. He then approached Rasa, cupped his hands around his mouth, and let out a scream. "Deaf bastard, you saved him, oh." This blonde brat had broken that enormous barrier in one punch. Rasa's ears were ringing, and his face, as well as the faces of the other cages, were frozen in shock. Naruto slapped Rasa aside to make room and ran over to Hiruzen, who was standing motionless, and Orochimaru screaming in agony, despite the fact that they were not even close to one another. "Gigi, what's the issue?" Even though Hiruzen was spitting blood, he would not lower his arms or put the scroll to his lips. Enma, who had returned to his natural form, said, "He summoned the Shinigami, only way to kill the previous Hokage and get rid of Orochimaru. What is going to occur with him?" Naruto sobbed. "After fulfilling its end of the bargain, it will devour Hiruzen's soul." "It's the hell that it is." Naruto started searching for the Shinigami. "Gigi, where is it?" The Sound 4 grabbed Orochimaru and fled, taking advantage of the distraction. "Acquire." Naruto. Looking far above Naruto's head, Hiruzen fell to his knees. "Oh, I see. Are you really there?" Hiruzen, who wanted to stop Naruto and tell him not to enrage the Shinigami, was too weak to stop Naruto when he turned around and glared up at the Shinigami. "Are you really thinking that I'll give up my Gigi?" Naruto yelled at the Shinigami with fury. "Mortal, you behave as though you have a choice." Its appearance caused Naruto to narrow his eyes. "I'm taking him, and there's nothing you or anyone else can do to stop me from claiming my prize." The Shinigami let Naruto see and hear it. "Will you stake your entire life on that?" "Chuckle. Mortal, you can't kill me." Naruto's hair stood on end and grew even wilder as his eyes turned red with a slit pupil. "Even though I would love to see you try." Naruto withdrew his fist and said, "Then, you're going to love this." The boy was confident that he could kill the Shinigami, and the scary part was that the Shinigami was beginning to believe him. The Shinigami noticed something, or rather, a lack of something, in the boy's eyes at that moment. The Shinigami saw the boy's death flash before his eyes as his fist was fully drawn back. "If I get hit by this boy, I truly will fade," said Naruto moments before he struck. "Very nicely done, mortal. The elderly man is still alive." The Shinigami glared at Hiruzen for the time being. "If you ever call upon me once more, I'll have your soul. Do I make sense?" "Crystal. Good." The Shinigami disappeared, leaving everyone incredibly disturbed and Naruto standing there bewildered. Naruto turned to face Hiruzen and said, "So, is the incursion finished?" Growl. Chuckle. "Yes, right now. Please take me to the hospital." "Gigi. You got it." Tamari paced the hospital room that her brother was in. Not long after the one tail sealed itself back up, Gaara passed out and hasn't awakened. Though the slight smile on his face prevented her from acting rashly, she was starting to think the Konoha doctors had done something. She reflected on the point at which everything went wrong and ultimately derailed her father's plans, thinking, "I bet that damned blondie had something to do with this." Sigh. Nothing's gone well for us since the preliminaries ended. Retrospection. That blonde idiot knocked Gaara out so badly that he had to be carried to Konoha's hospital. He had not shown any signs of awakening after more than 2 weeks of sleep. And the Hokage had now arrived to visit them. Sigh. What more could possibly go wrong? After their encounter the other night, Baki reportedly had to kill a leaf ninja to keep him from informing the Hokage of their intentions. And now, just hours later, the Hokage had arrived to see them. She pondered, sigh. What else could go wrong? As soon as Hiruzen and Naruto entered Gaara's hospital room, they said, "Greetings, Sand Nin." Temari bowed and nudged Kankuro in the ribs, saying, "Hello, Hokage." Sama. So he would, too. Hiruzen said with a blatantly fake smile, "Oh, none of that now. After all, we're allies, right?" Temari laughs nervously. "Of course, Hokage, Sama. See, I knew we were allies. So, mind if I asked you a hypothetical question, Hiruzen?" Sure." Temari nodded. "First, mind if I sit down?" "Thanks. These old bones have been giving me trouble lately." Naruto stood next to Hiruzen as he grinned and sat down in the chair that was available. Hiruzen lit his pipe and leaned back in the chair. Sigh. That's better. Now, what would be your father's response if, let's say, one of his allies were plotting against him? Temari squeaked. I'm sorry." With tact, Kankuro withdrew a kunai from his sleeve and held it in his palm. Naruto looks at Hiruzen and says, "Looks like I'm not the only one with hearing problems here, with a chuckle. Naruto tipped his head. Did you say something, Gigi? You've been hanging around Kakashi again, haven't you?" Naruto takes a book from his pouch behind his back and begins to read it. Hiruzen's eye twitched. "I have no idea what you mean, Gigi." Sigh. "It's all right, never mind." Hiruzen turned to face the Sand Ninja again. Kankuro and Temari were staring at them bewildered. "I'll just repeat myself then. What would your father do if an ally was plotting against him?" Gulp. Temari moved in front of Gaara as Kankuro got to his feet. Temari asked, "Why do you ask, Hokage, Sama?" Hiruzen grinned at her and said, "As I said, it's a hypothetical question. He would probably do something to ensure his ally was punished for their betrayal." Hiruzen gave his chin a thoughtful rub. "Yes, I suppose that does make sense." Laugh. Hiruzen stood up and approached the door. "Well, who am I to argue with your father on such matters?" Hiruzen said. He then went out the door, leaving Naruto by himself with the Sand Nin, saying, "Naruto, do make sure they are comfortable." With a gladly, Gigi, Naruto shut his book and turned to face Temari and Kankuro. Temari inquired, "What does he mean, Blondie?" Naruto walked around Temari and over to the still drowsing Gaara, saying, "Don't worry about it, Temari-chan. So, he's the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, huh?" Temari yelled at Naruto, getting in his face, "What of it, just because he has that thing inside him doesn't mean he's not human." In response, Naruto gave her a cheery smile. Temari took a step back, and Kankuro dropped his kunai in surprise, having to catch it before it hit the ground. "I'm glad you agree, Temari-chan. What? It really reminds me of Hinata-chan. Are you okay? You're stuttering a lot." "I'm doing great." She recoiled and stepped back again, flushed. "Yeah, that makes sense now." Naruto pivoted back towards Gaara. "I have never before met another Jinchuriki. Still, what's wrong with his eyes?" "It's the one Tail's doing, I'd wager." Naruto recoiled in shock as he leapt back from Gaara, wanting to scream but forcing himself to hold back. "Hey, how are you doing?" Kankuro inquired. Naruto mumbled, "Fine. I'm fine." Smack. OWW. Sigh. Crazy blondes. They're everywhere. Temari gave Kankuro a headshake. "I'm blonde, remember? Yes, I'm fully aware." Smack. Ouch. Naruto chose to speak with the Kyuubi instead of ignoring them. "What do you mean, and how are you even talking with me?" Yawn. Naruto face. "Failed, I'll answer the second question first, dunno." "How can you not know? You're being loud again, and like I said, I don't know. I guess those cracks you put in my door are having an effect on you." "Is that a bad thing or a good thing? Depends on what you mean by bad. Can you use it to break out and attack the village?" "Not with the seal the fourth used. I'm bound to you until death." "Wait, we're married, what?" "No, of course not." I'm too young to get married into a giant fox, no less. I said, we're not married, where did you even get that idea? But you said we were bound until death, isn't that what someone says when they get married? Sigh. Not necessarily. Besides, not even I want to piss off that little Hyuga. She's scary. Why would that piss off Hinata? Chan, and what do you mean she's scary? Hinata's the nicest person I know. Kyubi? Bawahahaha? What? What's so funny? Chuckle. Nothing, nothing. What were we talking about, again? Gaara's eyes. Right. Basically, the one tail is bat. Shit insane, and has a tendency to keep its hosts from sleeping, in its insanity. That's awful. Is there anything I can do to help him? Sure, provided you want to go inside the one tail's seal. Is that all? Pretty much. Will it help him sleep? Most definitely. Hey, Tamari, Chan. She glared at Naruto. What now, Blondie? Are you finally done staring at my brother? Yeah. Look. What would you do, if I could help your brother sleep? I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto yelled, don't lie. When Tamari reached for her fan, Kankuro once more took out the kunai. You can't help him. What if I could? What would you do? Okay. If you can help him, and that's if you actually can, then my family will owe you one. Naruto gave her a smile. He turned back to Gaara and said, that's all I wanted to hear. What do I do, Kyubi? I dunno, bump fists with him or something. What will that do? It's either that or kiss high. Fist bump it is. Naruto felt a powerful pull on his thoughts as soon as he tapped his fist against Gaara's. Don't fight it, brat. Naruto gave up resisting and felt his thoughts vanish, saying, sorry. Tamari became very irritated while she was watching this. I swear if this brat is doing this just to hit on my brother, I'll kill him. Then something clicked in her mind. Well, that is if that little Hyuga bitch doesn't kill us first. Within the seal, Naruto saw a huge shadow in the distance while he stood in the middle of a vast desert. So, this is Gaara's seal, huh? Yep. Naruto looked up to see a small Kyubi sitting there after feeling a weight fall on his shoulder. Ah. You're tiny. The Kyubi gave Naruto a fierce look while poking one finger into each ear. The Kyubi shouted back, why do you yell, when I'm sitting right here? That's why I'm yelling, furball, you're sitting on my shoulder. Alright, point taken. How are you even here? I'm the reason you're in here, so obviously I had to come as well. Why, though? Plot. What? Nothing, moving on. You can't just. Oh look, here comes the one. Tail, really? Asked Naruto as he began to look for it. Thank God he has the attention span of a. Well, I was going to say a goldfish, but honestly, I think that would insult the fish. After a few minutes of looking, the ground started to tremble. Before the one tail was formed by a massive amount of sand that rose up into the sky. What do you want, Sai? Sorry about this, brat, but can you give us a few minutes to talk? Naruto said, sure, and turned to leave Kyubi and the one tail by themselves. Before the one tail sat down to speak with Kyubi, they watched him go. With a raised eyebrow and the one tail, Kurama exclaimed, what are you doing here, Kurama? What? Can't a guy come to visit his younger sister? Oh, spare this one your lies and tell us the truth. Kurama was starting to get tired of Shukaku's tirades. Quiet down, Shukaku, I was getting to that. Kurama's eye twitched and said, fine, we are waiting. Alright, if that's how this is going to be. I came to warn you, Shukaku, of? Kurama approached Shukaku's ear by hopping on her nose. Do you see that brat over there? The blonde one that gave us a headache? Yes, that one. What about it? I came to warn you, as a proper older brother should. Yes, get on with it. We are growing impatient. A white-eyed girl sneezed somewhere. Fine. A monster follows him around. A monster? Yes, a terrifying monster. What's this monster called, and why should we fear it? This monster is called the white-eyed devourer, and is obsessed with that brat over there, and will viciously attack and devour any female that touches him. The white-eyed devourer, huh? She asks, continuing to sneeze. What, don't you believe me? Shukaku deadpanned, not even a little. Kurama prodded Shukaku with his made up memories and touched his forehead, saying, "Fine, then believe your own 2 eyes." Following 5 minutes of this, Shukaku spat out a great deal of sand as he ran. She cried out, "What the fuck was that thing?" "That was the white-eyed devourer." Her father entered the room to see how she was doing due to her persistent sneezing. It was hideous. Those eyes, those teeth, that smile. Shivers. "Thank you for telling us of this creature. We will endeavor to stay out of its way." A thought struck Shukaku, then. She muttered, "Does the human know of this creature?" "No, I only know of this creature because my previous host knew its mother. They hide behind a facade of innocence when around their chosen mate and are mostly docile. Unless their place is threatened," Kurama said with a nod. "We see. Anything we can do to avoid this?" Shivers. "Horrible creature," she exclaimed, sneezing violently and headbutting her father in the process. "Let your host get some sleep, and for our father's sake, don't attack the brat." "We understand. Thank you, Kurama." Kurama got off Shukaku and headed over to Naruto, saying, "Don't mention it, Shukaku. Seriously, don't mention it." "All done?" "Yes," Naruto said as he approached the one-tail. He rang, "Hey, one-tail." When Shukaku heard Naruto calling to her, she turned to see him approaching and ducked under the sand to stay away from him. "Huh? Wah? What is it? I came here to ask if you would let Gaara sleep." "What? Oh, sure, just leave already. That's rude." Chuckle. "I think the one-tail has had enough, Naruto. We should go now." "But I wanted to fist bump it too." "No thanks, don't touch me." And with that, the Kyuubi pulled the 2 of them back out of Shukaku's seal, saying, "Fine then, no need to be so rude." "Damn Kurama, bringing that monster's prey here in order to intimidate us. Well, we're onto you. And we definitely aren't scared. We just suddenly decided not to ever come out around him. That's all." Let's go back to the nearly present. After fist bumping Gaara, Temari had no idea what the little brat had done. The one-tail had promised to let Gaara sleep, he abruptly said, and walked away. Even so, at first she didn't believe him. The following day, when Gaara eventually did wake up, in actuality, he was joyful. He had a weary smile on his face and the dark circles under his eyes had somewhat disappeared. Gaara has had no trouble sleeping since that day. Temari made the decision to keep her word and tell the blonde brat about her father's invasion plans of Konoha in order to make up for her debt. So that she could tell her story again, he took her to the Hokage. "I'm glad you decided to tell us of this. Had you not, our relationship would have been strained." "I understand, Hokage. Sama. You may go now, Temari-san. I need to speak with Naruto for a moment." Yes? Can I ask a favor?" "I don't see why not, but whether or not I agree is another matter entirely." Temari appeared to become more self-conscious. "Can you spare Baki Sensei and my family? Is your father included in that number?" Scoffs. "He's the Kage, not my father, but he is family as well." "I understand. If at all possible, I will avoid killing either of them." She bowed and departed the room, saying, "Thank you, Hokage Sama." Following her departure, Hiruzen turned to face Naruto. "Spare as many sand ninja as possible. We don't want our allies too weak to help us should we need it, but the Kage is fair game." "But, didn't you just promise not to kill him?" "And I promise not to. If he attacks, you have my permission to punch him. If he doesn't strike first, you shouldn't be concerned about him." "I understand, Gigi. Let's go back to the here and now." Temari gave a groan and shook her head at Gaara. "You're awake, Gaara." She gave him a hug, and he gave her one back before she even knew what she had done. She tried to pull away, but he held on, and his voice snapped her out of it with, "You're warm." "Gaara. How are you doing?" "I'm all right. I had a great night's sleep." She stroked his head and he fell back asleep, saying, "Oh, that's good. Maybe the blonde brat isn't so bad, after all." In the interim, Jiraiya burst in while Naruto was visiting Hiruzen in the hospital. Sensei. Sigh. Jiraiya, what is it?" "I found her, Sensei." "Oh, alright, you two can head out right now." "Hold on. Teacher?" "Yes, Jiraiya, you too. Naruto is traveling with you. However, Gigi, I don't want to go with the pervert. Naruto, I didn't ask. Sigh. Naruto, this is my final command as Hokage. Gigi, what do you mean by your last act? The physicians declared you to be well. Naruto, I'm getting older. I know I can't keep my title for long, and I would sooner die than allow Danzo to succeed me. I therefore have faith in you and Jiraiya to go get my replacement. Naruto looked to Jiraiya and sighed, okay, Gigi. Where's this woman that we're supposed to meet? Jiraiya gave Naruto a smile. She's in Tanzaku town. After spending 2 days traveling, Naruto and Jiraiya were itching to get to Tanzaku town. He strolled beside the old pervert, doing as the pervert ordered. You can't rush these things, Naruto. One evening, as they were preparing dinner, Jiraiya told Naruto. But it's so boring, Naruto voiced his displeasure. I know, with a chuckle. He stooped to stir the pot of soup he had spent the last hour making. Why can't I just jump there, grab this Tsunade lady, and jump back? Jiraiya laughed so hard that he toppled over his makeshift chair, stump. What's so funny? Naruto bellowed. Laugh. You actually think you can just grab the princess and not lose your arm? Jiraiya gave a guffaw. His unwavering belief that Naruto would suffer an injury actually caused Naruto to become a little anxious. Is she that strong? Jiraiya calms down after hearing his words and asks. Brat, have you truly never heard of her? Naruto gave a headshake. Jiraiya sighed and ran his hands through his hair. What did they teach you in that damn academy, if you don't even know the first's granddaughter? Wait, granddaughter? Before, for a brief moment, Naruto's mind went blank. Huh? She's the granddaughter of the first Hokage? Jiraiya gave a nod. Yes, she is. However, her notoriety wasn't attributed to her name. Now that he had Naruto's attention, Jiraiya could tell. What's she famous for? Jiraiya calmly replied, taking the spoon out of his soup and giving it a big slurp before smacking his lips. Being a sucker. After tumbling off his stump, Naruto leapt back up. She's a what? A sucker? It made Naruto's face red. Well. To each their own. I suppose. After giving Naruto's words some thought, Jiraiya burst out laughing. Giggles. Not that kind of sucker. Oh. Then, I'm confused. After laughing for a few minutes, Jiraiya finally calmed down to give an explanation. Basically, she's a horrible gambler, and she will lose any bet she makes. Oh, I see. If she keeps placing bets, then she comes across as fairly foolish. Tsunade had just wagered an absurdly large sum of money on a blackjack game. The dealer was about to grab the 7 when she suddenly sneezed, sending them flying off the table. It was replaced with a 10, bringing her total to 24. I'm sorry ma'am, but you've gone over 20.1, says the young woman. Damn it. 2 big men in black suits came to have a chat with Tsunade after she yelled and smashed her sake jug through the table. Jiraiya gave a nod, but then fixed her intense gaze on Naruto. I'll agree with you there, but don't let her hear you say that. Why? Because she's also known for her physical strength and a temper to match. Head tilted to one side, Naruto did so. How strong is she? Jiraiya gave a shrug. Probably stronger than you, if she tried. Naruto sensed his own energy level rising. Really? Do you believe we'll argue? She might. Why? Do you have any idea how long it's been since I've been able to actually hit someone? Jiraiya didn't understand. Didn't you just stop an invasion? I don't mean like that, you scoff. Then, what do you mean? I want to actually fight someone, Naruto bellowed and sprang to his feet. I'm looking for someone who can use as much power as I can. Someone I can confront head on since I know they can handle it. Stars were shining in Naruto's eyes. Why? Because I'm bored. Naruto toppled over onto his stump. I never stop observing the other ninja. Kiba, Sasuke, Choji, even Shikamaru, scoff. When they fight, they all enjoy it. I don't enjoy the rush of battle or the fear of failing, but they do. Jiraiya gave a chin rub. Any idea why that is? Because it always ends the same way. How? Naruto scratched the back of his head, sighing. My attempts at winning battles always end in a matter of seconds. Since I was 9 years old, not one of my classmates has been able to keep up with me. Most jonin struggle to keep up as well. Have you ever fought one? Naruto gave a nod. Yes, I've fought a few. Not bad, brat. Jiraiya grinned. Subsequently, he got up and approached Naruto. When Naruto felt Jiraiya's hand touch his head, he looked up. But, remember something, Naruto. Fighting isn't the only way to have fun. Yes, I am aware of that. I'm a joker as well. Laughs. Well done, Naruto. With whom do you engage in pranks? Naruto scowled. All right, so, typically, I'm by myself. Jiraiya lowered herself to meet Naruto's gaze. Why? Naruto cast a downward glance. Well, no one really likes hanging out with me. What makes you think so? They always leave me out, whenever they hang out as a group. Jiraiya gave a chin rub. Have you ever thought to ask why they left you out? No, Naruto gave a headshake. Why not? Well, I'm usually training, so I don't see them that often. Jiraiya gave a nod. I see. Okay, how about we try this? You're going to ask to hang out with the rookies when we return to the village. And I'll teach you a cool jutsu in exchange, deal? Deal. Jiraiya had just rented a room in Tanzaku Town with Naruto when she felt compelled to do some research. That left Naruto by himself in the room. Idiotic elderly pervert. I'm on my own in here. Giving me something to do while I waited was the very least he could have done. Ding. Dong. An amused expression appeared on Naruto's face as his ears perked up. Huh, maybe the old pervert did leave me with something to do. Naruto rose from his bed and proceeded towards the door. Hello? When he opened it after removing the lock, all he saw was red. Huh? With a quick blink of his eyes, he found himself back in his room. He saw a big blue man with a sword on his back when he looked up, and an Uchiha? The Uchiha and the blue man exchanged glances. I thought you were going to put him in a genjutsu, Itachi? He should have been. Naruto cast his gaze between them. Itachi? Similar to Itachi Uchiha? Well, have a peek at that, Itachi. You are known to the brat. The blue man bent to give Naruto a direct look. Brat, how about me? Are you aware of who I am? Naruto gave a headshake. Nope. The guy's face was flawed. Sigh. You need to come with us, Uzumaki, Itachi stated. Why? Because you hold the Kyuubi. Head tilted to one side, Naruto did so. No, I don't. Indeed, Uzumaki, you do. Please don't tell lies. I'm not. Naruto saw the look of disbelief on their faces. Okay, allow me to clarify. Isn't the Kyuubi a nine-tailed fox? They gave a nod. Then I'm unable to hold the Kyuubi, since all I have inside of me is a gigantic rabbit. Hey, I am not a rabbit, damn it. After sharing a quick glance, they turned their attention back to Naruto. A rabbit, huh? The man in blue inquired. Yep. Like a rabbit with his ears up, Naruto raised his hands. A large, fuzzy tail and long, floppy ears. Doesn't it sound like a rabbit? Hi, Itachi. Indeed, that sounds like a rabbit. Exists a tailed beast that I'm not aware of? I don't know, Kisame, he sighed. Kisame gave Itachi a shoulder tap. Itachi, let's leave now. It was instructed for us to locate the Kyuubi, not a rabbit. Itachi was about to reply when Naruto slammed the door in his face. Kisame. Yeah? There are only 9-tailed beasts. So, Itachi, where did his rabbit come from? Come on, think for yourself. Kisame gave a firm tap on his temple. HNN. Kisame, did it ever occur to you that he could be lying? Kisame gave a headshake. No, he didn't seem untrustworthy. Who would fabricate a lie about something like that, anyway? Itachi began to bleed from the nose. Are you okay, Itachi? HNN. Itachi smeared the blood away. I'm fine, I just had a brain aneurysm from the stupidity. Itachi, wow. I had no idea you were so foolish. HNN. That's it, all right. Itachi kicked open the door to discover a window that was open but the room was empty. After him, Kisame. But Itachi, now, damn it. Itachi bolted through the doorway and out the other side. Alongside Naruto was searching for Jiraiya by meandering through Tanzaku Town. If I were an old pervert, where would I be? He's probably in the brothel. Yeah, but I don't really want to go in there. Wait outside. That could work. You can't make me leave. Are you aware of who I am? Tsunade. Sama, please calm down. No, Shizune, I will not calm down. Or, you could go talk to the woman you've been looking for. You read my mind. Naruto turned to face the building and noticed two women. A shorter, black-haired woman in a black kimono and a blonde with pigtails wearing a green haori. The blonde was being pulled away from the casino entrance by the shorter woman. Tsunade. Sama, we're out of money. Shizune, that's why I have to do this. I can return our money to you. Not without money to bet, you can't. Following their conversation being overheard, Naruto chose to intervene. If you'll make a bet with me. Naruto took out his wallet made of frogs. I'll give you 50,000 ryo. Showing her the bills, he took them out. Oh ho, I'm not against taking a brat's money, she gave a nod. Alright, what's the bet, brat? Naruto set his feet firmly. I heard you were strong. You heard right, I scoff. Naruto grinned. Prove it. Naruto put his shoulders squared. How? If you can move me, the money is yours. That's it. That's it. Now, normally I would just take the bet and be done with it, but what's in this for you? Apart from observing your strength, you must accompany me back to Konoha as well. She gave a head nod. No, after that, she turned and left. What? Why not? I'm not going back to Konoha, brat. Why, are you scared? Laughs. Obviously not. Simply put, I won't go back there. Naruto's mouth fell open. Wow. I didn't know the legendary Tsunade Senju was a coward. Tsunade came to a stop. Take that back, brat. Naruto smiled in response to her yell. Nah, you walked away from an easy bet with a simple genin. Turning, Tsunade gave him a glare. All right, brat. Do you truly wish to engage in this game? Of course. He gave a nod. She approached him and put her feet down. Change the bet, brat. 2. When I move you, I get your money and you have to retire from the ninja program. And, if you can't, she pulled off her necklace and showed it to him. After that, you receive this. However, I won't go back to Konoha until you can move me. She nudged his forehead following each sentence. Naruto's smile widened until it nearly split his expression. Deal. He extended his hand to give her a quick shake. Tsunade. Sama, are you certain that this is a smart move? That necklace belonged to your grandfather. Of course, I'm sure. She extended her hand to shake Naruto's. She then tossed Shizune the necklace. Hold this, Shizune, for a second, it won't be too long. You get 3 tries, Granny. The forehead of Tsunade revealed the veins. She flicked Naruto in the head with her other hand after reaching out and pulling one finger in, gathering chakra and strength. Wow. The impact left a loud echo, but Naruto remained motionless. That was your first attempt, then? Tsunade clenched her jaw. So, you're stronger than you look, brat. She clenched her fist, directed roughly 20% of her chakra into it, and struck Naruto in the abdomen. Still, he stayed put. That was the second item. But really, is it all you possess? Her cheeks flushed. Ah. You have to be too ashamed to act. What say you about this? With a smile, Naruto covered his eyes with his headband and looked up at her. You. Little. Brat. She sent her fist flying into Naruto's face, concentrating all of her strength into it. Wham! The speed and force of her blow caused the sound barrier to shatter, destroying the walls on both sides as well as the ground surrounding Naruto. However, Naruto did not change. Honestly, the only indication she had that she had made any kind of contact was when his head shifted to one side and some blood spurted from his mouth. Slowly, Naruto reached up and repositioned the headband. That was awesome. He gave a cheer. What? The abrupt change in the situation stunned Tsunade and Shizune equally. Tsunade's punch had the power to crush mountains, after all. However, this brat stayed put. The best punch I've ever felt was that one. Whoa, that one was real for me. After a few minutes of jumping around, Naruto went back to where he had been. That was awesome, Tsunade. Sama, he shouted. Then he erased the smile from his face. And I do apologize for this. He extended his hand and took her arm. It's my turn. Laughs. Well done, brah. With a swift motion, Naruto lifted her arm above his head, threw her over his shoulder, over the buildings, and into the sky. Shizune and Naruto observed her take off into the distance. She's going, and gone. Shizune was approached by Naruto, who removed the necklace from her unwilling grasp and turned to leave in the same direction that he had thrown Tsunade. Hey, where are you going? Shizune sprinted after him. I'm going to get Tsunade, then find the old pervert. Old swindler? Is Jiraiya Sama here now? Kisame and Itachi together after swiftly locating Naruto. The two Akatsuki members made the decision to wait until he was by himself before attacking and capturing him. Thus, they witnessed firsthand as he launched Tsunade into the lower atmosphere. Itachi? Yes? Did he just? Yes he did. For several minutes, the two watched in silence as Naruto and Shizune left. Want to pretend we couldn't find him? Kisame. The smartest thing I've heard all day is that, Itachi, you ought to take a little pride in yourself. You'll probably say something wise at some point, after all. HNN. Itachi disappeared among the crows, leaving Kisame by herself. Ah, he's embarrassed.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.